Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more enjoyment. Chapter 1. There was no time to mourn the death of Gojo Satoru, so those who rushed to the battlefield were Thunder God, Liu Yun. What kind of sparks will arise between the Thunder God who is as fast as lightning and who is willing to die generously and the strongest in history Sukuna, and what kind of fierce battle will break out? Please look forward to the next episode. Snapped. Liu Yun's hands were hanging on the railing, his eyes were red, his face was pale, and the foam from his mouth was dripping. Vomit. Feeling the constant turbulence in her stomach, Liu Yun's expression changed drastically, and she lay aside and vomited again. The plot of the anime he had just watched not long ago was still echoing in his mind, and his red eyes were full of shock. He actually traveled back to the cursed world. Yes, as a die-hard fan of this anime, he was extremely dissatisfied with the new plot. He was so angry that he punched it into his laptop. At the moment of contact, his head was dizzy, and when he woke up, he found that he was already here. Yes, this is Jujutsu High School. His name is Liu Yun, and his identity in this place is a Jujutsu exchange student from the Central Kingdom. A stream of information was directly transmitted into his mind. Hey! What are you doing on the roof? Downstairs, a big boy with pink spiky hair and a sunny face waved to him and looked at him curiously. As a young man of the new era, Liu Yun quickly organized his thoughts and accepted this identity. I am an exchange student from the East who came today. My name is Liu Yun. I am lost now. Can you please guide me? Liu Yun waved his hand with difficulty. So you are the new first grader. Hello, my name is Itadori. Please give me your advice. This big boy with a bright smile is the male protagonist Itadori. According to the current time period, he has already eaten Sukuna's finger. Hello, it's our first time meeting you. Please take good care of me. Teacher Gojo told me that an exchange student came and asked me to come find you. I didn't expect you to run to the roof of the building. Looking for me. According to Liu Yun's guess, it should be a welcome party for his new students. Oh, Teacher Gojo said that the original welcome party for new students needs to be put aside first. Today we need to go on a mission, so let me take you to get familiar with it first. As if she knew what he was thinking, Itadori said with a smile. Soon, he met two other first-year students under the leadership of Itadori, and introduced each other by the way. He knew both of them, a cold handsome guy, Fushiguro Megami, and a brown-haired beauty, Kujisaki Nobara. In the car, Liu Yun and Itadori squeezed into the back seat and asked curiously, I was in a hurry just now, so I didn't ask yet. What is this mission? I'm so sorry, Xiao Yun, I forgot to tell you that this mission is mainly to investigate the case of missing people in Baihe village. Kujisaki explained with a faint smile on his face. Mr. Ijishi has already investigated in advance, and there are indeed traces of the cursed spirit, so contact us to take a look. Ugh! Itadori immediately let out an incredulous cry, with a look of surprise on his face as he looked at Liu Yun and Kujisaki again and again. What's wrong? Liu Yun felt a little scared at the sight. He had just come to this world. Could it be that something was revealed? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything against you. I just felt strange. Kujisaki looked disgusted with me and Mako before, so why did he only smile at you? Itadori screamed injustice at the top of his lungs. Hearing this, Liu Yun suddenly smiled awkwardly and let out a sigh of relief. Tisk. Kujisaki said with helplessness on his face, there's nothing I can do about my appearance. And from the moment I met Mr. Yun, I felt that he was far more mature than you. You should learn from it. As she said that, she looked at Liu Yun and blinked, are you right, Mr. Yun? Hearing this, Liu Yun scratched his head helplessly. In terms of appearance, there was really nothing he could do about it. He was indeed a handsome guy. In terms of maturity, he graduated from college and has been involved in society for a few years. Compared with these young people who are only in their teens, he is indeed much more mature. The quarrel between Itadori and Kujisaki finally ended with Fushiguro Megami's unbearable punch. "We're here, get off the car!" Snort. Itadori and Kujisaki had big bags on their heads and folded their hands, neither of them convinced of the other. In this comparison, Fushiguro Megami seems much more reliable. Fushiguro Megami chose a good location and parked directly in front of the police station. They decided to first ask the police officers who had been in contact with the incident in advance to find out the specific situation. "Are you talking about Mr. Kenichi? He hasn't come back yet." After learning that several people were sent from above, the officers on duty at the police station told them. "What? You're not back yet?" Lu Yun looked at the time and frowned. "It's already 7 o'clock in the evening. Normally, the night is when the cursed spirit is most active." "Yes, but don't worry, Mr. Kenichi comes back late every time he goes to work, especially since he is the main person responsible for this incident, so he comes back even later." The police officers seemed not to realize the seriousness of the matter and were still comforting them and asking them to wait here for a while. "We can't waste time here. Every time we delay, Mr. Kenichi will be more likely to be in danger." Lu Yun's eyes were solemn. Although he had just arrived in this world, he quickly adapted to his role. More importantly, he wants to know what his abilities are through this incident. Yun is right. I have already asked Mr. Kenichi's attendance route. Let's split up. Good. Since Lu Yun is a newcomer, Fushiguro Megami, who holds the decision-making power in the team, naturally takes great care of him and arranges for Itadori to act with him. However, after arriving at the destination, the two of them need to search in both directions from the origin. The other two people searched from both ends of the entire route and finally met up. While following Itadori toward the goal, Lu Yun discovered a problem. This incident did not appear in the original plot he had seen before. If you do some math, the timeline of this incident should have happened after Itadori ate Sukuna's finger, but before he encountered the first special grade cursed spirit with the power of Sukuna's finger. This is a completely unknown and uncontrollable event. Lu Yun doesn't know whether the subsequent plot development will change because of his appearance. But what is certain is that since he learned that the strongest man in the world would later become 2.5 Satoru, he must take the initiative to change. Suddenly, Lu Yun's gaze became extremely firm, as if sensing the emotional changes taking place here. Itadori came closer. "By the way, Yun, although this is our first meeting, I have a really good impression of you. You are very similar to Hui, very sensible. You flatter me." Lu Yun smiled. "So, what I want to say is, what is your ability? Since you are an exchange student at Jujutsu High School, you must also be a Jujutsu master. Let's get to know each other first so that we can cooperate better if we meet Cursed Spirit later." Chapter 2. My ability. Lu Yun frowned, looked at his palms, and felt the power in his body. As if aware of his unconscious control, the power suddenly surged in the body. In the memory in his mind, this word in the East is called Qi. In Japan, it is called cursive power. Although the names are different, they have the same origin. Just when he was controlling the magic power in his body and preparing to try to use it, he suddenly felt a malicious force coming from behind him. "Careful!" Lu Yun reacted instantly and noticed it before Itadori on the side. The two of them punched behind each other in unison. Puff! A soft feeling came over Lu Yun, and Lu Yun suddenly felt something bad. He controlled the power of the spell to wrap around his whole body. This was just like eating and drinking. He didn't need much practice to learn it naturally. His head dropped suddenly, and he felt a strong wind blowing over his head, blowing away a few strands of his hair. However, Itadori was not so lucky. Although his reflexes were extremely strong, the opponent seemed unusual. He punched him directly in the face. Itadori! Lu Yun shouted, and Itadori, who was originally groggy, was awakened instantly by this shouting. The two of them kicked out like veterans who had been working together for many years. Puff! Bang bang bang! There was another soft feeling, but this time, the power of the two people's kicks was completely different from the initial hasty punches. It was kicked out instantly. Only then did they have the opportunity to see each other's appearance. The cursed spirit's body is in the shape of an irregular twisted ball, and its huge mouth occupies the entire body. The mouth is full of sharp teeth, and the eyes can't be seen at all. Huge arms stretched out from both sides, one hand pulled the broken tree stump, and the other hand supported it and stood up again. The blow just now didn't cause much damage to it. Lu Yun looked aside. Although Itadori was now awakened from the heavy blow, it could be seen from the blood on his face that he was seriously injured. One of them was injured just at the beginning, so I'm not optimistic. Whoosh! Before they could take the next step, the cursed spirit suddenly disappeared from where it was. Lu Yun's pupils shrank sharply, the magic power gathered on the eyeballs, and its movement trajectory could be clearly seen. Itadori, back off! Hearing Lu Yun's cry, he immediately understood. His strong physical ability was revealed at this moment, and he immediately kicked back. Although maybe due to the difference in strength, he could not avoid the attack when they were face to face, but now from a distance and being reminded, there is no problem at all. Roar! Snapped! Cursed spirit appeared where Itadori was just now with its mouth wide open, and took a bite. Itadori didn't give up after dodging. He pushed up his body and kicked him forward. Bang! With a loud bang, Itadori was seen being knocked away. Puff! Blood spurted out from his mouth, and there was a trace of shock on his face, as if he didn't expect that he would be defeated so easily. Make a judgment based on your strength. Lu Yun's mind was spinning rapidly, and he quickly guessed the approximate strength of the cursed spirit in front of him. If your guess is correct, the current Itadori has not yet undergone Gojo Satoru's systematic training because it took too short a time to gain strength. If he only relied on himself and did not rely on Sukuna's power, he should have the strength of a level 3 magician, which means that he can defeat ordinary cursed spirits of level 2 and below. Judging from the overwhelming strength displayed by the opponent now, the opponent is at least a quasi-first level or a true first level cursed spirit. The winning rate is slim. In just a moment, Lu Yun came to this conclusion. Judging from the current situation, excluding myself, if 2 other people join in, it shouldn't be a problem to win it. After all, Fushiguro Megami has an amazing trump card. Yun, you retreat first and find Huilai for support. Itadori wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood in front of Cursed Spirit. Although he usually looks silly, his sense of combat is very strong, and he quickly sees the current unfavorable situation. Maybe both of them will fall into this. Oh, hee, does a mere level 1 Cursed Spirit make you sweat profusely? Ahaha! A mouth with sharp teeth suddenly appeared on Itadori's face, mocking him unceremoniously. Sukuna! Lu Yun stared hard at the talking mouth, which was the source of all tragedies. The ultimate evil and killing, the king of curses spanning thousands of years. How about you, do you want to give your body to me? I can help you get rid of the obstacles in front of you. Snapped. Itadori slapped it up and pressed its mouth directly, with determination in his eyes. We can still solve it without you. Solve? That mouth instantly appeared on the other side of the face, with a sarcastic tone in it. What can a rookie like you solve, with your 3-legged cat skills that are new to the world of Jujutsu? Or do you think another rookie can? After noticing Lu Yun, Sukuna suddenly stopped talking, but soon, it burst out into crazy laughter. Ahaha! Interesting, interesting. Soon it disappeared and never appeared again. During the time when Sukuna appeared, Cursed Spirit rarely stopped attacking, as if it had encountered something extremely terrifying, and was trembling all over. However, after Sukuna disappeared, that aura naturally disappeared. Roar! As if angry from embarrassment, Cursed Spirit vented its resentment on Itadori in front of him, opened his mouth wide, and bit him fiercely. Can't hide. Itadori immediately became aware of the current situation. Bang! Suddenly a figure appeared next to him and punched him. The surging spell power in his hand matched the punch, which was extremely powerful. The Cursed Spirit howled instantly and was knocked away. Lu Yun slowly put away her fists and frowned. Is this your ability? Could it be that like Itadori, I can only use magic power simply and don't even have natural jujutsu? Thank you. Itadori looked serious and stood up with support. The blow just now really caused damage to Cursed Spirit. In that huge mouth, a big hole was revealed by Lu Yun's punch. Cursed Spirit slowly stood up and let out a terrifying roar from its huge mouth. In an inadvertent moment, a white figure suddenly bumped into their field of vision. Boom boom boom. Lu Yun noticed something unusual, her face changed drastically, and she reached out to throw Itadori out. However, it was still too late. A huge white fist hit him hard, and his body was like a falling stone. It directly smashed through the tree trunk behind him and embedded it in. The blood flowed out as if it was life-threatening, not knowing whether to live or die. Itadori! Lu Yun looked anxious and shouted, but there was no response at all. He turned his head and stared at the new Cursed Spirit that suddenly appeared. Veins popped up on his face, his fists were clenched, and huge curse power spurted out from his body. There was a flash of red in his eyes. Click! Something seemed to be broken in his mind, the overflowing spell power surged and condensed outside his body, and a huge shadow appeared behind him. Seance. Chapter 3. The shadow behind Lu Yun solidified instantly. His hair and beard are all flying, he is wearing a red battle armor, and he is holding a pair of tile-faced gold maces. Qin Kyung. With an angry roar, the double mace general suspended in the air was covered in huge steam, and he stabbed the big mace in his hand. The newly appeared Cursed Spirit was penetrated easily like a balloon. Drink! Under Lu Yun's command, Qin Kyung pulled hard, and the Cursed Spirit was instantly torn to pieces. Whoosh! Huge white gas spurted out from his mouth, and a red light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Before the big-mouthed Cursed Spirit could react, its body was penetrated by a mace and passed out of its mouth. Roar! The huge pain caused Cursed Spirit to let out a shrill scream, and Qin Kyung disappeared from the spot instantly. Cursed Spirit punched behind him as if sensing something, and bit his back with his big mouth. Snap! Cursed Spirit's huge fist was caught by Qin Kyung's palm. Click, click, click. There was a sound of bones breaking, and the huge fist was crushed to pieces. Cursed Spirit seemed to feel a huge danger and struggled desperately to escape from the place, but it was already too late. Qin Kyung's free hands directly grabbed its big mouth, not minding the sharp teeth at all. A puff sound. The big-mouthed Cursed Spirit was torn in half. In just this short period of time, 2 level 1 Cursed Spirits died in the hands of Lu Yun's Divine Spirit. Itadori, Cloud! Not far away, Fushiguro Megami's shout came. The noise of the fighting here was too loud and had already spread. After hearing the fighting here, he rushed over immediately, his eyes full of anxiety. I'm fine, go see Itadori. Lu Yun shouted loudly and raised his finger to point over. Hey, where's Itadori? Itadori, who had been knocked away and stuck in a tree just now, was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yun suddenly had a bad feeling. How is Itadori? Fushiguro Megami ran in the direction he pointed. At this moment, a figure appeared next to Fushiguro Megami and kicked him. Lu Yun's expression suddenly changed, he gathered the magic power in his hand, and pointed at Fushiguro Megami, Qin Kyung. Bang! Qin Kyung's huge figure stood firmly in front of Fushiguro Megami, and a wave of air was generated under the collision of flesh. Take off the rabbit. No. After realizing that the enemy was blocked, Fushiguro Megami reacted extremely quickly. He immediately formed a seal in his hand and used 2 shadow spells at the same time. A group of little white rabbits appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the dark figure, constantly harassing him. Nu appeared from the sky, flew behind him, grabbed him with her claws and left the place, landing next to Liu Yun. Qin Qian kept attacking. Under Tuotu's harassment, he struck the attacker in the abdomen with his mace, sending the whole person flying. No! Come back quickly! Liu Yun suddenly felt bad and manipulated Qin Qian back to his side with a solemn look on his face. Fushiguro Megami looked at the huge warrior figure in amazement, and felt a huge wave in his heart. He seemed to feel the powerful and suffocating pressure from his body. Is this your Shikigami? Fushiguro Megami looked shocked and asked cautiously. Probably, that's it. Liu Yun looked at the very secure figure behind him. In our place, this is called divine magic. This was what he learned at that critical moment, when an inexplicable barrier was suddenly broken. Now is not the time to talk about this. We should be concerned about how it will end now. Liu Yun stared calmly into the darkness ahead. What's the meaning? By the way, where's Itadori? Fushiguro Megami asked with an anxious look on his face. Don't worry, he's already here. Could it be? Fushiguro Megami seemed to have thought of something and looked over suddenly. He, ha ha ha. A pink hedgehog head slowly walked out of the shadows, but at this moment, he no longer had the sunshine of the past. There was only cruelty and coldness left on the laughing face, and mysterious tattoo lines appeared on his body. Riemann Sukuna. That's right, Itadori at this time was seriously injured due to the surprise attack by Cursed Spirit, which directly caused Sukuna's consciousness to escape. Due to the arrival of Liu Yun, the time for Sukuna's second consciousness to appear has been advanced. You haven't been beaten enough by Mr. Gojo last time, and you still dare to come out and mess around. Fushiguro Megami gritted his teeth and yelled angrily. Gojo? Oh, the white-haired boy you were talking about. Sukuna controlled Itadori's body and stretched, with disdain in his tone. What if he comes and kills me? He can't do it, but one day I will kill him, ha 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 ha. Huge laughter penetrated the sky, so rampant. Only Liu Yun looked very ugly, because he knew that this monster could really do it. At this moment, Sukuna's chest was dripping with blood, which was the mark of being hit by Qin Qian just now. You are really weird. You have such a weird Shikigami that I have never understood before. Sukuna looked over, with a hint of interest in his cold eyes. The world is so big, and you are just dominating in a small area. There is a lot more you don't know. Liu Yun replied coldly. Hearing Liu Yun's answer, Sukuna's eyes flashed with violence. Then let me see if what you said is true or false. Hey! As if a breeze was blowing, Sukuna appeared in front of Liu Yun and kicked them hard. Fushiguro Megami couldn't dodge and was kicked out. Liu Yun blocked his body with his hands, and Sukuna punched him. The huge pressure instantly made Liu Yun take several steps back. At this time, Qin Qian behind him moved. The big hand suddenly grabbed forward, Sukuna's face changed slightly, and he sneered and ducked to the side. But he ignored Liu Yun's existence. With the blessing of the spell, his physical fitness was greatly improved. He ducked behind Sukuna and punched him. Sukuna couldn't avoid it and was hit hard on the back. Then, a pair of golden maces instantly appeared in his field of vision. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the already injured abdomen was injured again and hit the ground hard. It's cool. Ha ha ha. A trace of blood flashed in Sukuna's eyes, and his body turned 180 degrees as if against humanity. He grabbed Liu Yun's ankle with both hands and pulled it fiercely. Liu Yun was shocked, but he was not in a hurry. The physical strength blessed by the spell allowed him to take out one foot in a short time and step on Sukuna's face. Bang! It felt like he was stepping on a steel plate, but he still let go quickly. In midair, Lu Yun quickly stabilized his figure. Control him! As he roared, Qin Kayang's eyes flashed red, and he raised his foot and stepped on Sukuna. It's a pity that he avoided it. Just when he was about to pull away, two big hands suddenly appeared, like iron pliers, grabbing him hard and making him unable to move. Untie! Sukuna moved his fingers slightly, and an invisible blade struck Qin Kayang hard, and his huge body was like a living target. Poof! The wound deep enough to see the bones appeared on Qin Kayang's body. Chapter 4. This is Sukuna's natural technique, slashing. However, this huge slash hit Qin Kayang, but he remained motionless, holding Sukuna firmly with both hands, not giving him any chance to distance himself. Okay, very good. Sukuna's eyes were filled with fanatical excitement and he smiled strangely. I look forward to our next meeting. Sukuna controlled the body of Itadori and said these words, coupled with that twisted smile, it looked extremely evil. Lu Yun immediately realized that something was wrong, but it was still a step too late. An invisible blade passed through Qin Kayang's fingers, giving Itadori a chill. MD, damn it! Lu Yun cursed angrily and rushed forward to check. At this time, the body had been replaced by Itadori, and Sukuna returned directly to the depths of his consciousness. Itadori, are you okay? Cough. With a slight cough, at the last glance, the figures of Lu Yun and Fushiguro Megami came into his eyes. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he fell to the ground, gradually becoming silent. Boom! A thunderbolt flashed, and at this moment it started to rain heavily. The rainwater drenched the bodies of the three of them, but no one spoke. Wei Yun. I found Mr. Kenichi, but he has already. Kujisaki ran over carrying the heavy rain, and he must have heard the fighting here. Before she finished speaking, she saw a scene that made her extremely shattered. Her steps slowed down instantly, with disbelief in her eyes. Itadori's body was lying in front of him, and the blood that should have solidified was diluted in the rain, slowly flowing down the road, gathering at Kujisaki's feet, spinning, spinning. I really appreciate your help, but it's a pity. At the entrance of the police station, several stretchers covered with white cloth were placed upright on the roadside. Gojo-sensei, Itadori he. Fushiguro Megami hesitated to speak, but there was a white-haired young man standing in front of him without speaking. A black ribbon covered the eyes of the white-haired young man. This is Gojo Satoru. Although Lu Yun had a sad look on his face at this moment, he was not as pessimistic as Fushiguro Megami and the others. It's okay. Now that you have become a Jujutsu master, you are already prepared to die at any time compared to him. You have done a great job. Gojo Satoru turned his head, gently patted Fushiguro Megami's shoulder, and rubbed Kujisaki's head. Then he looked towards Lu Yun. Although the other person was blindfolded, he still felt like he was being seen through instantly. That was the effect of 6 eyes. Lu Yun was extremely shocked, even though he saw his result in the original work, which made him become a clown. But now that I have experienced it personally, I know that this is the real invincible powerhouse in this world. The gap between the two is too big. However, such a powerful man could not even bring out Sukuna's true strength. How powerful could the complete Sukuna be? Gojo Satoru walked over slowly with a serious look on his face. Thank you very much this time, Yun. Although you are a new student, if it were not for you today, it is estimated that none of them would be able to survive. Come down. Due to errors in prediction and emergencies, you have handled this incident very well, so there is no need to blame yourself. He gently patted Lu Yun's shoulder and comforted her. After hearing what the other party said, Lu Yun nodded slowly. He was indeed a little regretful for not preventing this from happening, but this might not be an opportunity. In the original work, when Itadori encountered the special grade cursed spirit with the power of Sukuna's finger, he handed his body to Sukuna. As a result, his heart was taken out and he died on the spot. However, there is a turning point within the high school, and that is Rishiko. She has the talent of being able to apply the inversion warlock to the opponent, and has the possibility to heal Itadori, although in the end it was Sukuna who healed it herself. But after that, Itadori will be taken away by Gojo Satoru for secret training. I'm sorry, I didn't come in handy this time and let you face such a powerful enemy. After Gojo Satoru took Itadori's body away alone, Kujisaki came over with a sad face. Actually, I didn't come in handy this time. Yun solved it all by himself. Kujisaki had a curious look on his face. Lu Yun greeted him and got into the car. Fushiguro Megami was in charge of driving. On the way back to the high school, no one spoke and the atmosphere was extremely dull. However, at this time, Lu Yun's mind was extremely active, thinking rapidly. Therefore, this change of events led to Itadori's death in advance, which means that changes may occur in subsequent events. Back at Jujutsu High School, after meeting Principal Yaga, they arranged accommodation. Because of this incident, Lu Yun didn't have to think about the welcome party for freshmen. After being separated from a few people, he returned to his dormitory. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Yun lay on the bed, his heart as calm as water, and he began to be silent. In my mind, a beautiful flame burned brightly, and a familiar scent came from it. It was Qin Kyung, the spirit summoned from the previous crisis. At this time, he was recovering from the wounds sustained by Sukuna's slash. Not only that, the aura all over his body was gradually getting stronger as he recovered from his injuries. Buzz! A strange sound came, and Lu Yun suddenly felt an explosion in his head. He quickly adjusted his mind and quickly came back to his senses. Just when he was about to continue exploring, he suddenly noticed a strange change. Behind the flame representing Qin Kyung, there are countless light balls floating. Each ball of light is wrapped in a gorgeous flame. Lu Yun was immediately shocked. Are these all ghosts? He couldn't believe that Qin Kyung alone was so powerful. If the others could be used. Thinking of this, he tried to touch the light balls wrapped in flames with his spirit, and only felt a softness and toughness. Lu Yun's heart was hardened, and she stabbed hard with her spirit. The ball of light in front of her seemed to feel the pressure, and it floated back and quickly disappeared from the field of vision. Damn, you won't let me use this thing, you're stingy. He groaned inwardly. He had no choice but to try another light ball. Time passed by and he didn't know how many he had tried, but none of them worked. Does it take a life and death will to break it? Lu Yun was immediately speechless. Feeling the nearest ball of light in front of him, his consciousness leaned over and gently wrapped him up. Feeling that the ball of light was completely enveloped, Lu Yun felt hard in her heart and strangled the ball of light hard. Crush it for me. It's like a tug of war to see who can survive to the end. Lu Yun only felt that his mental strength was rapidly draining away, as if his whole body had lost strength. Suddenly, an obsession that must be completed popped out of his heart. He no longer wants to explore why he came to this world. He only knows that he wants to change the outcome of this world. Click. Just like last time, a broken voice resounded in his mind, and Lu Yun's eyes gradually lit up. Chapter 5. Success. After much effort, Lu Yun finally broke one of the many light balls. He jumped up from the bed excitedly, and when he was about to test it, he suddenly felt a dizziness and fell onto the bed, unconscious. In the dream, he seemed to see countless mysterious huge shadows moving towards a certain place. He seemed to be equally attracted and followed them. After walking for a long time, a shadow next to him suddenly solidified and turned its huge head to stare at him. Roar! The opponent's head came directly in front of Lu Yun, who was walking forward, and he roared at him. At this moment, Lu Yun seemed to feel that time and space were going backwards. Ah! He reached out and waved, trying to grab something, and kept shouting, but no one could hear him. At this moment, he seemed to hear someone calling him. Yun, wake up quickly, Yun. Ah! Lu Yun opened her eyes suddenly and grabbed forward. The scene suddenly fell silent. Kujisaki's delicate little face was right in front of him, their breathing intertwined and their noses touched. Her eyes were wide open, as if she couldn't believe it, and her cheeks instantly turned rosy. Can you let me go? Kujisaki's face was red, and he looked like a shy little girl. Ah! Lu Yun was a little dazed. She suddenly felt something was wrong. A bulge was held in her hand. She couldn't help but move her fingers. The soft feeling instantly penetrated her whole body. Dead. Lu Yun's pupils shrank suddenly and he suddenly understood what was going on, and his heart was shocked. Sure enough, with just a sharp cry, Lu Yun felt huge pressure slapped on his face, causing him to spin an unknown number of times in the air before falling to the ground. Ugh, it hurts. Lu Yun stood up holding her swollen cheeks. Kujizaki, why do you use spells to beat your classmates? He couldn't help but complain. Who made your hands unclean? At this time, Kujisaki had already stepped aside, folding his hands and looking away, the blush on his face not dissipating. Ahem. A soft cough was heard, and only then did Lu Yun realize that there were two other people in the room. Fushiguro Megami and Principal Yagamasamichi stood at the door awkwardly. It turns out to be Principal Kazue, please come in quickly. Lu Yun immediately greeted them with a nonchalant expression, and led them in regardless of the pain on his face. I wonder what the principal wants from me. Lu Yun sat aside and asked curiously. Seeing his cheeky look, the other party couldn't help but laugh out loud, causing Kujisaki's blush that was about to dissipate to rise again. It's not a big deal. I just want to briefly understand the details of this operation. The main reason is that the incident happened too suddenly and no one was prepared. As a result, this casualty incident occurred. Principal Yaga immediately straightened his expression and began to learn more about what happened. Lu Yun thought for a while and then told the whole incident. Except for Sukuna's last words, the other details of the battle were basically not concealed. So that's it. Principal Yaga pondered for a while and suddenly thought of something. By the way, I came to you suddenly this time. In addition to understanding the specific circumstances of this incident, I also want to tell you the following. Since Gojo Satoru is on a mission, Fushiguro Megami will be responsible for your basic teaching until he comes back. He will be on standby at any time. If there is a mission, he will notify you. After saying this, Yagamasamichi left in a hurry, as if there was something urgent. Principal Yaga, this is so irresponsible. Are we just going to be thrown out of the junior high school? Kujisaki lay on the chair and swayed. There is no way. Incidents involving cursed spirit have become more and more frequent recently. Jujutsu divisions that are capable of action have been sent out to perform tasks. Only first-year students like us may be assigned some with a lower risk level. Task. Fushiguro Megami had already entered the state at this time and began to give some simple explanations about the internal affairs of the high school. Because he has been following Gojo Satoru from the beginning, he knows these things quite well. In addition, we need to pay special attention now. Although the school will be relatively considerate of us and arrange less difficult tasks for us, we still cannot rule out danger. As if thinking of what happened yesterday, everyone's atmosphere suddenly became a little solemn. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Lu Yun hurriedly changed the subject. Then what are we doing now? Didn't Principal Yaga say that I will temporarily follow your arrangements when Teacher Gojo is away? Well, let's go out and practice. By the way, we can familiarize ourselves with our respective abilities. It will also be helpful for future missions. Okay. Lu Yun agreed immediately. For things like drills, this was exactly what he wanted. If it was just him, he wouldn't be able to fully understand his abilities. Jujutsu High School Training Ground. Several people stood apart, and Fushiguro Megami and Kujisaki introduced their abilities respectively, and also briefly practiced them. After doing this, they all looked at Lu Yun in unison. Yun, what exactly is your ability? Kujisaki had a curious look on his face. I heard that the two cursed spirits I encountered yesterday, the one with the big mouth was at level 1, and the one with the big fist was at level 1. They were extremely dangerous. How did you defeat them? Fushiguro Megami looked at him seriously. Although he had already seen it, he still wanted to see it again. With my ability. The spell power slowly poured out of Lu Yun's body. Feeling the huge spell power, Fushiguro Megami and Kujisaki looked shocked and were speechless. Kujisaki didn't care, because it was the first time he had seen this kind of curse, which was many times more powerful than hers. But here at Fushiguro Megami, he has a completely different feeling. Because he didn't feel it carefully during the emergency situation yesterday. Now that he calmed down and sensed it carefully, there seemed to be something flowing in the spell. Seance. Empty, empty, empty. A shadow slowly rose from behind Lu Yun, and a huge pressure suddenly filled the entire training ground. In the shocked eyes of Fushiguro Megami and Kujisaki, a godlike figure holding a golden mace appeared. Is this his ability? Cold sweat broke out on Kujisaki's forehead, and she seemed to be almost unable to stand still under the pressure. Are you the contracted cursed spirit Shikigami? No, I don't feel the huge negative power of cursed spirit from his body. Instead, he is quite peaceful. Fushiguro Megami frowned, a little confused, and his face turned slightly pale. Seeing that they reacted so violently, Lu Yun had no choice but to put it away. The moment Chinkayang disappeared, Kujisaki immediately knelt on the ground, panting heavily, and cold sweat dripping on the ground. Chapter 6. Are you okay? Lu Yun didn't expect that his divine power was so powerful that the two of them almost couldn't bear it. Piece of cake. Kujisaki straightened her body and stood up tenaciously, but her slightly trembling calves seemed to betray her. Okay, let me tell you briefly. Lu Yun cleared her throat and began to explain. My natural technique is somewhat similar to Kei's Shikigami, but the difference is that it may be slightly stronger. In fact, he made this up casually. After all, he really didn't know where it came from, because no matter how you look at it, it is different from the orthodox natural magic. So I can only fool around with it. That's true. Fushiguro Megami had already guessed it at that time, and then asked, besides the Shikigami you just summoned, can you summon other ones? Seeing his curious eyes, Lu Yun put away her joking expression and her face gradually became serious. He had already tried to communicate since he came to the training ground. After all, it would be shameful not to try the ball of light that he finally crushed last night, but when he was about to communicate, he was stopped by Chinkayang. Some intermittent messages passed into his mind, you can't control him now. Seeing the change in Lu Yun's expression, Fushiguro Megami stopped asking any more. There are other Shikigami, but I can't summon them now. After thinking for a long time, Lu Yun sighed and looked at Fushiguro Megami with a look that you understand. He seemed to understand somewhat, because among his natural techniques, there was also something he couldn't control. He thought Lu Yun was like this too, so he looked back with an I understand you look. What are you doing? It's so disgusting. When Kujisaki saw the two of them flirting with each other, he suddenly felt a chill in his body, goosebumps appeared on his skin, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. Hey, don't think too much, I just have a friendly exchange with Hui, nothing else. Lu Yun straightened her clothes and looked away, her expression extremely calm. Well, he's right. Okay, but now we have to change the training method. After all, Yun's technique is a bit beyond the standard. I agree, then let's just train in physical skills. Fushiguro Megami expressed his opinion. Because Taijutsu is the training that can most intuitively shorten one's strength in addition to one's own natural techniques. After all, First-year students like them will be dragged to training by the second-year seniors soon, so it's better to do it as soon as possible. So, a few people started to practice. In the past few days, several people have spent their time smoothly in various physical training and spell control training. At this time, Rishiko's operating room. Itadori, who was already heartbroken and excited, suddenly sat up at this moment. With Gojo Satoru's wanton laughter, the special single training over there was about to begin. Time passed day by day, and one day after training, Liu Yun just took a shower when she heard the ringing bell on the bed. He hurried over. It was a mobile phone specially equipped for him after he came to the high school. Only people he knew would contact him. It's an unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello, are you Liu Yun? I'm Ijishi. Nishi Tokyo City Ag Juvenile Home. Thank you for coming. A tall, thin man in a suit wearing glasses walked up with a happy face and held the visitor's hand. Liu Yun nodded slowly. The person in front of him was Mr. Ijishi Kiyotaka, Jujutsu Senior College, Assistant Supervisor, who called him. After saying hello, he looked up. There was a huge embryo-like spherical creature floating in the air, exuding a strong spell. Premium Imaginary Cursed Spirit. According to the original timeline, the three people from Itadori should have come this time. It was also this incident that allowed Sukuna to seize the opportunity and kill Itadori. But it didn't matter, Liu Yun shook his head. The world has begun to change because of his appearance. The task that was supposed to be completed by three people now only requires him. Liu Yun, I'm really sorry, because there have been too many emergencies in Cursed Spirit recently. I should have sent magicians of the same level as Cursed Spirit to perform the task, but Gojo Satoru was on a business trip, and Fushiguro Megami and Kujisaki were also transferred out. Now you are the only one who has not yet been assigned a task. It's okay, just tell me briefly. Good. Ijishi then began to briefly describe the current situation. We have cordoned off the scene within a short time of the appearance of the cursed fetus, but the 5 people in the second dormitory of the penal court should now stay in the same building as the cursed fetus. If this cursed fetus is completely abnormal, it is possible to generate a special cursed spirit. Therefore, it must be noted that this mission is only to confirm and rescue survivors. If you encounter a special cursed spirit, don't hesitate, just run. Just as Ijishi was talking about the arrangements that needed to be made next, a middle-aged woman ran in and kept shouting Ajeng. She knelt directly in front of Ijishi, tears streaming down her eyes, and kept praying, hoping to save his son. Ijishi was already familiar with handling this kind of thing, so he dismissed her with a casual excuse that there was dangerous poisonous gas inside. The middle-aged woman squatted aside with her hunched body, trembling all over. A strange look flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. He knew that all the people imprisoned here were juvenile criminals. However, his son is probably dead by now at the hands of the special grade cursed spirit that has been generated. It's just a pity that his mother... Why? Liu Yun stopped looking at her and nodded to Ijishi. Hope everything goes well. Born from darkness, darker than black. Filthy residuals, all of them are evil. After Liu Yun entered, Ijishi cast a barrier technique called tent. The black barrier gradually covering the head makes it impossible for ordinary people to detect what is happening inside. Okay, it's time to get down to business. A light flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. There is only one purpose for coming in this time, and that is to remove the cursed spirit. The moment he stepped into the door of the floor, the entire space suddenly changed, and the door behind him disappeared instantly. Liu Yun's expression remained unchanged. He knew that this was the field of life opened by the cursed spirit, which wrapped the entire building. He kept walking forward. Suddenly, a strong bloody smell wafted over. There was a corner ahead, and Liu Yun walked out. A wide field appeared in front of you. Crunchy. A sound of chewing came to Liu Yun's ears. Chapter 7. Click click click. What catches the eye are two strange mushroom-shaped cursed spirits. The huge umbrella canopy is covered with tiny eyes. Next to them, several teenagers in transformation suits had their bodies twisted and crumpled into a ball. The mushroom-shaped cursed spirit kept chewing in its mouth, and a human arm was drawn out of its mouth and hung around its mouth. As the mouth swayed while chewing up and down, bright red blood overflowed from the corners of the mouth and spread all over the floor. Kill! Like a gust of wind, Lu Yun waved his fist and appeared in the sky above cursed spirit in an instant. Roar! The little eyes on the umbrella cover immediately sensed the danger and flashed a light. A black mouth suddenly opened behind him, and a huge hand fiercely grabbed Lu Yun in mid-air. It's not easy to borrow help. Lu Yun didn't panic. The magic power in his hand overflowed and he struck directly behind him. The huge inertia allowed him to distance himself instantly. Roar! Two mushroom-shaped cursed spirits moved quickly and opened their mouths to bite them. Bang! There was just a loud noise, and the two attacking mushrooms cursed spirit were instantly smashed into pieces. The attack from behind came instantly. Lu Yun frowned, kicked off the remaining body of cursed spirit, and passed over it in mid-air. The cursed spirit behind him suddenly lost its target, and its body crashed forward uncontrollably. Lu Yun crossed the cursed spirit's head, stepped on its body, and slapped its head with both hands. It was smashed to pieces like tofu. In just a short moment, the three cursed spirits were easily eliminated. Call! Lu Yun took a long breath, her nose twitching slightly, a little uncomfortable with the strong smell of blood in the air. He rummaged through the bodies of the dead juvenile delinquents, but did not find the man named A Zheng. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he quickly came to the corpse of the mushroom-cursed spirit and fiddled with it. All kinds of disgusting internal organs were everywhere. Found it! A nameplate with the name of the juvenile prisoner appeared in Lu Yun's hand. Although he had died at the mouth of the cursed spirit, it was still necessary to find traces of his existence, not to mention that there were relatives waiting for him outside. According to the original development, Itadori brought this out, but now that Itadori is gone, he can only be responsible. After taking care of this, Lu Yun cleaned up the dirt on his body and walked deeper into the building. The deeper he went, the more he felt a thick fishy smell. No, why can't I find it? After circling the entire building, there was no trace of the special cursed spirit. It immediately made him a little uneasy. Hey! After noticing the changes in the surroundings, the door that had disappeared suddenly appeared in front of me. There are only two reasons for this situation. One is that the special grade cursed spirit has left this place and released the realm of life, and the other is that it has been killed. The second one is basically impossible. There are no redundant Jujutsu masters to deal with this matter now, and it is even less possible for curse user to do such unselfish things. Then there is only the first one. Thinking of this, his pupils shrank sharply, and he immediately broke the window next to him and jumped out. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise in the air, and the tent originally placed in the air disappeared. No, it's going to run out. Lu Yun immediately shouted, Mr. Ijishi, run away. Not far away, Ijishi and another support staff member in a suit were squatting in an open space, comforting an overly sad middle-aged woman. Suddenly they heard a cry, and the three of them were startled. In front of them, a humanoid cursed spirit that was all white with black markings broke through the tent that had been set up and jumped out from inside. Ma'am, you go first. Mr. Ijishi reacted quickly and pushed the middle-aged woman back and stood in front of her. However, how could he stop this? The terrifying pressure of the spell was not on the same level at all. It directly made his legs weak and he knelt down. Cursed spirit smiled strangely and slapped his head with its huge claws. Ah, no. The middle-aged woman behind her was so frightened that she couldn't help but scream. How had she ever seen such a situation? She was so horrified that her liver and gallbladder were about to burst. It's over. Ijishi's heart skipped a beat as the breath of death rushed from the solace of his feet to the top of his head, making his whole body cold. Chinkayang. State. There was just a thud, and a gust of wind blew past Ijishi's eyes. His eyes blurred for a moment, leaving him stunned. A large amount of cold sweat kept sliding down his pale face. Not dead. Call. Another figure appeared in front of him. It was Liu Yun, who rushed over desperately. With a serious look on his face, he grabbed the two support staff who had collapsed on the ground and threw them into the distance. Mr. Ijishi, caught it, please take this lady and leave first. I will handle the rest. The middle-aged woman who was too frightened to move was roughly picked up by Liu Yun, thrown in Ijishi's direction, and fell on top of him. There is no way, the situation is urgent. Now is not the time to show gentlemanly tenderness. At this time, the special grade cursed spirit had crawled out from the darkness. There was a huge wound on its body, which was injured by the golden mace thrown by Chinkayang. Roar! The special grade cursed spirit let out a huge roar, and the air around him was shaking. Yun! Run quickly! Do you still remember what I said before going in? If you encounter a special cursed spirit, you must either run or die. As expected of a professional logistician, Ijishi came to his senses long ago and had already arranged for his colleagues to send the middle-aged woman with weak legs away. However, he has not left yet, looking at cursed spirit with fear in his eyes. Reason told him that he must leave immediately. However, how could he leave? The young man standing at the front fighting cursed spirit was the one he called. He was just a high school student. At this moment, this student may die directly because of this extraordinary task. How can he feel at ease? Hearing the other party's cry, Liu Yun was touched in his heart, but he was quickly taken over by reason. Although I am very grateful that the other party can still think of him in such a critical moment, the current situation cannot be solved by just shouting a few words. The other party's presence here will actually affect his next battle. The special grade cursed spirit has several eyes on its head, and its eyes are constantly moving at this time. Roar! Liu Yun's expression turned grim and he pointed at cursed spirit. Chinkayang, who was behind him, immediately waved the golden mace in his hand and smashed it hard. The opponent had no room to escape and was directly thrown back into the open space outside the viewing building. Liu Yun. Ijishi, who was still holding back his fear and moving forward, suddenly froze on the spot, looking at the scene in front of him with wide eyes in disbelief. That's the special cursed spirit. Chapter 8. Only one monster can easily destroy a town. Even if you don't need a special level, you still need at least a person with the strength of a first-level magician to be able to fight against it. Ijishi didn't expect that the first-year student he called this time actually had the strength to compete with the special cursed spirit. In his memory, only the boy named Okotsuwada a year ago could do it. Boom! A loud noise broke his shock. He looked up and saw that Liu Yun and the special cursed spirit disappeared directly into the square. At this time, Liu Yun did not panic. This scene was too familiar to him. It was exactly the same as the feeling he had when he first entered the building. This was clearly the special cursed spirit in front of him that brought him closer to its birth field. It seems that the other party is ready to fight him to the death, which is actually what he wants. Chinkayang, don't move yet. Boom! After being pulled in, the descendant who was about to attack immediately stopped where he was after hearing the order. In this place where no one would disturb him, he wanted to test the results of his training over the past few days. Liu Yun's mouth twisted into a cruel smile. Roar! As if feeling threatened, cursed spirit roared and slapped Liu Yun with his big hand. An invisible force pressed against him. Liu Yun put his hands in front of him, and the huge air forced him to keep retreating. Boom! Seeing him being repelled, the special cursed spirit sprinted in front of him, and inexplicable tentacles stretched out from his arms, wrapping around him. Sensing the opponent's attack, Lu Yun quickly grasped the tentacles with both hands and caught them in his hands. He raised his foot and kicked it hard on the head. There was a click, the sound of bones breaking, and Cursed Spirit's head was kicked in. Boom! All the tentacles were broken, and Cursed Spirit's body hit the ground, creating huge craters. Before it was over, Liu Yun took a big step and appeared in front of Cursed Spirit in an instant. He pointed his fingers and stabbed it hard on the head. At this moment, Cursed Spirit roared loudly, and another huge air wave spread out. Because he was too close, Liu Yun couldn't dodge. He suddenly couldn't control his center of gravity and leaned back. Buzz! A cold light flashed, and a fatal attack struck. Cursed Spirit's hands came together, and huge tentacles stretched out from the arms and entangled together, turning into a huge thorn. He stabbed Liu Yun. It seems a little reluctant. Qin Kaiang. State. Just when Cursed Spirit thought it was about to succeed, two huge golden maces appeared in front of it. Since its attention was always on Liu Yun, it had no way to dodge this sudden attack. The golden mace hit it hard on the head, splashing everywhere like an exploding watermelon. However, at this moment, the Cursed Spirit did not die immediately. The muscles on the exploded head were squirming and twisting, and it was almost recovering in just a few seconds. But Liu Yun would not give it this chance. Qin Kaiang's golden mace pierced directly through the rupture, giving it a straight-through string. A huge roar came out, and Liu Yun walked over slowly, easily dodging the sharp claws that kept waving. The 5 fingers came together and inserted into Cursed Spirit's body at the right position. Gyulu gyulu! A squirming sound came out. Pfft! Liu Yun took advantage of the situation and jumped to the side, holding a finger that exuded an infinite evil aura. This is the source of the power of the special Cursed Spirit. With the death of the special Cursed Spirit, the surrounding field of life dispersed instantly and returned to the open field. Liu Yun! Ijishi exclaimed, with a look of surprise in his eyes, and ran over. When he saw the body lying on the ground, his eyes were filled with shock. You actually killed the special Cursed Spirit by yourself. Today's information was immediately unacceptable to him. Being able to defeat the special Cursed Spirit twice was the limit of his imagination. Unexpectedly, not long after this new first-year exchange student actually killed the special Cursed Spirit. At this time, Liu Yun had quietly put away Sukuna's fingers, and he had also put away the trance spirit early. You're not hurt, are you? He must be hurt. Liu Yun raised his arm. There was a medium-deep wound on it, and the bleeding had stopped. This was scratched by the Cursed Spirit when I wasn't paying attention. You actually pulled it out at the cost of just a wound. What, Mr. Ijishi, do you still want me to fight hard and end up seriously injured? Liu Yun narrowed her eyes and teased, putting her hand on his shoulder. I'm so tired now, sore all over, and I've suffered such a serious injury. Besides, such an emergency has happened. Do I have to resubmit my funds? Speaking of this, Liu Yun rubbed his hands with a smile on his face. He came into this world really penniless. Thanks to the last accident, the high school gave him some funds. However, due to busy work, a large part of it was not given to him, so now he is really too poor to open the pot. Of course there's no problem with that. Ijishi adjusted his glasses. Although he still felt dreamy, he quickly calmed down and began to call to arrange other logistics personnel to handle the scene. The later work was carried out in an orderly manner under his arrangement. By the way, Liu Yun, I just reported this situation to the above, and I will transfer the money to your card when I get back. Ijishi hung up the phone and spoke seriously. Thank you very much. Liu Yun grinned, not to mention how brilliant it was. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and immediately put away his smile, took out a nameplate from his pocket, and handed it to Ijishi. The moment he received the nameplate, he understood it, nodded to Liu Yun, and walked away. There was also a middle-aged woman sitting there who was still mentally uneasy. The moment Mr. Ijishi handed her the nameplate, she finally couldn't bear it anymore and vented out everything that happened today and the pain she had been enduring. Jujutsu High School, Liu Yun holds a new card in his hand, which was prepared for him by the high school. All subsequent funds will be transferred to this card. All the money has been paid last time, but this time things have changed again, so it still needs to be calculated. He was calculating where to spend money, when suddenly a phone call came to him. Another unfamiliar number on the phone. He was a little depressed, always feeling as if everyone knew his cell phone, but he didn't know anyone else's. Thinking of this, he put the phone to his ear. Hello, is this Liu Yun? Chapter 9. Hospital. This is a special treatment facility dedicated to Jujutsu masters. There are only 2 beds in this room, and the 2 people lying on the hospital bed are already asleep. Mr. Liu Yun, there is nothing wrong with them, but I thought about it. After all, you are in the same issue as them, so I asked Mr. Ijishi to get your phone number to talk to you. A middle-aged man in a suit said. Thank you very much. Liu Yun walked in slowly, his brows furrowed, and he was a little confused. What mission are they doing this time, and why are they injured like this? Although there are more and more incidents of cursed spirit appearing now, it is strange that more damage than expected occurs every time like this. It was an inexplicable fire scene. Because Fushiguro-kun and the others happened to be nearby, I asked them to go over and take a look. Unexpectedly, something like this happened. Liu Yun's mind was spinning rapidly, and he suddenly asked word by word, "Are you talking about a fire scene in a snack restaurant?" Yes, by the time I arrived, the battle was over. The crowd had dispersed, but no one in the restaurant survived. How do you know? Of course I know. Liu Yun looked serious. How could he not know about this? The person sitting in that restaurant was wearing the body of Syayuja, a former special-level Jujutsu master. Because the main body looks like a brain, it is also nicknamed Brain Flower. He holds the title of the most evil magician in history and is also the culprit causing turmoil in the entire Jujutsu world. And beside him there are 2 super powerful special cursed spirits. But what Liu Yun doesn't understand is, if this is the case, how can they still survive? It seems that the injuries are not very serious. In a special place in Japan, the sun is shining brightly and it's very pleasant. Xiaoyu, why do you want to keep them alive? They are just insects, just kill them. A cursed spirit with a small volcano on his head was full of resentment and seemed very dissatisfied with stopping him. Don't get excited, Luahu, our plan hasn't started yet, so we can't alert the enemy. Killing 2 trash can hinder the plan? Are you kidding me? The cursed spirit called Lioho looked indifferent, as if killing people was an extremely common thing for it. Of course it's okay to clean up the trash, but that Fushiguro Megami can't be moved, keep it for its own use. Then why didn't you even let me kill that woman? It's a bit confusing. Didn't I say, don't alert the snake, just let them go together. Don't be anxious, there will be many opportunities later. Humph, just don't make me wait in vain. Correct. As if remembering something, Luahu grinned, showing a cruel and arrogant expression. The one you mentioned is called Gojo Satoru, let me get rid of it myself. It's up to you, if you're not afraid of death. After pondering for a while, a handsome man in a robe showed a bright smile, but his eyes looked like he was looking at someone dead. Luahu was immediately furious, spraying fire slag from the top of his head. Just wait. After Liu Yun stayed in the hospital for a while, Principal Yaga called him back and said something happened. He had no choice but to tell the support staff to take good care of Fushiguro Megami and the others, and left in a hurry. Although there are thousands of confusions in my heart, now is not the time to think about this matter. Sure enough, as he expected, he was told to go back this time to communicate with the second graders. At this time, several people were already standing on the training ground waiting for him. Are you the only new first-year student left? A girl with glasses and a high ponytail had a sad look on her face and murmured. Alas! He's dead. Maki, please be careful and don't hurt the heart of this lovely junior. Besides, his other 2 classmates are also injured at this time and cannot come for the time being. Oh, I'm sorry. She seemed to have thought of something, and stretched out her hand with an apology on her face. Lu Yun naturally wouldn't mind this, and besides, she already knew the general situation. At the end, this heroic girl will turn into a being that is extremely terrifying to many jujutsu masters and cursed spirits. The 2 sides got to know each other. The person who just talked to him was Zenin Maki, a sophomore in high school, born into the Zenin family, one of the big 3 sorcerer families. However, she was born into a jujutsu family but did not have any magical power or natural magic skills beyond ordinary people, which meant that she was really just an ordinary person, which was called a shame among the famous magicians. The other Lu Yuns had known each other for a long time, but they still said hello symbolically. Inumaki Tudge, 2nd year, spellcaster. Panda, 2nd grade, the most advanced curse created by Principal Yagamasamichi, looks like a panda. Because there were too few people in this exchange meeting, we planned to cooperate with first-year students. Unexpectedly, Fushiguro Megami and the others were injured. Yet, I don't know if they can get better before the exchange meeting. Salmon. Okay, I know, they will be fine. The panda moved its chubby body and patted Inumaki Tudge. Seeing them having fun, Lu Yun couldn't help but join in. After all, once this exchange meeting was over, there would no longer be such a happy time. Okay, no joke, the purpose of coming here is to try out in advance so as not to be crushed by other second-year students. With that said, Maki pulled out a stick and threw it to Lu Yun. Without further ado, let's get started. Ah! Lu Yun didn't expect that the other party would be so resolute. He was still laughing before, but now he was about to fight. Okay, senior sister, you should be gentler. Lu Yun reluctantly took the stick. Maki, be gentle. Panda, as if watching the fun, started to make noises. Call. I'm ready. Lu Yun's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the stick in his hand seemed to be integrated with him. The moment he got into his stance, his entire aura changed dramatically. An invisible energy stirred up, and the panda who was still making noise suddenly stopped, with big doubts in his small eyes. Especially Maki, who was standing opposite, suddenly felt like she was facing a giant beast, and a drop of cold sweat ran across her temples. Senior, please give me some advice. After getting into his stance, Lu Yun stopped talking nonsense, turned his body forward, and pushed forward with a stick. Maki has indeed been studying Cursed Tool for many years. The weapon seemed to be at home in her hands, and she waved her hand to block it gently. However, Lu Yun seemed to have succeeded, with a wicked smile on his lips. Chapter 10. Maki suddenly had a bad feeling and swung the long stick in his hand, but it was still a step too late. Lu Yun grabbed the long stick with her big hand and stopped her attack. A strange force pulled her forward, and Maki's body instantly leaned forward without noticing, pressing towards Lu Yun. Ah! The panda suddenly let out a cry of surprise. The long stick in Lu Yun's hand continued to point towards the opponent's chest. In mid-air, if there was no place to borrow strength, it would be impossible to dodge. However, Maki found another way. Her body was as soft as if she had practiced jujutsu, and she even bent down to hide. The tip of his toe immediately kicked Lu Yun's chin. This kick was not to be hit casually. Lu Yun immediately followed her example, lowered her waist and bent towards the back, and managed to avoid it. Let me go, Lu Yun, your waist is really good, you can still bend like this. Salmon. Gojo agreed, giving a thumbs up. The panda showed envy in his eyes, and then looked at his generous body, his eyes full of helplessness. Hey hey! Lu Yun grinned, but at this moment, a stick hit him on the head so hard that stars suddenly appeared in his eyes. Ouch! Lu Yun lay on the ground holding her head, rolling in pain. Maki, why are you so cruel? Humph, who told you not to train seriously? Maki crossed his hands with a slight dissatisfaction on his face. He could feel that his junior disciple was just playing around. Okay, this is what you said, see if I don't take care of you. Lu Yun jumped up like a carp and rushed forward with a wooden stick. The two had been training for a long time, and both sides had their own victories and defeats. Panda handed over a handkerchief with admiration in his eyes. You are really good, Yun. As a first-year student, you can actually be as good as Maki in using cursed tool. You have a bright future. Haha, thank you for your praise. Lu Yun waved his hand with a sunny look on his face, saying that it was the senior sister who gave in to him that allowed him to take advantage of it. The night gradually fell, and the day ended. Maki and others were walking back. What do you think of him? Maki spoke first, staring ahead, wondering what she was thinking. Very good, both in terms of reaction ability and combat thinking. Panda did not hesitate to praise, and what he said was very pertinent. Salmon. Inyajuan also nodded. After a long time, Maki finally spoke, he reminds me of someone. Are you talking about Okotsu? I don't think so. The panda looked serious. After hearing this, Maki looked at him curiously and wanted to know why. You said that he is like Okotsu because you are preconceived. Everyone has his own direction, and he can only represent himself. He is not like anyone else, he is who he is, like a brilliant light blooming in another place. Maki and Inumaki stared at him, making him feel numb all over. What are you doing? Don't look at me like that. I'll be shy. As he spoke, he made a coy gesture. Haha. Maki couldn't help but chuckle, it's nothing, I just didn't expect you to say such beautiful words to a newcomer. Hehe, that's our dear junior. Oh, by the way, there's something else I forgot to mention. Maki had a serious look on her face, I feel like that guy wasn't serious during the trial training during the day. What? No way, you two can win or lose each other, and the fight was so fierce. Look at the injuries on his body, and then look at the injuries on yours. Panda didn't believe it now. Although he had just praised the other party, it didn't reach this point in his heart. As he spoke, he also exposed the injury on Maki's arm and pointed it out to her. Dried bonito. Look, Go-on thinks so too. You guys fought so fiercely during the day, how could it be what you said? Real. At this time, Maki's face was extremely serious, this is why I say he is like Okotsu, he even learns faster than Okotsu. Maybe he didn't adapt to my rhythm at the beginning, but the further I went, the more I felt that I was following his guidance, whether it was the scars left on each other's bodies, or the final outcome of winning or losing. This is a bit scary. Naturally, they are very familiar with Maki and pandas. She can be said to be the strongest among the students in terms of her ability to use the cursed tool. She never expected that there would be someone who could match or even surpass her. Jujutsu High School Dormitory. Lu Yun stood in the bathroom and took a shower, feeling comfortable all over. However, on the body where the water had passed, you could see small bruises. If you touch it lightly with your hand, you will feel a slight pain. Hey, this senior is really hard to fool. If you fight with her, you will lose if you are not careful. If you use too much force, you may hurt her. Hey! She should have found out in the end. I don't know if she will be angry later. After all this Zenin Maki can rely on is the cursed tool in her hand and the physical skills she is proud of. This battle has dealt a blow to her, which will have a big impact on the development of the subsequent plot. After all, what she has is heavenly restriction, and behind her is the new generation of heavenly restriction after the death of Fuhaishir. Soon, Lu Yun shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. I was overthinking it. People who can become the heaven and tyrant are not so easily shaken. A night of silence. Every day after that, he spent trial training with several seniors. Within 2 days, Fushiguro Megami and Kujisaki came back from the hospital and joined the trial training. They seemed to be fully resurrected. But now there's a big problem. At this time, Lu Yun was hiding behind a hidden tree, with black lines on his face. Lu Yun, where are you? Come out quickly. We were training as promised. Why did you run away again? A bold female voice came slowly, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Yes, he was targeted. Lu Yun had goosebumps on her body. This woman was not as shocked and decadent as she first imagined. On the contrary, it aroused her endless desire to challenge. This desire reached its peak after learning that Lu Yun had pulled out a special grade cursed spirit alone. So you are here. With a terrifying smile on his face, Inumaki grabbed the tree trunk with his left hand, and with that huge grip, he directly dug a hole in the tree trunk. Maki-senpai, please let me go. I fight you every day. I'm going to vomit from the fight. I give up. Can you give up? Haha, what are you talking about? My dear junior, who doesn't know your strength? I didn't expect you to hide it quite deeply. If I had known this earlier, I would have come to find you in the first place. Inumaki extended his hand in a friendly manner, with pieces of the tree trunk that had just been grabbed still on it. She, who was originally so heroic, now seemed like a buffed berserker. No. Don't come over. There was a scream inside the high school. On the training ground not far away, Panda scratched his head and looked at Fushiguro Megami, who was a little confused, with an awkward smile. Chapter 11. During this period, there were actually some minor incidents, including a slight friction with the students from Kyoto Prefectural High School with whom I was going to communicate. These were all minor issues. But Lu Yun knows that this exchange may be a turning point that can change the outcome. As time passed, the exchange meeting came as scheduled, and the college students from the 2 campuses met for the second time. A tall, muscular man with pigtails stood at the front, folding his hands as if he was doing nothing. This is the opponent's strongest combat power. TD Aoi is a third-year high school student and already has the strength of a first-level magician. He once single-handedly killed multiple first-level cursed spirits and a special-level cursed spirit during the 100 Ghosts Night Parade incident caused by Xiaoyuja a year ago. He was a real fierce man. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the others. In addition to TD Aoi, there were 5 others. Mai, second year of high school, third-level Jujutsu master, one of the big 3 sorcerer families in the Jujutsu world, a member of the Zenin family, and the younger sister of Maki. Her technique is construction technique, and her strength is not something to be afraid of. Miwa Kazumi, a second-year high school student, uses the new Yinryu swordsmanship, which can open up simple areas and is nothing to be afraid of. Kimonori Toshi, a third-year high school student, a semi-first level Jujutsu master, and one of the big 3 sorcerer families in the Jujutsu world. The second-generation head of the Kamo family, he has the technique Red Blood exercises and is pretty good at it. Nishi Miyamomo, a third-year junior high school student, is a quasi-second-level Jujutsu master. His technique is telepathic control, which is nothing to be afraid of. In the end it was him. Lu Yun's eyes rested on the last person, Mokamaru, a quasi-first-level magician, whose magic technique is puppet manipulation. It's said to be a human being, but what's standing here is actually just a puppet. He is also a heavenly restriction, but in a different category from Maki. Because of this, he has a spell range that far exceeds that of other Jujutsu masters and a spell output that exceeds his own strength. And he is the ghost who betrayed the high school. As if aware of Lu Yun's gaze, Mokamaru turned his head. Hey hey! Lu Yun grinned, returned the smile and ignored him. After both parties have introduced the rules, the exchange meeting will officially begin. But Lu Yun's brows frowned more and more, because until now, Itadori has not come back. According to the original development of the story, he will now come back to pretend and participate in this exchange meeting. At this exchange meeting, he will also learn a new ability, Black Flash. However, it seems that the direction of the plot has begun to change. Hey, brother, I heard that you have done many great things since you came to high school. Hearing someone talking to him, Lu Yun immediately put down his thoughts and looked back. It was TD Aoi. It's nothing, but Senior TD is not bad either. Your outstanding deeds have spread throughout the high school. Lu Yun smiled and said hello. He didn't want to get involved with this person during this exchange meeting, as it would disrupt his plans. I hope we can meet at the exchange meeting later and let's have a good time. TD Aoi had an excited smile on his face, which instantly reminded him of Maki. So he immediately refused. Don't be ridiculous, Senior TD, I'm not as good as you. Besides, there are frequent cursed spirit incidents outside. I think it's pointless for us to fight among ourselves. We can just deal with it casually. This is not what a man should say. Our passionate vitality is our driving force. Besides, now that Okotsu is gone, you are the only one in the team for the time being. TD Aoi said while clenching his fists. We'll see you later. I'll go. Why doesn't this guy listen to what others say? Watching the other party's leaving figure, Lu Yun complained secretly. Are you okay, Yun? Fushiguro and others gathered around him, with solemn expressions on their faces. Nothing, he just said he would make a big fuss when the time comes. Lu Yun waved his hand, a little helpless. You guys have to help me, I don't want to deal with this kind of madman. After speaking, he glanced at Fushiguro. It's actually quite funny. Although the plot of the big event has changed, the fact that he suffered a severe beating from TD a few days ago has not changed, so that even now Fushiguro still has some psychological shadow. It's okay. When the time comes, we'll beat him in one round. Lu Yun grinned and made a fist gesture. Humph, you are really thinking too much, and you actually want to fight against TD. Just wait until you are beaten into a fool. Kyotoan's Zenonmai has a bad mouth as always. How do you know if you haven't fought before? Besides, you are not my opponent, so why should you comment on this matter? Lu Yun gave her an unceremonious look. Besides, someone will take care of you now. Inumaki on the side stepped forward to block the situation with a cold look on his face. Look, this sister is my senior. She can beat you 10 times. Lu Yun was booing from behind and pointed at Maki. You. Stop talking and get ready for a communication meeting. A handsome man with bandaged hair stopped Mai's nonsense and pulled her behind him. See you soon. He said coldly, and then glanced at Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked indifferent and watched them leave. But he was thinking about something in his heart. At this moment, a breeze suddenly blew, and a silver-haired young man appeared on the training ground. Hey, everyone, long time no see. The person who came was none other than Gojo Satoru. Teacher Gojo, you are so incompetent as a teaching instructor. I haven't seen you for so long, and you didn't come back until the exchange meeting was about to start. Kojisaki crossed his waist with dissatisfaction on his face. Let's forget it. At least you said a few words. Since I came here, I haven't seen you more than 3 times. Just like this, do you really think we can be self-taught? Listening to Kuchisaki's chatter, Fushiguro Megami nodded in agreement. However, Gojo Satoru covered his ears and said he heard nothing. Regarding this situation, Lu Yun naturally had nothing to say. After all, Gojo Satoru was very busy during this period. Not only does he have to carry out tasks here and there, he also has to guide Itadori in his spell control studies in his free time. Thinking of this, Lu Yun quickly smiled and stepped forward to smooth things over. Okay, let's not talk about teacher Gojo. He should be very busy recently, so there is no need to be too harsh. Whispering sound. As soon as he finished speaking, the court suddenly burst into boos. Hey, it seems that only Xiao Yunyun can understand me. Gojo Satoru held his forehead and made a pretentious gesture, telling his helplessness, as if he was the one who was wronged. Seeing this, Lu Yun's head suddenly became hot. If he wasn't strong enough now, he really wanted to rush up and slap him. Seeing that it seemed to have aroused public anger, he quickly waved his hand. Okay, now let's get down to business. Chapter 12. In this exchange meeting, we must give them a good beating. Ah! Everyone present was suddenly confused. Why, although the exchange meeting will test our respective strengths, even if we really take action, TD on the opposite side will be a hard rock. Isn't this cloudy? Gojo Satoru grinned and put his hand on Lu Yun's shoulder. Although I haven't been in a high school recently, your name has spread to my ears. Can you do it? Maybe. Lu Yun suddenly got goosebumps and wondered what Gojo Satoru was planning. Okay, that's okay. Let's get ready. The exchange meeting will begin in a moment. Both parties will enter the venue from different places. I wish you good luck. With that said, Gojo Satoru strode towards the house. At this time, there was an old man covered in wrinkles standing at the door. As Gojo Satoru approached, there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. Hey, it seems that Mr. Gojo has never been popular with the senior management. The panda rubbed his hands and sighed. The exchange meeting started soon, and the content was very simple. Just remove the cursed spirit specially placed in the forest. Whoever removes the second-level cursed spirit first will win. In order to gain points quickly, both parties separated when entering the forest and acted independently, especially TD, whose goal was very clear. However, Lu Yun didn't care about this at this time. Although Gojo Satoru's arrangement was to teach the students of Kyoto Prefecture a lesson, he didn't want to cause such trouble. After finding his target, he sprinted forward quickly. Roar! A twisted cursed spirit sprang out from behind the tree and rushed towards Lu Yun. Get out of the way! Lu Yun's expression remained unchanged, and he swung his fist and hit cursed spirit hard. The opponent could not withstand such force, and his body was instantly torn apart. After dealing with this cursed spirit, his speed did not slow down at all and he galloped towards the place in his memory. At this time, there were several teachers from the college sitting in a certain room of the college. Is this the new exchange student? He's not bad. A woman in witchcraft clothes with scars on her face said. There is a floating screen in front of him, monitoring various places in the forest. He just happened to see Lu Yun casually kill a level 4 cursed spirit. Little Utahim is interested in him. Gojo Satoru was sitting cross-legged on the table in an awkward position, leisurely, holding a piece of fruit from nowhere in his hand, and took a crunchy bite. It's just the driver cursed spirit, any student who goes in can do it. It was the same old man, with an expressionless face. The principal of Lian Temple is right. He is just an inconspicuous student. Don't pay too much attention to him. Let's look at the others. Boom! After killing another cursed spirit, Lu Yun continued to run forward. He frowned slightly, feeling a little strange. Logically speaking, there should not be so many cursed spirits. From the time he entered the forest to now, he has killed no less than 10 level 4 cursed spirits, plus 2 level 3 cursed spirits. But if we continue to calculate like this, no matter how slow others are, they will not lose much in the number of cursed spirits killed. How long has it been? The high school would not change the arrangement so casually. Bang bang bang! Suddenly there was a huge explosion ahead. Lu Yun's face lit up and he ran forward. Before he could find the target, a white ball hit him. Lu Yun jumped to the side and dodged easily. Ouch! A soft cry came, and the white ball stretched out. Senior Panda! Cloud! He shouted when he saw the ball of fur spread out on the ground. What's going on with you? Who is the enemy? He is a student from Kyoto Prefecture. The panda stood up and patted the dust off his body. He didn't seem to be hurt too much. Is it Mokamaru from Kyoto Prefecture? Well, that guy is really strong. Just like me, he seems to be cursed. The panda had a serious look on his face. Leave that guy to me. Lu Yun jumped down from the tree and landed next to the panda. Here you are. That's right, leave this guy to me. Senior, you go find Cursed Spirit. After pondering for a while, the panda finally nodded, but still reminded. You have to be careful, the opponent is very strong, probably as strong as a first-level magician. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lu Yun gave a thumbs-up gesture to express his insignificance. Then we'll see you later. See you soon. With that said, the panda left the place. Hey, the panda is gone. Do you want this kid to fight Mokamaru alone? Looking inside the room, Utahim exclaimed. Humph, I don't know why. Although Mokamaru is only a semi-level 1, his spell output is not inferior to that of a level 1 magician. This kid will definitely suffer a big loss if he goes alone. The principal of Kyoto Prefecture, the old man from Lianji, curled his lips with disdain. I don't like what you say as an old man. What do you mean by suffering a big loss? He pulled out the special Cursed Spirit all by himself. Gojo Satoru was lying on the table, legs crossed and rocking. Lianxi seemed to have remembered this incident, but still snorted very stubbornly, we'll find out later. At the same time, other people in the forest also approached, except Td Aoi, who was still looking for someone. On Lu Yun's side, after persuading the panda to leave, he strode out of the forest. There was an open space outside. Why is it you, where's the panda? A cold mechanical voice came out. He's gone. It's me who will fight you this time. Lu Yun grinned, this is the goal of this exchange meeting. Mokamaru. I remember you. You kept staring at me on the training ground. Do you know me? Of course I know you, Mokamaru. Seeing the other party's cautious movements, Lu Yun did not take action and said slowly. A semi-first level Jujutsu master from Kyoto Prefectural School, possessing the heavenly restriction. Why do you know me so well? Mokamaru strode over directly, with no emotion in his cold voice. Not only do I know this about you, I also know that you are the conspirator of the high school. You secretly colluded with the most evil curse user Xiaoyuja to leak the high school's information. Empty. Before Lu Yun could finish speaking, a huge pressure enveloped him. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Why are you so nervous? Did I guess it right? Facing the pressure of his spell, Lu Yun remained calm and unfazed. Humph, you don't even have any evidence, so why are you accusing me of being a mole? Hearing what the other party said, Lu Yun also stopped smiling. You're so thick-skinned. I've said it to this point and you don't admit it, so don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yun felt a surge of heat on his forehead, and he quickly fell back. This Mokamaru actually made the first move. Chapter 13. Seeing that his face had been broken, Lu Yun was no longer polite. After dodging the opponent's attack, he saw the magic package in his hand and thrust it towards the ground. Rise! With his roar, an entire piece of land was lifted up with his bare hands. Real or fake? In the observation room, Utahim stood up directly with a look of surprise on his face. Stop making trouble and keep watching. Drink! Lu Yun lifted up the entire piece of land and smashed it directly at Mokamaru. The opponent did not dare to neglect, his body's organs twitched up and down, and several cannonballs shot out of his arms and hit the ground. Boom boom. The moment the cannonball made contact, it exploded instantly, and the entire land was blown apart. This shows that the power of the cannonball cannot be underestimated. The smoke and dust from the explosion mixed with the shattered gravel and soil were flying all over the sky. Mokamaru immediately retreated on guard, his organs twitching in preparation for the next attack. "Where are you looking?" A voice suddenly came from behind Mokamaru, which shocked him. He immediately waved his arm and struck behind him. "State!" Lu Yun stretched out his hands and caught the punch forcefully. His mouth curled up. "You can't run away." "Seance!" Boom! Mokamaru wanted to pull away, but Lu Yun's hands were like pliers, grabbing him and not letting him get away. Bang! A huge impact sound was heard. Mokamaru was instantly knocked away, his hands were broken directly, and his chest was smashed to pieces. In the smoke, a huge figure slowly emerged. What happened? Before Mokamaru could figure it out, he noticed that the top of his head was darkened, and the figure that was originally behind Liu Yun had now appeared above him. "State! State! State!" Once, again. Mokamaru was completely helpless. Every time he waved his hand to resist, he felt a huge force oppressing him. After a while, the smoke dispersed, and the giant figure had disappeared. Only the crushed Mokamaru was left on the ground. Not far away, Fushiguro Megami raised his head and looked in the direction of the loud noise just now, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Why are you laughing? Focus on the fight between us." Komonori Toji had a serious look on his face, his hands were in a posture, and there was a small ball of blood floating in front of him, rolling continuously. Fushiguro Megami is not the only one paying attention to Liu Yun's activities. After hearing the sound, Td Aoi's originally anxious face was filled with excitement. "Haha, I finally found it, it's there." He immediately rushed towards the target location, and the cursed spirit that appeared along the way was easily smashed by him. At this time, observe the room. What on earth did that just appear? This time it wasn't just Yuta him. Everyone stood up and looked at the screen in surprise. Although the figure has disappeared, those present are not ordinary people and have excellent eyesight. The scene that just happened is completely imprinted in their minds. Is it the same type as Okotsu, with the special cursed spirit? No, no, that thing disappeared in the end. It wasn't following him all the time. It should be similar to the summoned Shikigami. The principal of Lian Temple's originally small eyes were now widened, as if he couldn't believe what just happened. Even Gojo Satoru had a flash of surprise in his eyes, but it quickly dissipated with a smile on his face. "Look, I said it, crush it easily." "Humph! You guys are so lucky. Last year there was Okotsu, and this year there is another Liu Yun." Although they didn't want to admit it, the strength they just showed was enough to surprise them. At this time, Yagamasamichi, who had been silent, shook his head. "He is an exchange student, and he should go back soon." "Yeah, that's such a pity." "Principal, look quickly, isn't that TD? He's going in the direction of Liu Yun." "It's true, hehe, it seems like there is something good to watch." The principal of Lian Temple changed his previous serious expression and grinned. On Liu Yun's side, after defeating Mokamaru, he walked over slowly, stared at the parts scattered everywhere in front of him, and said politely, "Don't pretend to be dead, I know you are still here, and I left a head specifically for you, it's absolutely no problem to talk or anything like that." As he spoke, he pulled it with his feet, and a cursed head with only some unimportant parts broken was turned out. After a while, he finally spoke up, "What on earth do you want to do? It's like it's stuck, and the sound is intermittent. You can help." Liu Yun squatted in front of the head and picked him up. "What do you know?" After a moment of silence, the head continued to make sounds. "I know that your deal with Xiaoyuja was to restore your body, because there is a humanoid cursed spirit with intelligence in his camp. That cursed spirit has the power to change the form of the soul. You even know about this? That's right, you don't have to worry about where I got the news from, just tell me if you want to cooperate. I can help you. Okay, what should I do? There's no need to play with those nonsense. I know what you're thinking. Just give me your new hiding place. I'll rush over there overnight after this exchange meeting. Okay, my position is... At this moment, a shirtless, muscular man suddenly broke in. So you're here? Brother. It was TD Aoi who came over after hearing the noise. At this time, he had an excited look on his face and his hands were in a fighting stance. I've said everything that needs to be said. Let's contact you later. I wish you good luck. Mokamaru quickly delivered the message and cut off the contact with curse. Hey, you're a good boy. It doesn't take much effort on your part to defeat Mokamaru. TD had already seen the wreckage on the ground and the cursed head in Lu Yun's hand. In that case, let's quickly have a contest between men. With that said, he was about to attack. Hey! Stop, stop, TD-senpai, now is not the time for us to fight. Lu Yun hurriedly called to stop, he didn't want to fight with the other party at this time. What do you mean, do you still care about the outcome of this exchange meeting? Those are irrelevant things. TD had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. That's definitely not the case. I don't care whether I win the exchange meeting or not. Then what do you mean? TD-senpai, when you came here, didn't you notice that there seemed to be more cursed spirits? I killed a lot of people along the way. I can't remember exactly how many cursed spirits there were, haha. TD scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Chapter 14. Lu Yun immediately raised his forehead and said bluntly, this exchange meeting may have been invaded by outsiders. What? Do you have proof? I chatted with Mokamaru about this for a long time, and this is the conclusion we came to together. Lu Yun opened her mouth and started talking nonsense. Where does he have any evidence? Only when something like this happens will you know whether it is true or not. There is no other way but to pull out Mokamaru who has been turned into parts. If you don't believe me, just ask. Mokamaru, tell me something. Lu Yun held up Mokamaru's cursed head and shook it, but there was no movement. This guy actually escaped. Seeing no response for a long time, Lu Yun was speechless, with an awkward smile on his face. Sorry, it seems to have been damaged. Looking at TD Aoi's increasingly serious expression, Lu Yun's breathing gradually became faster and he leaned back. At this moment, TD spoke, in that case, let's go find other people first. It might be better to gather together. Lu Yun was already ready to fight, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so sensible, and his face suddenly lit up. Okay, let's act quickly, otherwise it will be too late. Tell them about this first. Observation room. Hey, why didn't they fight? What did that brat say to TD? The principal of Lian Temple was a little unhappy. Originally, he was counting on TD to vent his anger on Kyoto Prefecture and teach Lu Yun a lesson. Unexpectedly, the two people got together and instead of fighting, they even left the place together. Just when he was getting a little angry, the talisman stuck on the wall suddenly burned at the same time. Something is wrong, there seems to be an intruder. At the same time, some strange people appeared in various directions around the college. A bald man wearing an apron and holding an axe appeared at the edge of the forest. He looked around, muttering something unknown, then took out a nail wrapped in a charm and drove it into the ground. After doing this, he put his fingers together and muttered something. Born from darkness, darker than black. Filthy residuals, all of them are evil. A black tent wrapped it up. Seeing that everything was ready, he seemed very satisfied with his masterpiece, and a twisted smile appeared on his face. Hee, clothes hangers, here I come. As he spoke, he stuck out his tongue and licked it on his lips. The axe in his hand was now replaced by a kitchen knife, just like a butcher. You're right, something happened. TD looked at the man beside him with a serious look on his face, and moved faster. I hope it's not too late, if I can get rid of one at this time. Lu Yun murmured. In the forest, everyone who was fighting with each other stopped one after another, as if they all noticed something was wrong. Let's stop fighting first and find the others. Fushiguro Megami looked at the tent descending from the sky, and his heart seemed to be tingling. Good. Kimonori Toshi, who was originally fighting with him, also realized the seriousness of the problem and ran forward with Fushiguro Megami. At this moment, an extremely terrifying sense of oppression suddenly came from the front, making the pain in Fushiguro Megami's heart even more severe. The head of a cursed spirit poked out from behind the tree. Careful! Kimonori Toshi drew his arrow and shot it, instantly piercing the head of the cursed spirit in front of him. No, this is bait, be careful! The sting in Fushiguro Megami's heart has reached its limit, his eyes are red and he is staring straight ahead. The penetrated cursed spirit head just rolled out. This is a dead cursed spirit. Just as they were looking ahead in shock, there was a sudden swish sound, and several huge branches stretched out from the ground and stabbed towards Fushiguro Megami and the two. It's you! Fushiguro Megami hurriedly hid behind him with an angry look on his face. These branches were like living creatures, chasing after the two of them. Fushiguro Megami formed a seal in his hand and yelled angrily, "Nu!" A big bird with an ape-like appearance appeared out of thin air. Its huge claws grabbed Fushiguro Megami and the two gradually rose into the air, far away from each other's attack range. Go! Under the command of Fushiguro Megami, huge lightning struck the target. Boom! The big tree at the target was shattered by lightning, and a looming figure appeared. Kimonori Toshi's movements were not slow either. He scratched his arm with his fingertips, and a ball of blood flowed out and covered his palm. He put his hands together and pointed at the figure, gritted his teeth and said, "Bai Lang Chuang." Whoosh! A clear cry pierced the air, and the speed seemed to have reached the speed of sound. Bang! The figure was hit accurately and seemed to sway for a moment, but that was all. A pale cursed spirit slowly walked out. Its body was covered with inexplicable patterns. Two branches protruded from where the eyes should have been and folded upward. On its left shoulder, there was a blood-red flower in bud. We need to find Mr. Gojo Satoru quickly. Fushiguro Megami stared at this cursed spirit with an ugly expression, and began to form seals on his hands. I met it before when I was on a mission in Tokyo. It's an intelligent cursed spirit, and its strength is at least special level. He quickly told all the information he knew. Is he the cursed spirit who injured you last time? That's right. Although I don't know why it didn't kill us at that time, what is certain is that it is our enemy. Boom! There was no time to think. Below them, sharp branches poked out and stabbed them. Red blood exercise. Several blood wheels flew towards the stabbing branches, cutting them into pieces. Careful! The cursed spirit figure in front disappeared instantly, and Fushiguro Megami immediately reminded him. However, it was still a step too late. The huge fist of the pale cursed spirit hit Kimonori Toshi hard, causing him to vomit blood, and his body was hit by the huge impact. Before the attack was over, the white cursed spirit opened its big hand and grabbed his head hard. Jade dog! Roar! Huge black and white wolf dogs appeared in the air. One of them caught the falling Kimonori Toshi, and the other opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth and bit hard at the cursed spirit. Snapped! Just when the jade dog was about to bite the opponent, the white cursed spirit clenched its fingers, and several sharp branches stretched out to stab the jade dog. With no other choice, the jade dog had no choice but to retract its attack and dodge to the side, but at this moment the white cursed spirit stepped on the branch, grabbed the jade dog's tail with its big hand, and pulled hard. The jade dog was instantly thrown onto a sharp branch and stabbed directly through. Roar! The jade dog kept struggling, roaring loudly, but to no avail. The big hand of the white cursed spirit directly grabbed the jade dog's head, pulled it to the side, and actually tore off its head. Chapter 15. Looking at this cruel scene, Fushiguro Megami quickly backed away without any hesitation. Are you okay? By this time Kimonori Toshi had stopped vomiting blood. Don't worry, I won't die yet. But now is not the time to care about each other. The white cursed spirit seemed a little angry just after the attack failed. It threw away the jade dog head in its hand and appeared in front of Fushiguro Megami in a flash, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. That's too late. The huge fist hit his head hard, and the huge pressure made Fushiguro Megami feel like he was going to hell. Stop! Buzz! With a loud roar, the white cursed spirit froze in mid-air, but only for a moment before its fist continued to hit the target. Fushiguro Megami, who was preparing to resist, immediately reacted and took advantage of this gap to continue to retreat with Kimonori Toshi. Senior Inumaki. Fushiguro Megami looked behind him with surprise, but after seeing it, he was stunned for a moment. Inumaki Taj was pale at the moment, holding a throat lotion in his hand and pouring it into his mouth. Fall. Just after drinking, Inumaki Taj's brows narrowed, and a ripple came out of his mouth, as if he had followed his words, and the white cursed spirit in the air suddenly fell down as if it had been hit hard. A huge crater was made in the hard ground. Puff! After saying this, Inumaki Taj suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. Senior Inumaki, are you okay? Fushiguro Megami quickly stepped forward to support him, with a look of concern on his face, but his heart was extremely shocked. Is this the power of the spell master, like a god? Run! Inumaki Taj grabbed Fushiguro Megami's hand and pushed him behind him, with a look of sadness on his face. The strength gap between us and it is too big. The curse has no effect. Now it has been seriously injured by the backlash. Snap! A hand stretched out from the edge of the pit, and the white cursed spirit jumped out of it. From the outside, it seemed that he was not injured by the attack just now. Go together! Fushiguro Megami gritted his teeth and showed a ruthless expression on his face. Now that the opponent has come out, there is no chance of escaping. But the other party's movements were faster. The white cursed spirit appeared behind several people like a teleportation, and its huge arms swung towards them. Bai Lian! Bang! The cursed spirit sneaking up from behind was hit, briefly delaying its attack and giving them time to dodge. At this moment, a thin rustling sound came from the woods nearby. Uh-huh! A large knife flew out of the forest and plunged directly into cursed spirit. As if cursed spirit didn't see it, he waved his hand to block it, and the big knife was deflected. Maki-senpai. A heroic girl with glasses emerged from the forest brandishing a samurai sword, with a sharp look in her eyes. Without hesitation, she swung the sword in her hand and struck directly at the cursed spirit. However, it was of no use. It did not dodge at all. Maki only felt as if it had been chopped on steel, and the long knife in his hand was directly broken. Bang! At this time, the white cursed spirit finally took action. Maki in the air could not dodge at all and was directly hit hard. The already broken sword was smashed to pieces by cursed spirit's punch. Senior, continue quickly. Fushiguro Megami took out a three-knuckle stick from the shadow and threw it. When Maki saw the thrown three-section stick, his face suddenly lit up and he reached out to grab it. Just then, a strong wind blew. Oh, lend me this thing. In mid-air, a muscular man with a naked upper body jumped out and immediately cut off the three-section stick. My wandering cloud! Seeing this scene, Fushiguro Megami couldn't help shouting. But after seeing the person clearly, he immediately shut his mouth. These were the two Lu Yuns who rushed over without stopping. At this moment, Td Aoi was holding the three-section stick in his hand and looking up and down. Is this the special cursed tool Liu Yun? It's really good. Td Aoi sighed in praise, a gleam flashed in his eyes. Then he scratched his head with Liu Yun and looked at Maki, who looked dissatisfied. After all, the cursed tool was originally thrown to her. Would you like to lend me a favor? Although Maki is dissatisfied, she is a very sensible person. Most of the high school students are now concentrated here, which means that the most powerful ones are Td Aoi in front of them and Liu Yun standing beside them. It would be best to leave cursed tool to him. You can use it. Thank you. Td showed his white teeth and smiled extremely brightly. Everyone, be careful, this guy is a special cursed spirit. At this time, Liu Yun, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Huayu. That's right, the white humanoid creature in front of you is the 4 natural disaster level special grade cursed spirits, representing the forest. Although surrounded by so many people, the white cursed spirit did not panic. He turned to look at Liu Yun and tilted his head. You know me. A voice came directly into Liu Yun's mind. People around him also looked at Liu Yun in confusion, wondering why he knew this cursed spirit. However, Liu Yun did not answer his words and looked hard. Superior. Without any hesitation, Liu Yun raised his hand and rushed forward, and the people around him launched attacks at the same time. Bang! In midair, Liu Yun summoned the spirit, and Qin Kaiyang appeared, holding a golden mace in both hands, and struck directly. As if aware of the power of this attack, it finally moved and began to dodge. However, Td Aoi was not slow. He held the cloud in his hand and swung it towards its body. Huayu couldn't dodge and was hit by Liu Yun. His whole body felt like a heavy blow, and he was directly knocked out and hit the boulder. The huge pressure caused the stone to be smashed into pieces. Such great power surprised Td Aoi. He touched the cloud in his hand and couldn't put it down. Falling. Hanyu, who originally hit the boulder, rushed out from the rubble. As soon as he flew into the air, he was hit by Inumaki's curse, and his whole body fell like a meteorite. Fushiguro Megami and Maki, who were waiting for the opportunity, took action immediately when they saw the opportunity. Man-elephant. A giant elephant appeared out of thin air on the upper part of Huayu, and its huge body stepped directly on it. The body that was falling rapidly now exceeded the speed, and even made a sound of breaking through the air. Boom! Huayu was directly trampled to the ground by the giant elephant. The opportunity has come. Td roared, and rushed forward with Liu Yun. Liu Yun and Maki were not slow in their movements, and rushed forward at the same time the moment Hanyu was knocked down. Whoosh whoosh! Countless sounds broke through the air, and huge spikes shot out from Huayu's location. It can be seen from the cold light that if you are attacked by these spikes, you will definitely be pierced through your body. Chapter 16. With no other choice, Td Aoi and Maki had no choice but to wave the cursed tool in their hands and retreat. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew between the two of them, and a figure rushed out. Maki's pupils shrank sharply. Liu Yun, don't go. However, Liu Yun ignored him and rushed forward with Qin Kaiyang behind him. Help me block it. The two of them worked together. Qin Kaiyang instantly passed him and stood in front of him. The huge spikes were chopped off one by one with the golden mace in his hand, but some scattered ones still stuck in his body. Poof! A sharp thorn penetrated Qin Kaiyang's arm directly and stabbed Liu Yun in the head. Liu Yun's expression remained unchanged and he dodged with a tilt of his head. He stepped on the spikes, jumped directly over Qin Kaiyang's head. At this time Huayu had stood up, and the flowers on the left began to bloom. Seeing this scene, Liu Yun's expression changed slightly, and the spell power originally wrapped around his body quickly disappeared. Whoosh whoosh! Seed-like things shot out. Everyone, be careful! Its seeds will absorb the magic power. Don't use the magic power to resist. None of the people staying here are fools. They instantly understood the meaning, put away the curse, or avoided it, or used the cursed tool to resist it. Because of this sudden attack, Lu Yun had to stop and hide behind Qin Kaiang. Bang bang bang! Every seed was captured by the golden mace in Qin Kaiang's hand, but none of them could fall on him. How do you know my abilities? Hua Yu also reacted at this moment, and a voice came into Lu Yun's head, and his tone was full of surprise. I know more than that. Lu Yun grinned and a red light flashed in his eyes. I also knew you were going to die here today. What? Bang bang! There was a sound of clapping. Qin Kaiang, who was originally blocking Lu Yun, immediately disappeared. In Hua Yu's shocked expression, a huge golden mace appeared on its head. Bang! It didn't expect this at all, and by the time it reacted, it had already suffered a huge attack. The hand that was originally raised to resist was broken by the golden mace and flew out. Whoosh! At this time, Lu Yun and Td Aoi instantly appeared above Hua Yu's head, and a thunderclap flashed across his clenched fists. Black flash! Tear! Two huge wounds were torn open on Hua Yu's chest, and purple blood spurted out and stained the two of them. However, as if they didn't see anything, they didn't stop attacking. They raised their hands and stabbed it in the head. Is this death? When he was on the verge of death, Hua Yu only felt a burst of electricity passing through his body. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have changed. He felt as if he could control everything. Its left hand was stuck on the ground, and all the surrounding plants withered in an instant, as if the life energy had been absorbed. At this time, the flowers on its shoulders have fully bloomed. Domain expansion, drinking in the sea of light. Boom! Lu Yun and Td Aoi's expressions changed greatly, and they quickly retreated. However, they were still a step too late. In just an instant, they were wrapped up. What? Several people who were originally in the distance were waiting for an opportunity, but were shocked by this scene and immediately retreated into the distance. Lu Yun and the others are imprisoned. When everyone was hiding, they discovered that a huge ball appeared there with Hua Yu as the center. Fushiguro Megami's face was extremely ugly, staring at the black ball. I met the panda when I came here and asked him to find Gojo Satoru. Maki's face didn't look good either. They were pulled into the field, and we can't help. We just hope Gojo Satoru can come quickly. Kimonori Toji looked solemn, but seemed to have thought of something, with a hint of joy on his face. They may not necessarily lose. What? At this time, in Hua Yu's domain, Lu Yun and Td Aoi stood back to back, their eyes full of solemnity. Especially Lu Yun, he felt a little regretful that he had forgotten that those powerful special-level cursed spirits all had their own domains. However, this field of flower imperialism had not been activated normally in the original plot, so I didn't expect that I would encounter it this time. What bad luck! He couldn't help but spat. Lu Yun, now is an extremely critical time, let's stop hiding it. Td Aoi put on a posture and looked serious. I didn't expect that I would be pushed to this point. Then you will die here. Hua Yu stepped on a tree branch and looked down at the two of them. A cold voice entered their minds. Flower field. Before the two of them could take action, their eyes suddenly flickered and they seemed to appear in a sea of flowers. Lu Yun suddenly felt comfortable and relaxed. Not good. He gritted his teeth violently and woke himself up instantly. However, it was still a step too late. When he came back to his senses, he only felt a tightness on his body, and branches were wrapped around him, making him unable to move at all. Swish, swish, swish. There were several more blasts in the air, and a sharp thorn emerged out of thin air, piercing into Lu Yun's body, making it impossible to avoid it. This is the sure hit effect exerted by the field. Pfft! Lu Yun spat out a large mouthful of blood. This was the first time in this world that he had been so seriously injured. His whole body was penetrated by branches, and he felt as if his internal organs had been shattered. If he wasn't a Jujutsu master, he would probably be dead. Temporary domain. There was a roar from beside him. Boom! Tdoi stretched out his left palm, and a circle of light appeared around him instantly. The sharp branches were blocked out, making it impossible to move forward. Are you okay, Lu Yun? Tdoi looked solemn, not daring to let down his guard, because in this critical moment, he could be killed by just one move. It's a small matter, as long as you don't die. Ahem. Lu Yun held on, broke the surrounding branches, and fell from the air. The look in his eyes was a little gloomy. He tried to summon Qin Kayang, but there was no response at all. It seemed that this field directly cut off his connection with the gods. This is not good. I didn't expect that you are still alive. You are not dead even after being attacked like this. People who don't know better think you are a cursed spirit. Huayu rode Shujua and slowly descended not far away, staring at the two of them. Hey, it's not you who has the final say whether you die or not. Lu Yun spat out blood from his mouth. The loss of a large amount of blood took away the strength of his body, making him suddenly weak and his vision gradually blurred. Hu! Lu Yun, hold on! Tdoi rushed out with his body surrounded by the temporary field, and countless tree roots wrapped around him. Sharp thorns flew out one after another, making him a little tired of resisting. Hu! In a daze, Lu Yun seemed to see a beam of light, and the spell power in his body was constantly calculating. All mantra energy is negative energy, and normal spell calculations are basically addition and subtraction. However, there is another calculation method, which is to multiply negative numbers to get positive. This is the inversion formula. Chi chi chi. In an instant, huge white smoke erupted from Lu Yun's body and enveloped him. The broken internal organs in his body quickly recovered under the spell, as if they had been given a new life. The same goes for the huge scars on the body. In an instant, they all recovered as before. Let's move on to the next one. Lu Yun raised his head, his eyes were blood red, his mouth was tilted to both sides, showing a cruel smile. Chapter 17. Seeing that the dying Lu Yun was back to normal, Tdoi was overjoyed and moved faster to resist with his hands. Lu Yun also took advantage of the situation and rushed forward to attack. Huayu, who should have been in the initiative in his own field, suddenly became passive. You deserve to die. Huayu's body was punched several times by Lu Yun and hit by Yu Yun again, and he was immediately confused. Angry groans sounded in the heads of Lu Yun and Lu Yun. The huge branch penetrated Lu Yun's body again. Because of the lessons learned from last time, Huayu's attacks became more intensive. It controlled Shujua to dodge the attacks of the two men, flew far away, and relied on its domain advantage to start a war of attrition. Tdoi, who originally took the initiative to attack, was gradually forced back at this moment. Lu Yun gritted his teeth, directly pulled out the branch stuck in his body, and used the reversal technique to quickly repair the injuries on his body. Use injury for injury and gradually approach. Humph, I just learned the reversal technique. Several sharp branches flew up from behind Huayu and pierced Lu Yun's head. Its choice is very correct, because human magic calculations are controlled by a certain part of the brain. If the enemy's brain is destroyed first, the opponent will not be able to use the reversal technique. Under such a fatal attack, the opponent will only die. Under its control, the huge branch flew to Lu Yun's eyes in an instant. At this critical moment, the entire domain space suddenly trembled. Click! A crisp cracking sound was heard, and a huge golden mace poked out from nowhere. Huayu looked over in surprise. Good chance. Lu Yun saw the right moment, smashed the flying branch, flew forward, condensed the magic power in his hand, and punched Huayu on the body. The huge impact caused it to be knocked far away. Click, click, click. A huge palm touched the edge of the broken field and tore it open with both hands. Looking out from the broken field, Maki and the others outside were looking at Qin Kayang's actions in shock. This Shikigami is so powerful, it can actually reach the realm of hand-tearing. Komonori Toji swallowed, his words trembling. In the field, Td Aoi looked excited, yelled that he had done a good job, and got out of the gap. Although he has a simple field that can barely resist Hwayu's sure hit effect. But here, it is completely its world, and it is restricted at every turn, so it must go out before it can officially launch a counterattack. However, the moment Td Aoi got out, a scene happened that stunned everyone. Qin Kyung, who had already torn apart the realm, actually got in directly. Without his support, the gap that had been opened instantly returned to its original state. What the hell is going on? Why doesn't Lu Yun come out? Td Aoi was also a little puzzled and looked over strangely. What just happened so suddenly that no one expected it. What on earth is Lu Yun thinking? The gap just now can obviously let him out. Does he want to fight against the special cursed spirit alone? Fushiguro Megami's fists were clenched tightly. The special cursed spirit that appeared this time is not ordinary. Not only does it have the same intelligence as humans, but it also has a domain. If Lu Yun doesn't have a domain to neutralize it, he will be a living target inside. Komonori Toji sounded a little dissatisfied. On the other hand, Td Aoi, from the moment he came out, he crossed his hands and stared at the sphere representing the realm. Td, you guys are in there. Don't talk. What's the use of worrying about this now? Get ready. If it is Lu Yun who comes out later, then it will be resolved satisfactorily. If it is cursed spirit who comes out, then we should handle the rest. In the field, beside Lu Yun, Qin Kyung stood there with a golden mace in hand, motionless and did not launch an attack. It was such a great opportunity just now, why don't you go out? Hwayu stepped on the tree and floated not far away. It really didn't understand this man, especially the one he summoned, which gave him a great sense of crisis. Why are you going out? You can't kill me. Hearing Hwayu's question, Lu Yun grinned. Humph, arrogant, what on earth do you want to do? Nothing, I just want to know why you want to help Xiaoyuja. Oh no, it should be called Kenchuo. What? How did you know it? Hearing Lu Yun say this name, Hwayu felt as if she was struck by lightning, and several spikes immediately floated behind her. You don't need to worry about why I know it. I just want to tell you that cooperating with it is equivalent to seeking skin from a tiger. In the end, it will only be used by it, and no scraps will be left. For your nihilistic ideal of wanting cursed spirit to live under the sun, you, Luohu, Genren, and Tuogen will all die in its hands. You say this without any evidence. You don't understand at all. As if something had hit him, Hwayu retorted like crazy. I don't understand, or you don't understand. Are you a fool? You've been with Kenchuo for a long time. Don't you still know whether I'm taking advantage of you or not? Lu Yun's words penetrated deeply into Hwayu's heart, causing her to struggle extremely. Chapter 18. That's right, it's not just him, Luohu and the others all know that Kenchuo is using them. It's just that everyone has been following Luohu and still harbors illusions. At this time, its fantasy was abruptly punctured by Lu Yun, and it was immediately shaken. It didn't know whether what it was doing now was worth it. Just when it was thinking about something extremely tangled in its heart, a clear sound suddenly came from the field. Buzz. It woke up instantly and watched its surroundings vigilantly. Hey, it's too late. At this moment, a black space instantly enveloped Hwayu. Lu Yun took advantage of Hwayu's distracted moment to take action. Click. There was a sound of the realm breaking. How dare you play tricks on me? Hwayu's roar sounded in Lu Yun's mind, but he seemed not to hear it and snapped his fingers. The space that was originally filled with forest trees suddenly disappeared and turned into an empty and silent place of nothingness. There were many light balls with burning flames floating in this place. They were like living creatures, surrounding Hwayu the moment he entered. What kind of place is this? Is it your domain? Hwayu looked at these approaching light balls with some surprise, feeling uneasy in his heart. Seeing no one answered, it suddenly panicked and swung its fists at the light balls. The moment they touched them, the light balls evaded very flexibly and could not be touched at all. At this moment, a voice slowly came out. "How's this place?" Hwayu followed the sound and saw that not far away, Lu Yun and Shikigami slowly walked out of the darkness. "You obviously know the field, why didn't you use it at the beginning?" Hwayu was a little angry, he couldn't hit the ball of light. When he wanted to leave the place, he found that the ground was like a quagmire, with endless suction, making it impossible to get out. "It's not that I don't use it, it's that I didn't know how to do it at the beginning." Looking at Hwayu, who was struggling but helpless, Lu Yun said lightly. "No? How is this possible? How could you learn the use of reversal techniques and fields in such a short period of time?" As if being stimulated, Hwayu struggled even more fiercely. "How is it impossible? Have you forgotten? You yourself only used this field when you were about to be defeated by us. Is it any wonder that I realize this in a moment of crisis?" Lu Yun waved his hand indifferently and looked at it with a smile. "Speaking of this, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have realized it so quickly." Lu Yun narrowed her eyes slightly and squatted down to scoop it up with her hands. A stream of sticky liquid passed between her fingers and dripped down again. Yes, this is what he realized when Shikigami shattered the opponent's field. Hades. In the collision between the Divine Realm and the Flower Royal Realm, he seemed to see endless mysteries, and the realm seemed to fall into place naturally. So after he waited for TD to go out, he sealed the exit again, just to test the effect of his field. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be pretty good. Just as he was observing carefully, a roar suddenly came from his mind. "You die!" A strong wind blew into Lu Yun's face, and a huge branch appeared out of thin air and struck him hard. "Little tricks!" Lu Yun's expression remained unchanged, and she raised her hand and shook it gently in the air. A huge black hand stretched out from the ground, grabbed the flying attack, squeezed it gently, and crushed it directly. "What?" Hwayu was shocked by the sudden appearance of a giant hand. "Stop struggling, your domain has been crushed by me, and you won't be able to activate it in a short period of time. During this period, there is nothing you can do." Lu Yun raised his hand and pointed at Hwayu, and countless black tentacles stretched out from the ground and wrapped around Hwayu. "What's this?" "Woo." The tentacles are like living creatures, inserting holes in every possible opportunity and burrowing right in wherever there is a hole. At Hwayu's eyes, there were two bent branches, which were also twisted off by the tentacles at this time, and penetrated through the wound. "Swallow." In an instant, the tentacles wrapped Hwayu tightly, and it gradually stopped moving even though it was struggling. Soon, the tentacles retracted, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, Shikigami's body behind him emitted a faint light, but it quickly dissipated. But it can still be clearly felt that his strength is stronger than before. Is this Hades? The cycle of life and death seemed to be cut off at the moment it was swallowed. Phew, after solving it, it's time to go out. Lu Yun shook his sore neck, his eyes bright and clear. This time he gained a lot from the battle with Hwayu, and the improvement in his strength was extremely significant. "Outside. It's been so long, why haven't you come out? And the outer realm was already broken. Why is there still a black ball inside?" Click. A shattering sound came out. "Look, the field is broken." Komonori Toji reminded with a solemn look on his face, his body already in a posture. Everyone immediately stood ready. Those with Cursed Tool were holding Cursed Tool, and those without Cursed Tool had formed seals and could activate the spell at any time. Boom! It was just a corner, but suddenly, a hand touched the edge, and the entire field suddenly collapsed and disappeared. Chapter 19. Lu Yun jumped out of the collapsed field and looked at the surprised eyes around him. He waved his hand with a calm smile on his face. Hello, long wait. There was silence. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Td rushed directly to Lu Yun, and punched him in front of his shocked eyes. Lu Yun's eyes flashed slightly, the magic power in his hand was concentrated, and he raised his hand to resist in front of him. Bang! There was a huge collision sound, and Lu Yun felt the huge pressure on her arm, so she directly raised her foot and kicked it hard. Td was unable to dodge and was kicked in the chest, causing him to fall back far. What are you doing, Td? Fushiguro Megami and others immediately stood in front of Lu Yun, staring at him with angry expressions on their faces. Judging from their appearance, if they don't tell them why, they are going to fight. Several people in Kyoto Prefecture looked at the scene in front of them in surprise, and they also didn't understand it, so they hurriedly shouted. Td, it's not Lu Yun, it's not Cursed Spirit. You made the wrong call. Td patted the dust on his chest, and there was already a red footprint on it. Suddenly he grinned, I know he is Lu Yun, it's just because my hands are itchy and I want to try it. That sunny and hearty smile immediately stunned everyone. Okay, Megami, Td-senpai doesn't mean any harm, so there's no need to protect me like this. Lu Yun patted Fushiguro Megami on the shoulder and nodded to indicate it was okay. Boy, you are very good. Td Aoi grinned and gave a thumbs up. I originally thought that after Okotsu left, no one would be able to have such a good time with me, but I didn't expect you to be here again. This gave me instant motivation. Hearing this, Lu Yun suddenly had a bad feeling. This declaration. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Fushiguro Megami interrupted several people. Although Lu Yun has solved a special grade cursed spirit, there are inevitably other dangers. We must quickly find Teacher Gojo to join us. Everyone stopped talking and nodded in agreement. For Gojo Satoru, this man is already invincible in their hearts. Everyone has experienced the oppressive feeling of cursed spirit that just appeared. It seems that death has never been so close. If it weren't for Lu Yun and Td Aoi, they would have died here long ago. While looking for a way out, many people were secretly observing him, especially a few people from Kyoto Prefecture. It's coming soon. Fushiguro Megami pointed forward, his words revealing joy. Not far away, a black tent blocked the front, covering the entire forest of the exchange meeting inside. Buzz. Several people successfully passed through the tent and came outside. This barrier does not restrict our access, but we haven't seen Mr. Gojo for so long. Either there are people making trouble elsewhere, or this entry is specially set up for Mr. Gojo. Fushiguro Megami held his chin and analyzed calmly. Let's go separate ways. Before he could finish speaking, the ground suddenly trembled. Boom! With a loud noise, the tent that originally covered the entire forest disappeared. Everyone looked up and saw a silver-haired young man floating in the air, pointing his finger at a certain place. Buzz! Like a laser, it shot out from his fingertips, and a huge explosion shot straight into the sky, as if it was going to blind everyone's eyes. Boom! The earth was shaking and cracking. With such power, even these experts who knew his strength had indescribable admiration on their faces. Although he is not a very good person, his strength is beyond doubt. Maki seemed to be the calmest and sighed. Only Lu Yun looked at Gojo Satoru in front of him, his eyes full of weirdness. It seems there is no need to look for it. Teacher Gojo should be able to take care of the rest. Fushiguro Megami took a long breath, his body seemed to relax, and he sat down on the step next to him. Fushiguro, Yun, Senior. Kojisaki ran over with a hammer in hand, followed by Panda. Are you okay? Who? Kojisaki was breathing heavily as if he had run a marathon. Apparently, it was Gojo Satoru whom she went to contact Panda. Thanks for your hard work. Lu Yun looked at her and smiled. As long as it's okay, it'll be okay. There were tears hanging from the corners of Kujisaki's eyes, and he leaned against the wall as if all his strength had been exhausted. Lu Yun hurriedly stepped forward to help him and brought him to the stairs to sit down. He also sat beside him. Kujisaki worked really hard. When I found her, I almost went crazy and there were corpses of cursed spirits everywhere. The panda danced and said, and everyone burst into laughter. Hey hey! Lu Yun couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. I couldn't fight with you again this time. It seemed that he was a little frustrated. Kujisaki didn't look good. No way, you and Senior Panda played a big part. If you hadn't called Teacher Gojo, we probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Lu Yun exclaimed. Real? Kujisaki stared at Shui Lingling's eyes, as if he didn't believe it. Chapter 20. Of course, look at Mr. Gojo's move. If it were an ordinary enemy, he would definitely not do it like this. Fushiguro Megami also echoed from the side. That's good, I thought I wouldn't be able to do anything. As if he heard it a little bit, Kujisaki rubbed the corners of his reddish eyes. Next time, you must wait for me next time, we will fight together. Kujisaki returned to his usual appearance, looking at Lu Yun and Fushiguro Megami seriously, and finally smiled after the two affirmatively agreed. Them. Well, yes, I think so. Kimonori Toji blocked his mouth and said something in Td Aoi's ear. Their eyes jumped back and forth on Lu Yun and Kujisaki. What are you doing? As if he noticed something, Lu Yun turned around and looked with an evil look on his face. Ahem, it's nothing, we are discussing other things. Td Aoi folded his hands and looked away, whistling. Hey, where are Mai and the others? I'll go look for them. Kimonori Toji looked around and felt that there was no place to hide, so he quickly found an excuse and dragged the pretentious TD away. The invasion of Jujutsu High School was quickly resolved due to Gojo Satoru's personal intervention. Except for a few auxiliary supervisors, they died in the high school because they had no ability to protect themselves. However, the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus and the special grade cursed object Sukuna finger kept secretly inside the college were all stolen. At this time, a secret meeting was held within the High Commissioner. There is a mole. Several high-level officials and teachers from higher education institutions were sitting together, seemingly thinking about something. They all looked at each other, and after their previous speculations, they had almost determined who it was. I'll arrange for someone to check it out right away. There was anger on Utahim's face, and even the face of the principal of Lian Temple didn't look good. I didn't expect this person to appear in our Kyoto prefecture. It's useless to say so much. We'll know when the news comes. Gojo Satoru sat at the corner of the table without interrupting them. After they finished speaking, he finally spoke. How have you considered what I just proposed? You mean promotion? That's no problem. I'll go back and make arrangements. Utahim has never had a good look towards Gojo Satoru. Thank you then. Gojo Satoru walked past her and walked out without looking back. The meeting isn't over yet. No, the rest are all trivial matters. It's up to you to decide, as long as it's fair and reasonable. Gojo Satoru had a smile on his face and flicked his fingers. A corner of the eyes that were originally covered by the ribbon were revealed, revealing his glass-like pupils. As if there was some kind of magical power, everyone he saw seemed to tremble unconsciously. I like to be unrestrained, just don't ask for trouble. There was silence. A long time after he left, there was a sound of breathing in the shadows. He's a little too arrogant. What, you still want to fight with him? Why didn't you say anything when he was here? That's not necessary. The principal of Lian Temple and Utahim seemed to have become mute at this time and did not continue to speak. College classroom. You said you didn't see him after the exchange meeting. Yes, I was going to ask him some questions later, but I couldn't find him. I just called him to say that I had some personal matters that needed to be dealt with. That's it. Gojo Satoru pinched his chin, not knowing what to write. At this time, Kojisaki felt ashamed and couldn't help but said, "Teacher Gojo, do you think he went out to find a girl at this critical moment? He is not familiar with the place here. If he meets some beautiful girls..." Oh! Gojo Satoru seemed to have discovered some new world, his mouth was raised high. "You care about him. It's true that classmates care about each other. But this is not the right situation for you. You are not interested in him, are you?" Gojo Satoru is completely straight, showing his white teeth and speaking directly without any scruples. "What did you say?" Kojisaki felt as if his pigtails were being pulled, and blushed slightly, stubbornly unwilling to admit it. The two of them were talking to each other and almost started to quarrel. Just when they were in full swing, a cold voice came over. "I said, you guys are going too far. You are so unscrupulous and don't take me seriously at all." Fushiguro Megami leaned on the corner of the table behind him with a cold face. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I almost forgot our little Huai." Gojo Satoru suddenly smiled playfully and stretched out his hand to put on his shoulder. "Are you jealous too?" "No, not at all." Fushiguro Megami had a cold face, showing no emotion at all. "Tch, boring." As if he felt that he couldn't find much fun from Fushiguro Megami, Gojo Satoru left him and sat on the desk, crossing his legs. "Ahem, listen to what I have to say." Chapter 21. Gojo Satoru cleared his throat and signaled the two of them to be quiet. "In view of the excellent performance of the two of you in these missions, I have already submitted an application to the senior management. The first is Fushiguro Megami, a first-level magician in the process of evaluation. Also, Kojisaki Nobara, congratulations, you are officially promoted to a second-level magician starting today. I hope you will work harder from now on." After announcing these, Gojo Satoru was about to leave, but at this moment, Fushiguro Megami called him. "It's just the two of us, what about Lu Yun?" Fushiguro Megami frowned and asked, "We all know Lu Yun's strength, and if it weren't for him these few times, we would have been killed in previous accidents." Kojisaki nodded in agreement, expressing doubts. "You talk about him." Gojo Satoru stopped and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "He is different from you, don't worry about him." With that said, regardless of the expressions of Fushiguro Megami and the other two, they strode away. "What does Mr. Gojo mean?" "I don't know, maybe the teacher has his own arrangements. A very secret place. Several hills surround a stone bridge, and a huge space is dug out inside the stone bridge. In the internal space, there are many twisted tubes scattered on the ground, extending inside. The tube was connected to a container similar to a culture chamber. A man wrapped in bandages was leaning inside. Looking at his body, he seemed extremely weak." Buzz. With a buzzing sound, a ray of sunlight shot into the originally dark space. The closed door slowly opened, and a figure appeared at the door. "You came. Well, I'm here as promised." The figure calmly approached slowly, and the sunlight shone on his face. It was Lu Yun. After the exchange meeting, he found an opportunity to leave the Tokyo campus and rushed over in the past few days. This is where the true form of Mokamaru, the ghost in Kyoto Prefecture, is hiding. According to your previous agreement with Kenjaku, they should be here soon. Then I'll just wait for the opportunity to act later. You don't have to worry about me. You can do whatever you want." "Good." Lu Yun looked around carefully and found a medium-sized place behind Mokamaru. Even if the door is wide open, it is still in the shadows and will not be exposed to sunlight. It can be said to be an excellent hiding place. Time passed by, and soon it was the next night, which was far beyond the agreed time. At this time, Mokamaru seemed a little anxious. Don't they obey the restraints? His broken body kept shaking, and his voice was mixed with anger. However, it seems that this anger is of no use. Instead, it is a burden on his current body, making him even more uncomfortable. Don't worry. The high school raid a few days ago seems to have caused them a lot of losses due to the appearance of Gojo Satoru. I'll probably take a break before coming back. Lu Yun comforted him gently and unhurriedly. At this time, there could be no accidents due to his bad mood. Hearing Lu Yun's words, he seemed to have thought of something, and took a deep look at the place where Lu Yun was hiding and became quiet. At this moment, there seemed to be movement at the door. Pat-ta-ta. A burst of heavy footsteps came in. Mokamaru's originally calm mood suddenly became excited. You are finally here. Don't worry, I won't go back on what we agreed on. A faint male voice came in. Xiaoyu, I don't like hearing what you say. It's obviously a bond between me and him, of course you can say it so easily. In the night, several figures slowly appeared. Looking at the shadow reflected by the moonlight, Lu Yun's pupil shrank. 3 people. This was somewhat beyond his expectation. According to the original plot, what came this time was Brain Flower and another intelligent humanoid special grade cursed spirit real person. It seems that this incident has also changed. Haha, there are so many of you here. Are you afraid that I will run away? Mokamaru sneered without any politeness. Well, we do need to be cautious. After all, we suffered heavy losses in the previous sneak attack on the high school. Kenjaku waved his hand and expressed his thoughts without any concealment. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get started. Mokamaru urged impatiently. I originally wanted to cooperate with you again, but now it seems that it is impossible. Kenjaku felt quite regretful about it. It was you who went too far this time. Mokamaru gritted his teeth in hatred, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes. As a deal, you clearly promised not to attack the students of Kyoto school. I didn't violate the agreement. It was Hwayu who did it. Besides. Speaking of this, the real person suddenly paused and his tone gradually became colder. Besides, it's already taken its toll. No more words, let's get started. Makoto slowly walked up to Mokamaru and put his hand on his head. I really want to kill you right now. The real person licked his lips, with a fierce look in his eyes. We can't do it now. Even if we have to take action, we should treat him first. Kenjaku reminded. Understand. Chapter 22. Inaction changes. In just a few seconds, Mokamaru's body recovered quickly as if it had been carefully carved under the spell of the real person, and the wounds all over his body gradually disappeared. This is Genrin's technique, inaction transformation. It can directly touch the opponent's soul through the contact of its hands, and apply pressure to change its form. Mokamaru is broken from the depths of his soul due to the heavenly restriction. Therefore, Zhen's technique is the key to treating him. Now, he feels unprecedentedly comfortable and happy. The bandages fell from his body. How about it, now I can do it, Xiaoyu. The real person showed a cruel smile, and opened his hands as if hugging something. Do you need our help? Behind him, the figure who had been silent until now suddenly spoke. No, this is my feast, you are not allowed to interfere. Come on, let's have a fight. He cheered, a sickly, twisted smile on his patchwork face. His body was also covered with traces of sewing, which were being torn in all directions as his body trembled. It's as if the whole people are pieced together. This is a man-made disaster. Just as he was smiling crazily and preparing to make the next move, a gust of wind passed by and a huge object hit it in the face. Things changed so quickly that no one could react. The real person's entire head was smashed, and a huge golden mace passed through and hit the ground behind it, piercing deep into it. Who? Kenjaku immediately became vigilant, and the man behind him immediately took action. Suddenly, the whole earth trembled, and this secret base collapsed instantly in the tremor. Temporarily delayed the attack of the two opponents. Boom! With an explosion, a huge mechanical arm stretched out from the ruins, holding a real corpse that had lost its head in its hand. But at this time, its corpse squirmed quickly, transformed into various animals, and slipped out of the mechanical arm. Just when it thought it had escaped, Lu Yun suddenly appeared beside it and raised his hand to poke it. Black flash! It was as if thunder shattered the darkness and penetrated directly into its body, tearing it in half instantly. But like a cockroach, its two halves of the body quickly merged into a big bird on the other side, and flew away with a whoosh. Seeing the other party running away from his hand, Lu Yun looked gloomy. Boom boom boom! A giant puppet stood out from the ruins, its huge body feeling extremely oppressive. Lu Yun landed lightly on the puppet's shoulder and stared straight ahead at the man next to Kong Suo. The boss of the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus who has been exposed to flesh, the swollen face. Is this the unexpected enemy? It can be said to be quite bad. The opponent's strength is not weak, at least he has the strength of a first-level superior magician. Lu Yun was thinking quickly in his mind. Who are you? His hands were inserted into his cuffs, with a serious expression on his face. A figure behind him slowly squirmed and transformed into the real person who had just escaped. The person who wants your life. A bright smile appeared on Lu Yun's face, and then he looked behind him at the alert look and said slowly. I don't think we are enemies. What's the meaning? The man with the spiky hair had thick dark circles under his eyes and was a little puzzled. You are the boss in the 9-phase diagram, so be opposite. What on earth do you want to say? Zhang Xiang's face became more alert, and his posture was already on display, as if he would take action if the next thing he said was wrong. Hey, take it easy. Mokamaru's reminder came from behind. Lu Yun waved his hand to express his reassurance and continued, You brothers, don't be deceived by Kenjaku, he is not a good person. Hearing Lu Yun's words, the face of Pseudo Xiaoyu, who was originally a bit calm and relaxed, suddenly turned gloomy. How do you know me? What's going on, Kenjaku, what does he mean? At this time, Zhang Xiang also asked about the past. Mokamaru among the puppets was also quite shocked. Who is this Lu Yun and he actually knows these things? Logically speaking, I should be the first person in the high school to come into contact with Xiaoyu, but I didn't expect that I didn't even know the other person's true identity. You're not Xiaoyu. Mokamaru controlled the puppet and raised his hand, pointing a bright cannon barrel at them. Of course he is not Xiaoyu. The real Xiaoyu died in the hands of Gojo Satoru long ago. What is standing in front of him is just a monster wearing Xiaoyu skin, whose original name is Kenjaku. Kenjaku. Mokamaru is quite unfamiliar with this name. Have you heard of Gojo and Lu Yun? This name is like a magic spell. Mokamaru naturally knows it and is extremely shocked. The worst Jujutsu master who created the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus because he studied cursed spirit and combined it with humans. Gojo and Lu Yun is the identity that Kenjaku once used. This news was like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's hearts. Oh, by the way, I'm not finished yet. Chapter 23. Lu Yun was like a ruthless secret leaking machine at this time. He turned to look at Zhang Xiang and said calmly. Itadori Yuji is also Kenso's masterpiece. He is the child of the woman he once possessed. If you think about it, well. Lu Yun held her chin and stared at the Prime Minister, saying word by word, so, Itadori Yuji should be considered your brother. Another bombshell. Mokamaru, who was originally prepared, was a little confused about the situation. Is this going to be a fight or not? The dark eye opposite seems to be Itadori's brother. Xiaoyu. Tell me clearly what's going on. Zhang Xiang's eyes were red and bloodshot, staring at each other like an enemy. His name is Kenjaku, not Xiaoyu. He's your daddy. As if he was afraid that the world would be in chaos, Lu Yun immediately added fuel to the fire. You. Seeing that all his secrets were revealed, Kong Suo trembled with anger. He didn't know who this man who suddenly appeared was, he actually knew everything. His appearance completely disrupted the plan. Oh, yes, I forgot to say it again. This guy has been cooperating with Sukuna. Itadori Yuji was killed by Sukuna. This news instantly lit the fuse, and he swelled his hands, directly put his hands together, and shot through the blood with one hand. At such a close distance, Kangsuo couldn't avoid it at all. A hole was opened in the chest instantly. Xiangzhong, can you believe what he just said in vain? He has no evidence at all. Kangsuo jumped far away and covered the wound. His expression did not change at all, as if the blow just now did not cause him any scars. Yes, evidence. Zhang Xiang looked at Lu Yun with blood-red eyes. What more evidence do you need? Didn't you notice when you were staying with him? That white-haired, indistinguishable man is Sukuna's most loyal subordinate, Rai-mei. He recalled quickly, his face was gloomy, and his teeth seemed to bleed from biting down. Since he had only had S*X for a short time, his memory recovery was very slow. So what Lu Yun said just now shocked him greatly, but the picture that flashed in his mind was enough to prove that he was not talking nonsense. Besides, a few days ago, he did see a white-haired man following Xiaoyu. He finally seemed to remember. At this moment, a burst of sneer came over. Haha, I didn't expect to know such a thing. Are you a peeping Tom? Are you someone secretly arranged by the high school to be lurking next to me? Seeing that everything had been exposed, Kangsuo stopped pretending and openly admitted it with his hands spread out. At this time, his original wound had completely healed, and no scars could be seen. So it's all true. Zhang Xiang roared angrily, raised his hand and rushed over. Give my brother his life. Kangsuo calmly raised his hand to resist, as if every move of the opponent was within his calculation. When he was injured just now, he was unprepared. Now that he is always prepared, he can deal with the swelling phase with ease. Seeing the officially rebellious figure in front of him, Lu Yun's expression relaxed a little. For him, this situation was already very good. Under his instigation, he instigated a rebellion in advance, which instantly reversed the 3-on-2 situation. But he was not going to watch the show on the sidelines. This Kangsuo was not a fuel-efficient lamp. In the later stage, he broke into the Tianyuan secret land alone, fought 1 against 2, and even got rid of another Jujutsu master who was also a special grade. If it weren't for the help of another special-level Jujutsu master, Shangxiang would also have died there. Thinking of this, Lu Yun greeted Mokamaru. Stop watching the show, let's go too. With that said, he rushed over with the trance. Mokamaru followed closely behind, the huge puppet causing the earth to tremble as it moved. Buzz, boom. The puppet lowered its head, and a huge beam of light shot out from the puppet's mouth. The entire bridge deck was directly blown apart. However, the attack did not stop. Mokamaru controlled the puppet and rushed out, punching it hard, causing gravel to fly everywhere. This destructive power and fighting style feel more cursed spirit than cursed spirit. Seeing that Zhang Xiang could still barely fight against Kangsuo, Lu Yun quickly made a decision to join forces with Mokamaru to get rid of the real person first. Go! Qin Kaiyan rushed towards the ruins, and a snow-white, patched fish jumped out and slapped the puppet's arm with its tail. The huge power immediately made the puppet unsteady and leaned back. Bang! At the moment when the real person counterattacked, Qin Kaiyan had already attacked behind it, and struck it hard with his golden mace. How can the body compete with weapons? Its body was severely smashed. But at that moment, it seemed as if there was an invisible force connecting its bodies and quickly becoming one. Is this an inaction transformation? It's really tricky. Lu Yun stepped on the body of the descending god, with a serious look in his eyes. The difficulty of the other party was indeed beyond imagination. Due to the opponent's spell, as long as the opponent's soul has not been traumatized, it will be useless no matter how much it destroys its body. But Mokamaru seems to have a weapon that can counter it. Chapter 24. Sure enough, taking advantage of this moment, Mokamaru collided directly with him, and a missile directly hit the recovering real person. Haha, it's useless. My body can be restored no matter how many times it is destroyed. Arrogant laughter came from the smoke of the explosion. In that case, let's try this. Mokamaru controlled the puppet, grabbed the real person, and injected a tube of strange potion into its body. I said, it's useless. Poof. Half of the real person's body was instantly shattered, and the huge damage prevented him from recovering. This is the time. Lu Yun rushed over. Call. At this moment, the scene suddenly changed, and big hands bloomed like flowers. Domain expansion autistic Yun done rap. Lu Yun and Lu Yun were instantly pulled into each other's territory. Ha ha ha, the feeling of being close to death again is simply wonderful. The real person burst into crazy laughter, so unscrupulous. Every battle with you Jujutsu masters makes me improve. It is simply the best stepping stone. So, go to hell. With a cruel expression on its face, it appeared in front of Mokamaru as if teleporting, and pressed lightly on the puppet. You have to thank this iron shell for being able to live for so long. But now in my domain, all the spells I cast are guaranteed to hit. Even through the puppet, there is nothing you can do. The scene fell silent for a moment, without any movement. Cha! A flash of blood flashed, and the real person's body was split into two. You actually have a simple domain. The injured real person looked forward viciously, avoiding subsequent attacks. Then he turned to look at Lu Yun, with a fierce look in his pupils. I don't believe you have it too. With that said, he rushed over. Lu Yun, be careful. Mokamaru's exclamation came to his ears, and he controlled the puppet to catch up from behind. However, this is within the opponent's domain and there is no way to catch up. Die. The real person pressed Lu Yun's head. Just when the other party was about to touch him, Lu Yun, who was motionless, suddenly showed an evil smile. The scene changed instantly, and the entire space was pitch black. Domain expansion Hades. What? Before the real person could react, he felt his body suddenly soften, and a huge force wrapped around its waist and pulled it off. Snap! The whole body was thrown to the ground hard. The sudden change stopped Mokamaru's progress. Lu Yun, this is your... You actually have a domain. The real person looked surprised. Why does my field disappear directly? Even if you open the field, it is impossible. It muttered as if it couldn't believe it. There are so many things you don't understand, so let me send you on your way. Lu Yun pinched the real person, and countless tentacles wrapped around him. No, please, let me go, I swear, I will never become your enemy. As if feeling that his death was imminent, the real person hurriedly begged for mercy. This change was so fast that it was hard to adapt to it. You are so shameless. Mokamaru commented not far away. The twisted expression of the real person makes people want to punch it. You must die. Lu Yun's tone was extremely firm. I don't know about the other things, but this cursed spirit in front of me must never be let go. He still remembers the disgusting behavior of the other party, using living people to conduct experiments and using human nature to play with humans. It is estimated that he is now on the must-kill list of the resurrected Itadori. Therefore, it must die. It would be a disaster to keep it, we can't wait for Itadori. Countless tentacles entangled the real person, making it unable to move. The real person's eyes seemed to burst out, his teeth were bitten with blood, and he looked at Lu Yun with endless malice in his eyes. Even if I die, it won't be easy for you. Humph, there's so much nonsense, go to hell. Lu Yun ignored its threat and struck decisively, crushing it instantly with its tentacles. Just when Lu Yun thought that the other party was completely dead, suddenly a white light flashed out and went straight to his head. The distance was so close that Lu Yun couldn't avoid it. Snap! The glowing thing tapped lightly on his forehead. Finger! Lu Yun's expression suddenly changed. Several black tentacles stretched out and rolled back the fingers, completely wiping them out. However, it is still a bit late. Puff! Lu Yun suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain and spurted out a large mouthful of blood. All 7 orifices, without exception, spurted out gurgling blood. The drastic change that happened here was immediately discovered by Mokamaru. He quickly jumped out of the puppet, ran to Lu Yun's side, and asked anxiously, "Are you affected by the Wu-Vi transformation?" Before he could say the next sentence, Lu Yun's forehead protruded and exploded. The entire head bulged rapidly, as if something was about to come out from inside. Ah! Endless pain coursed through his entire being. At the critical moment, Lu Yun raised his palm and slapped his head hard. Bang bang! A huge buzzing sound sounded, and the changes in the head stopped at this time. Lu Yun knelt on the ground motionless. Are you okay? Chapter 25. The realm instantly shattered and returned to the original world. At this time, Zhangxiang was already somewhat unable to resist the attack. When he raised his eyes and saw the situation here, he was shocked and his movements instantly became sharp. All dead. Facing the attack from the expansion phase, Kenjaku was not afraid at all and easily resisted. There were also 3 cursed spirits surrounding him, who followed him to attack. You two can actually kill real people. The situation here made Kongsuo's face become even more gloomy. The real person occupies an extremely important part in his plan. The death of one flower prince is already considered a heavy loss. Now another more important one has died, completely disrupting his plan. What's more, if the news here is sent back, we will have to face angry leaks, and we don't know whether we can cooperate normally in the future. Lu Yun! Mokamaru shouted as if he couldn't believe it. Lu Yun knelt on the ground with blood on her head. The spirit that had been protecting her had disappeared. Tick-tock! A drop of blood dripped from the damaged area onto the ground, causing a ripple. As the ripples spread, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly emitted from Lu Yun's body. What's going on? Have you lost consciousness? Mokamaru was thrown away by the huge air current and struggled to open his eyes in mid-air. Empty. It was as if the air was frozen, and the thick smell of blood quickly spread to the surroundings. What's the situation? Zhangxiang, who was originally prepared to fight to the death, was suddenly shocked by this breath, and his body trembled unconsciously. Kenjaku, who was fighting with him, immediately stopped, with an excited look in his eyes. Haha, God is really helping me. When one is gone, a new one comes. Ha ha ha. Huge laughter resounded in the sky. Could it be? There was shock in Zhangxiang's eyes. He knew that Kenjaku had now inherited the technique of Xiaoyu, Cursed Spirit Operation Technique. This is an extremely powerful cursed spirit control technique. It can swallow the defeated cursed spirit and subdue it, turning it into one's helper. But Lu Yun's enemy is cursed spirit, and the attacks he uses are all magical, so it is unlikely to turn into cursed spirit. But this aura is too similar to cursed spirit. Wasn't he killed by Jujutsu? Zhangxiang's face was gloomy, and he kept thinking in his heart. Pat pat pat. Lu Yun, who was already kneeling in a pool of blood, stood up instantly and walked around as if looking for something. Hey? The body hasn't changed, it's not the cursed spirit. Kenjaku's originally excited expression suddenly collapsed. Isn't he dead yet? It's impossible. You can still survive with half your head blown off. Shouldn't such a thing exist? Call. No one moved at this time. At this moment, Lu Yun seemed to have noticed something, and turned straight to Kongsuo. No, this is okay. Traces of granulation grew out of the damaged area and intertwined with each other. The head that had been blown off in half was quickly reorganized at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 seconds, he was back to his original state. Real or fake? There was surprise in the expression of the bulging face. As a recipient, he could clearly feel that the other party was not a cursed spirit. He has achieved this step just by relying on his human body. Lu Yun, you. Mokamaru wanted to step forward to check, but suddenly a crisis emerged in his heart, and he immediately took a step back. A huge cutting mark appeared out of thin air where he just stayed. A long weapon appeared in Lu Yun's hand, with a hook at the top. Changji. Seance. Boom. He waved his Changji, slashing out air blades one after another, and ravines were scraped out of the dilapidated ruins around him. At this time, Lu Yun's consciousness only felt that he was in an abyss and quagmire, and his whole body seemed to be bearing a huge force, making it difficult to move. He, leave it to me, I will get rid of them all. A sharp voice came, and everything was pitch black with no boundaries visible, just like his Hades domain. Who are you? Lu Yun quickly became alert and asked sharply. Who am I? Didn't you wake me up? He. There's something wrong with him. Mokamaru reacted quickly and hid behind him. If you intervene rashly in this situation, you will definitely die miserably. Lu Yun seemed to be a different person, with red eyes and facial muscles distorted to an incredible degree. In an instant, his figure appeared at Kong Suo's wound, and Chang Ji swung it directly in his hand. It can be seen from the cold light above that if it is accidentally scratched, the skin will be torn. Kenjuo's expression changed drastically, and he controlled the centipede cursed spirit beside him and the 2 flying cursed spirits to hit Lu Yun. Bang! At this time, Lu Yun did not dodge at all and allowed the cursed spirit to hit him. Under the tearing of the cursed spirit, a huge gap was instantly eaten away in the body. However, he seemed to feel nothing now, waving the Changji in his hand and slashed directly at the centipede cursed spirit. Poof! The cursed spirit was instantly cut in half. The other 2 cursed spirits had not yet launched their next attack. They were grabbed by Lu Yun and smashed to pieces. In just an instant, 3 high-level cursed spirits were easily eliminated. The wounds on Lu Yun's body have also completely healed, and no traces can be seen. Could it be that he was bitten by his own Shikigami? Chapter 26. Kenjuo had just seen Lu Yun's ability, so he came to this conclusion based on analysis. He didn't know whether it was correct. Kill. After killing the cursed spirit, Lu Yun continued to attack and chopped off the head of Kong Suo. The other party was not someone to take things for granted and responded quickly. A huge palm stretched out from behind and pressed directly towards Lu Yun. Meat Man. A huge body appeared in mid-air, and a huge cursed spirit with an extremely twisted shape appeared, and the whole body was directly pressed down. Poof! Before cursed spirit even hit the ground, it was sliced open by Changji, and disgusting internal organs were scattered everywhere in the air. Dune Worm. As soon as Lu Yun emerged from cursed spirit's body, the ground was suddenly broken open, and a huge worm swallowed him with its circular saw teeth. Humph, there is no rational thing. Kenjuo snorted coldly. Before he could stop, there was another poof sound, and the giant worm cursed spirit was cut open directly, killing him on the spot. Lu Yun emerged from it unscathed. Kenjuo suddenly felt frightened. This was the most instinctive fear coming from the body of this Xiaoyuja. His body gradually began to tremble, as if the scene in front of him was recreating the extremely terrifying scene he had experienced at that time. Dharma. Kang Suo pressed his palm against Lu Yun. A roly-poly-like cursed spirit appeared above the head out of thin air and pressed down hard. Bang! The huge pressure caused Lu Yun's knees to bend slightly, but he was quickly propped up, and the Changji in his hand was directly stabbed in. From the inside out, it was smashed to pieces. Centipede. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, Kong Suo's eyes gradually turned sinister. Countless centipedes rushed out from behind and rushed towards Liu Yun. And he himself followed suit. He he he. A mocking laugh came from Liu Yun's mouth, and with a wave of his hand, countless centipedes were cut in half. However, after one group was cut off, there was another group, as if there was an endless supply. Due to the close proximity of the sword, Liu Yun could no longer wield the Changji to attack, and the two sides began to fight hand to hand. Just when the battlefield between the two sides was at a close, Kenjaku suddenly curled his fingertips, and the ground suddenly turned black, and an extremely deep pit appeared. Earthquake catfish. However, this move seemed to have no effect at all. Liu Yun just stood on the ground with no intention of falling. This mental attack seems to have no effect on the current Liu Yun. Kenjaku felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and Liu Yun's fist hit him hard. Vomit. Kenjaku felt nauseated and vomited, as if his stomach juices were about to be vomited out. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiang, who was watching the battle not far away, was stunned. He was very aware of the fighting power of this Kenjaku, and even though he tried his best, he didn't even injure the opponent. Unexpectedly, not long after the battle with Liu Yun, Kenjaku was beaten and vomited. At this time, Mokamaru was hiding behind the ruins, observing everything in the battle, and secretly thinking about something. Damn thing! Kenjaku cursed loudly, waved his hands forward, and countless spherical cursed spirits flew out and hit Liu Yun hard. The impact of a cursed spirit wasn't that great, but so many and intensive attacks immediately made him lose his balance. Good chance. Kenjaku saw the opportunity and rushed over. Careful! The Prime Minister and Mokamaru reminded in unison. He he he. Another burst of mocking sounds came. Kenjaku suddenly stopped and his expression suddenly changed. No, I was fooled. Sensing the danger close at hand, he leaned back suddenly, and Changji passed over him at an incredible angle, bringing out a trace of blood. He he he. Like the joy after winning, Liu Yun laughed nervously again, but to Kenjaku's ears, it was extremely scary. Swish! A series of wind blades blew through the rope, and he hurriedly avoided it, but inevitably, there were still several scars on his body that were deep enough to show the bones. Damn it, who is this guy? Kenjaku frowned and left the attack range of Liu Yun. He flicked his fingers, and a cursed spirit floated in front of him. This cursed spirit had a strange appearance and was wrapped in various knots. Special specific disease cursed spirit, herpes god. The moment the cursed spirit appeared, the space seemed to be filled with an aura of corruption. Special cursed spirit. Mokamaru stared at the battlefield, suppressing his desire to go out and help. After all, the initial situation has been seen, and now Liu Yun is alive for some unknown reason. But the whole person is not conscious of his own, and he attacks completely at will. If he goes now, he will most likely be involved in his attack range. Just when he was hesitating, Zhang Xiang had already moved. He felt that he couldn't just stand aside and watch the battle, and he had to do something. However, before he could get close, several wind blades flew towards him. He had no choice but to dodge them desperately. What do you want to do? I'm here to help you. Zhang Xiang roared angrily, and a trace of blood oozed from his face at this moment, which was the scratch he had just been unable to avoid. Fortunately, he managed to escape, otherwise he would have been severely injured. Hee, don't worry, I will come and kill you after I get rid of them. Come one by one, don't be in a hurry. Like the voice of Jiu, a cold air spread throughout the swelling phase's entire body. Chapter 27. Bang! A crisp knocking sound sounded, and Liu Yun was pulled directly into the realm of the herpes god. Bang! Before Liu Yun could take action, another knock sounded, and he instantly appeared in a quaint cabinet. Boom! Before the next knocking sound could be heard, the cabinet was split open by the wind blade. The huge power goes directly towards the body of the herpes god. However, due to the distance from Taiyuan, the attack was easily dodged. Bang! One sound, another sound. The speed increased, and Lu Yun was pressed into the ground by a huge stone with runes on it. His body instantly showed signs of pustules and ulcers. Interesting! Sharp laughter rang out, the boulder was cut open by Chang Ji, and Lu Yun emerged from the ground and rushed towards the herpes god. Bang bang! There were two more sounds, and again, Lu Yun held a changa and repeated the operation, and his whole body was covered with pustules. However, his position is rapidly approaching the herpes god. He. I got you. A sharp sound sounded behind the herpes god. It hurriedly evaded to the side and was about to activate the surgery, but it was already too late. Tear. Chang Ji directly smashed its hands into pieces and passed through the body. He raised his hand and pulled gently, tearing it to pieces. Snap! The surrounding scenes changed, Lu Yun fell from the sky, and the pustules on his body gradually dissipated. Specific disease cursed spirit herpes god is dead. The whole battle didn't last long. Before Kenjaku could prepare for the next step, he saw Lu Yun coming out of it. You actually managed to get out of the field despite the odds. Kenjaku couldn't understand it. Logically speaking, if there was no field to offset the sure hit effect, it would take a long time even if it could come out. However, in less than a minute, the opponent used his body to carry him out. It wasn't that defeating this cursed spirit surprised him, but the way it came out was a bit weird. The two people watching the battle, Zhang Xiang and others, were also shocked. They really didn't know what kind of fighting method this fierce man had. Continue. As if he didn't hear what the other party said, Lu Yun rushed over with Chang Ji in hand, at least twice as fast as before. The sudden attack immediately made Kenjaku unable to react. Unprepared, his left hand could not avoid it and was cut off directly. Kenjaku grabbed the severed arm with one hand and quickly evaded it. Just when he was about to be overtaken, Kenjaku showed an ugly expression and shouted into the air. How long are you going to watch the show? Come out and help! Xiang and Mokamaru were immediately shocked. They did not expect that this Genso had backup, and they immediately became alert. Hey! It's so embarrassing! A white-haired boy in a white kimono jumped out from the darkness and pressed his hand forward. Ice condensation spell. Li Mei. When he saw the person coming, his bulging eyes instantly became bloodshot, and he roared angrily. Li Mei ignored Zhang Xiang's murderous eyes and completed the technique in an instant. Boom boom! The water vapor in the air condensed instantly, and huge ice cubes appeared out of thin air and smashed towards Lu Yun. Swish, swish, empty. The wind blade quickly cut through, and the huge ice block was cut into pieces. Li Mei's face became solemn, and she pointed a little towards the air, and the already broken giant ice continued to smash towards Lu Yun. Because these ice cubes were so close, they instantly clung to his body. Condensation. With an angry shout, the ice cubes adsorbed on Lu Yun quickly solidified, freezing him inside. Through blood. As if even the sound could not catch up, a streak of blood pierced the night sky, but Raimei ducked sideways astutely. The head that was originally aimed at now only hit his shoulder, penetrating a big hole. Li Mei groaned and frowned slightly. The wound that was originally bleeding stopped instantly and recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Reverse the technique. There was a strong murderous intent on Zhang Xiang's face, ever since he found out that Itadori was his younger brother. When he learned that Itadori had been killed by Sukuna, he couldn't restrain the murderous intention in his heart. Now after seeing Raimei who was serving Sukuna, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and completely exploded. At the same time, the huge ice cubes also cracked and cracked. Don't bother too much, let's go first. With a solemn expression, Kong Suo rode a flying cursed spirit and came to Li Mei. Li Mei nodded slowly and got on the cursed spirit of Kenjaku. Don't leave. He put his palms together in a swollen form, and shot out another shot that penetrated the blood. However, since it was night and the opponent was relatively far away, the accuracy was indeed a bit off. What's more, after Lime got the cursed spirit, he controlled the flying distance. "Don't worry, we will meet again." Cold words were heard in the air, and then the two of them quickly disappeared into the night. Zhang Xiang's head started to heat up, and he was about to chase after him when a loud noise suddenly came from beside him. Boom! The ice cube that originally wrapped Lu Yun has now broken into countless pieces, flying everywhere under the wind blades. They just left like that? I haven't had enough fun yet. A horrifying sound came from the broken ice. Chapter 28. Oops, I forgot about this one. The swelling phase's expression changed drastically and he quickly evacuated backwards. A blade of wind brushed past his ear, leaving a trail of blood. "Wake up, the enemies are gone, I mean no harm." Zhang Xiang hid in a hurry and kept shouting, as if he wanted to wake up Lu Yun. "It's useless, he can't come out now." Lu Yun waved his Changji and instantly appeared on top of Zhang Xiang's head, slashing down hard. "Damn it!" Prime Minister Zhang cursed secretly, and seeing that he couldn't avoid it, he had to raise his hand to block it in front of him. The blood balls that were originally suspended in mid-air were now covering his arms to increase his defense capabilities. Bang! At the moment of contact, a huge pressure came from the arm. Click! There was a sound of bones breaking, and there was a painful expression on Zhang Xiang's face, but he still managed to block it. At this time, Mokamaru moved. He took advantage of the control of the giant puppet and rushed over. His two big mechanical hands directly grabbed Lu Yun in mid-air. "You are all impatient." Lu Yun looked over with a weird smile. Mokamaru suddenly felt uncomfortable, and the giant puppet's head lowered, but the puppet's body was too big and was cut off in half. At this time, Lu Yun had already cut off the puppet's hands that were holding him, jumped out, and struck at the mechanical toy. Lu Yun. Seeing that Mokamaru was about to die on the spot, Lu Yun suddenly froze in mid-air and his body fell. Snap! Mokamaru slapped his chest fiercely, gasping for air. His face was pale, and large beads of sweat fell from his cheeks. The feeling of being near death made it difficult for him to breathe. Regained consciousness. Prime Minister Zhang rushed over to check, but judging from his posture, he seemed to be still vaguely on guard. At this time, Lu Yun was lying in the ruins shaking with his head in his arms. The expression on his face was divided into two halves. One side is twisted and terrifying, the other side is as plain as water. "Why don't you just stay in there and you can't let me feel good when I finally come out?" A sharp roar came from Lu Yun's mouth. Shocked, Zhang Xiang and Mokamaru instantly distanced themselves. "If you want to come out and use your own body, you have to use mine. Now that the enemy has left, it's time for you to return it to me." A completely different voice came out, with a calm tone. Hearing these two completely different voices coming from one person's mouth, Zhang Xiang and Mokamaru looked at each other with a strange expression on their faces. "Co author, you gave me a contemporary title." As if he had guessed something, the sharp voice sounded loud and clear, as if his fingertips were scratching the glass. It was extremely uncomfortable to hear. "Hehe, it would be nice if you could understand it this way." UFG. Looking at this scene, Zhang Xiang and Mokamaru were speechless, but they understood something in their hearts. Now Lu Yun is taking back control. But the way he is now playing two roles is really funny, as if he is singing a double act. Let's go. After hearing the last sound, Lu Yun's whole aura changed instantly, and the Changji in his hand disappeared. There is no longer the murderous look before, only endless peace. "Are you Lu Yun now?" Mokamaru frowned. Although he felt the change in his breath, he still asked symbolically. "Call." Lu Yun got up from the ground, took a long breath, and dusted himself off. "Came back." He sighed, and his tone returned to his usual calmness. Hearing his own admission, Mokamaru felt relieved and finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had escaped. Lu Yun had a faint smile on her face, but she was deep in thought. Mainly because this battle with a real person made him a little confused. According to his guess, even if he teamed up with Mokamaru, it would be impossible to take down the real person so quickly, which made him feel unreal. Although he was hit by the opponent's sneak attack in the end, at that time he successfully prevented the further damage of the inaction transformation and did not damage the key parts of the brain, which can be repaired with the reversal technique. However, this accident actually caused another of his spirits to seize the opportunity and run out. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and his eyes sparkled, as if he had thought of something funny. At this moment, Zhang Xiang walked over with a solemn expression and stared at Lu Yun. Sensing the aggressive gaze, he immediately reacted and looked over unceremoniously. "What, you still want to fight?" "No, I just want to know. Is Itadori really dead?" His eyes gradually softened, and when he mentioned Itadori's name, his eyes were full of brotherly love, but mixed with deep sorrow. The main reason was that he had just been incarcerated for a short time, and he was brought out to help by Kenjaku before he even started to receive specific information about this world. His mind was now in a state of mush. Now I forcefully remember some fragments, but they are all fragmentary. Seeing his sad look, Lu Yun immediately became serious. He put his hand on Zhang Xiang's shoulder with a serious look on his face. Seeing this, his expression became even more sad. Seeing that he was about to cry, Lu Yun knew that he could no longer hide it and said with a smile. "Your brother is not dead yet, he is alive and well now." Chapter 29. What? The expression on Zhang Xiang's face was stunned for an instant, and the tears that had been brewing in his eyes were frozen there at this time. "What do you mean? I remember that the news from within the high school was that Itadori died during the mission. This time not only was it a bulge, but even Mokamaru didn't believe it." "You're not kidding me?" Zhang Xiang's face looked a little ugly, and he was vaguely angry. "Of course not. What I said at the beginning that Itadori is dead is indeed true. Mokamaru also knows it. But can't you be resurrected after death? You may have just received the body. Kenjaku hasn't told you yet, but Sukuna is now residing in Itadori's body." "Real? This is indeed true." Mokamaru stood aside and nodded affirmatively. Everyone in the high school knows that Sukuna is living in Itadori. However, Lu Yun said that he is alive again. "I still don't understand this. Could it be that Sukuna resurrected him? Besides, wasn't it him who killed Itadori? Why did he bother?" After hearing Mokamaru's words, Zhang Xiang's face was gloomy and he looked at Lu Yun with questioning eyes. "Hey, don't look at me. I don't know. I'm making an exception by telling you this. Don't push yourself too far. In addition, there is another more important matter that needs to be dealt with now." As he said this, he glanced at Zhang Xiang and said, "It's still about you. What's the matter with me?" After hearing the news that Itadori was still alive, Zhang Xiang felt much better and was very cooperative at this time. A few days ago, Kenjaku sneaked into the high school and stole Sukuna's finger and the 9-phase diagram. "Are all the cursed fetuses with you now?" "Yes, does what you are talking about have to do with my brothers?" Lu Yun nodded. "At that time, when Kenjaku was giving you the flesh, he should have chosen it based on his strength, right?" "That's right, if you include me, there are 3 in total, and there are 2 younger brothers. Now go." As if thinking of something, Zhang Xiang frowned. "My 2 younger brothers are now assigned to find Sukuna's fingers. Counting the time, they should be there soon. Then you have to find your brother quickly now. Due to the current situation, because you betrayed Kenjaku, he will definitely not give up. If he sends people over, your brothers may be in danger." Lu Yun looked serious, not like he was joking. Besides, it would be even harder to deal with someone from a high school. Because of Itadori, it won't be good no matter who they accidentally hurt. You're right. Zhang Xiang also understood, with a trace of anxiety in his eyes. Then go quickly and don't waste time. Okay, if you want to thank me, we'll talk about it next time we meet. I'll take the first step. After hearing Liu Yun's calculation, Zhang Xiang thought about it carefully and felt that it was indeed reasonable, so he said goodbye decisively and went after his brothers. I hope it's not too late. Lu Yun murmured as he watched the swelling figure disappear into the night. In his memory, Shangxiang's two younger brothers died at the hands of Itadori and Kujisaki. If it can be saved, it will be regarded as adding two good combat capabilities to the high school later. After all, the two younger brothers of Zhangxiang are not weak in strength. They should both have the strength to at least surpass Sukuna by one finger, and have full special grade cursed spirit combat power. What do you want to do now? Lu Yun turned around and looked at Mokamaru seriously, as if she wanted to know his answer. Without any hesitation, he said bluntly, of course, go back to the high school and tell them what happened here. After hearing what he said, Lu Yun agreed, it is indeed necessary to tell them all the news here, but you cannot return to Kyoto Prefecture for the time being. Why? Mokamaru was a little confused. Because of the infiltration incident a few days ago, the senior officials paid great attention to it and must have found out that you are the mole. If you go back directly, the most likely thing is that you will be caught, tortured, and locked up. If it is worse, you may be tricked. After your news, I will directly kill you. Lu Yun's words were cold and not polite at all. What you said makes sense, so what do you mean? The only person in the world who can make high-level officials helpless is Gojo Satoru. I can help you call him and ask for his help. You can talk about important things to seek his asylum. Lu Yun seems to have already made up his mind. What do you think? After thinking for a moment, Mokamaru finally nodded. Seeing that he had made a decision, Lu Yun took out the mobile phone prepared by the senior high school student. Because it is specially made, the fierce battle just now only caused the screen to crack and did not affect normal use. Lu Yun dialed the number he had memorized before. Hello. 10 minutes later, Lu Yun handed the phone to Mokamaru. Here, I'm looking for you. They communicated quickly and handed over their mobile phones. Gojo Satoru's voice came from the phone. The news you sent back this time is indeed very important. I will deal with it. By the way, will you come back when it's all over? Don't go back for now, I still have things to deal with. Okay, pay attention to safety. Chapter 30. Mokamaru was a little surprised when he heard Lu Yun's words, but he didn't ask any more questions. After the two briefly explained, Mokamaru left first. Seeing that both of them had sent away, Lu Yun's eyes flashed with a strange light. This time, because of his intervention, the first turning point was changed, and the subsequent development will be even more unpredictable. So he decided to find a place to rest for a while before taking the initiative. Thinking of this, Lu Yun looked around and hurriedly left the place. After all, there is still a lot of movement here, and if you stay for a long time, you may not be discovered. Somewhere in Tokyo. The wind is beautiful and the sun is on the beach. Kenjaku dragged his tired body back here, followed by a delicate-looking white-haired boy. Ziyu! How dare you come back? An angry voice sounded behind him, and the flames shot into the sky, heading straight for the rope. It was so powerful that it felt like my skin was being burned from afar. Calm down, Lahu. Kenjaku dodged sideways, and the scorching fireball passed by him, exploding a big crater directly next to him. How can I be calm? Because of your plan, we suffered heavy casualties. Don't you have anything to say? Liu slowly walked out from a short distance away, his hands still burning with flames. Behind it, there is a cursed spirit floating with tentacles, which looks like a baby. It is Tuojen who is still in the form of a cursed fetus. Pfft, Luohu is angry, I'm angry too. Our goals have been achieved. If you insist on talking about casualties, didn't you have a little awareness when you joined? As if he was following the instructions, Kang Suo said unhurriedly. Everyone is working hard for their own goals. You want to resurrect Sukuna and end mankind. I also want to do a similar experiment. There is no conflict. Humph, you make it easy. The person who died was not one of yours. During the high school infiltration incident, Hanayu died. I was shot again by Gojo Satoru. I haven't recovered from my serious injuries. You guys went out and killed me again this time. Real people give. Speaking of this, it seemed to be getting more and more excited. The small volcano above its head erupted, and little sparks overflowed and fell out, igniting the plants beside it. Tuojen hurriedly poured water to put out the fire and prevent it from spreading. Kenchuo's face changed slightly and he didn't know what he was thinking. At this moment, a soft voice came out. Okay, Luohu, let's go back and have a rest. When he heard this voice, his eyes immediately widened, as if he couldn't believe it. You are still alive. A twisted figure walked out from behind Luohu. The flesh on his body had traces of stitches, and he could barely tell that it was humanoid. Real person. Yes, of course I'm still alive. If it weren't for Hwayu's death, I had an extra thought and forcibly separated part of my soul. I would have been in trouble this time. Looking at the twisted figure, the joy in Kenchuo's eyes was unreserved. Okay, it's good that he's not dead. He originally thought that Genren's death would seriously affect his subsequent plans, but he didn't expect that this man-made disaster would survive using special means. It was an unexpected surprise. Hey, even though I'm still alive, the loss of half of my soul still hurts my vitality. I need to take a good rest recently. I won't go out for action anymore. I plan to call me at a critical moment. I remember that your clone cannot inherit the inaction transformation. Why can the one who went out with me use this technique? Kenchuo's eyes were filled with excitement, and he was indeed a little curious as to how this was done. It's not a big deal. I can only clone 3 people at most, and only 2 can inherit the technique. And if I clone myself, my strength will be greatly reduced. So it's like this, it's natural. Kenchuo pinched his chin, thinking about something. Humph, I'll leave the rest of the matter to you. I'm going to recover. Luohu said coldly, and left here with Genren and Tuojen. Li Mei, who was standing aside, said nothing from the beginning until now, and had no intention of helping. He just watched coldly. Kenchuo glanced at him with a half-smile, then took out a mobile phone and made a call. Hey, old friend, long time no see, can you chat? At this time, in a hotel in Tokyo, Liu Yun was lying on the bed and fast asleep. There had been too many incidents and battles recently, and he was really tired, so after he opened the room, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep without even taking a shower. In the dream, he saw a familiar scene again, with countless giants heading in the same direction. Just as he was fascinated by it, a burst of laughter came over. A huge giant's head came close to him and blew at him. The scene around him changed, and he immediately came to a dark and lightless place. It felt exactly like he felt in Hades here. At this moment, a crimson fire suddenly lit up in the darkness, expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. A figure appeared from inside. Chapter 31. The God of Death, by Qi. Liu Yun narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at the figure that appeared. That feeling was unmistakable, it was the spirit that controlled his body before. The whole person is lean and not as generous as Qin Kaiang, but if you feel it carefully, the power hidden in it is not bad at all. What are you doing out here? Do you want to use your body to go out and have fun? Liu Yun sat cross-legged, not at all flustered by the huge figure slowly approaching. Call. A sharp strong wind came, Lu Yun did not dodge at all, and remained motionless. Chang Ji's blade was already pierced in front of his throat, and with just a slight pull, he could be decapitated. You are not afraid? Bai Qi squatted down, his huge face in front of Lu Yun, and his blood-red pupils stared at him. What's so scary? You are my trance, can you really kill me? Lu Yun asked rhetorically. Tisk, tisk, what you said, although I can't kill you, I can still make you suffer in this place. After all, here, you can recover even if you are torn into pieces, but the pain is extremely clear. This is a bit strange to me. Isn't this my domain? Does it also have the function of resurrection? Lu Yun was a little confused. There is no resurrection effect. This is just a reflection of your spiritual world. The sharp sound was like a knife cutting across Lu Yun's ears. So that's it. Then tell me, I don't believe you will come to me specifically if nothing happens. Lu Yun pondered for a while and looked over, meeting Bai Qi eyes without any hesitation. Refreshing man, I have no other requirements. When you call me in the future, just let me possess you. There is no need to summon my true body. That's it. That's it. What do you mean? Lu Yun really didn't understand. He talked for a long time and just thought about possessing him in the future. Actually, it's nothing else. After we were summoned, if we use our bodies to fight, we won't feel anything. We fight purely by instinct. Although we are brave and invincible, we always lack spirituality. Therefore, if you possess me, you can get all my power, and I can also share the physical pain with you. Killing without pain has no soul and is meaningless. Killing like a zombie, how is it any different from an animal? He seemed to be getting more and more excited as he talked, almost crying, and the red light in his eyes flickered like a madman. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun finally understood. This guy is a pervert. Pure murderer and masochist. How about it? Do you agree or not? His face was distorted, and he looked at Lu Yun with excitement, and it seemed as if the saliva was dripping onto his head. What are your abilities? Lu Yun didn't have the brains to agree immediately. He had to understand it carefully before speaking. Hey, you are really cautious. Don't worry. I was just too excited and murderous last time I went out. From now on, you will only be possessing me so that I can enjoy that feeling. You will still be in control of your body. In addition, my abilities are very simple. Changa weapons, wind blades, super sharpness, and infinite recovery power. Bai Qi grinned and smiled cruelly. Pain is the feeling that brings people closer together. Being able to experience the despair that others can't kill you, this feeling, ahahaha. He is indeed a pervert. Lu Yun became even more convinced. In order to prevent him from going crazy again, he quickly waved his hand to stop him. Okay, I promise you, as long as I can control my body. I would also like to ask again, can all trances possess people? Of course you can, but it depends on whether we are willing. With that said, Bai Qi turned his head and looked into the dark depths, showing an expression that seemed to be a smile but not a smile. I'm looking forward to it, just remember to look for me in the future. After saying this, regardless of whether Lu Yun still had any questions, he stood up directly, his whole body burning, and finally turned into a small red flame floating in the air. Although it is small, you can clearly feel the strong smell of blood and killing. Is this the killing god Bai Qi who is called Human Massacre? Deep in the darkness, there were two flames floating in the air, one of which was Qin Kaiang. The other one was broken into pieces when Bai Qi took away his body. However, the spark has not responded at all since it shattered, and there was no response when trying to communicate. I don't know which deity it is. However, unlike the last time Qin Kaiang stopped him from communicating with Bai Qi, there was no response this time. It seemed that he was not vicious and difficult to train. It should be easier to deal with in the future. Time passed quickly, and it was the next night in a blink of an eye. Lu Yun got up from the bed sleepily. He slept all day long. He opened the curtains and looked out the window. The night was getting darker. If we calculate the time, the expansion phase should be almost there. After all, it's not that far away. Somewhere in Tokyo, a place called 88 Bridge. Boom! The huge explosion stood out in the night. Chapter 32. New. Huge lightning struck the cursed spirit not far away, blasting out black scorch marks. Brother, it hurts. Hold on, bloody too. A muscular man with a coxcomb in a weird costume and heavy makeup on his face jumped to the side, grabbing it and moving back. These two people came to look for Sukuna's bad appearance and bloody fingers. Corruption. Bad Xiang flicked his fingertips, and a little blood flew out. Fushiguro Megami immediately dodged sideways, and his shoulder was accidentally rubbed, and part of his flesh was immediately corroded. Damn! These two cursed spirits are so strong. Fushiguro Megami was covering his shoulders. There were scars all over his body and he looked quite embarrassed. Hui, you just finished fighting, so there's no need to take action, just leave it to us. Kujisaki stood in front of him holding a small hammer with a firm expression. At this time, a pink hedgehog-headed man came into view and punched the cross-dressing man. The other man was unable to dodge and was directly knocked away. Itadori. Fushiguro Megami and the two looked at the figure in front of them with mixed feelings. They didn't expect that they just came here to do an investigation mission, and they actually met Itadori, who was a crooked corpse. Before they had time to reminisce about old times and ask where he had been recently, they encountered such a powerful enemy. Hey, without further ado, let's solve the immediate trouble first. Itadori grinned, which was particularly bright in the night. Brother, I'm afraid, let's go. Shwetu's body was twisted and trembling, and his two huge mouths opened and closed. Bad Xiang analyzed their respective combat capabilities and looked a little heavy. They received the order to seize Sukuna's finger, but they didn't expect to be beaten one step ahead. This kind of thing is really troublesome. After thinking for a while, he forced a smile and said, Friends, we don't have any ill intentions, and we don't want to fight with you. Besides, our goal of coming this time has been lost, and there is no need to stay here. How about we each take a step back? Everyone takes a step back, that's putting it lightly. If I let you go like this, other innocent people will definitely be harmed. Kujisaki shouted sternly, and struck the hammer in his hand, and a nail with the power of a curse flew directly over. The cross-dressing man cursed spirit immediately ducked sideways to avoid it. Itadori, don't hesitate. They are cursed spirits who can speak and are wise. They are countless times more dangerous than ordinary ones. Seeing that Itadori didn't move, Kujisaki immediately reminded him. Understood. As if he had made up his mind, Itadori's hand overflowed with magic power. It seems that you guys are not planning to let us go. If that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. There was a trace of murderous intent in the evil-looking eyes. Blood smear, do it. Puff. With a stroke of his hand, the scattered blood poured towards the Itadori too. Because they were too close to avoid it, the two of them were hit directly, and white smoke instantly appeared from their bodies. Oh oh oh! Shwetu let out a strange roar, and Itadori and the two suddenly felt their bodies collapse. Poisoned! The moment he fell to the ground, Itadori steadied himself instantly and punched the bad-looking attacker. What? This attack was so fast that Bad Xiang couldn't react at all. The huge power directly smashed it into the wall on the side of the road, sinking into a big hole. By now, Itadori swung his fist and hit Bad Xiang directly on the head. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from above. Stop! Itadori's fist did not stop, and the speed became faster. However, the person who came seemed to be faster, and directly hit him with his whole body, blocking the punch. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted on Itadori's face, instantly making him freeze on the spot. Is this human? Itadori had a look of confusion on his face, a little at a loss. The scene that happened here immediately caught the attention of Kojisaki and the others, and they rushed over immediately. The visitor raised his head instantly. It was the same person who had arrived overnight. Although he was beaten hard by Itadori and vomited blood, the excitement on his face was not concealed at all. He grabbed Itadori's face and looked at it again and again. That's right, the pink hedgehog-headed, muscular athlete, that's Itadori. At the end of the sentence, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. What is this? Itadori was a little surprised and didn't know what the other party meant. Brother, you are here. The bad-looking figure embedded in the rock wall smiled happily. Brother, it hurts. Not far away, Shwetu stood up and ran over. His words seemed to be crying, as if he wanted to tell the grievances he had just suffered. Elder brother. This person is Cursed Spirit. Kojisaki and Fushiguro Megami, who came over, immediately changed their expressions and took stances with their hands, aiming at this strange man who suddenly appeared. Itadori, get away from him, he is Cursed Spirit. What? Itadori was a little confused, but looked at the man in front of him. The other person's eyes could not tolerate anything else except the love he felt for his family. Kojisaki, wait, I don't think he means any harm. Itadori immediately waved his hand to stop the two Kojisakis who were about to attack. Chapter 33. Brother, you came just in time, he is bullying us. Shwetu came close to him and complained. Blood and tears flowed from his pupils, as if he was about to launch an attack. The two Kojisakis took up their attack stance again, ready to take action at any time. Shwetu, stop messing around, bad look, you come out first. There was gentleness in Zhang Xiang's words, soothing the agitated Cursed Spirit and pulling out the bad Xiang behind him. At this time, after carefully observing Itadori's appearance, Tao Xiang finally calmed down. Itadori, I finally found you, my dear brother. Ah! What fa? This sentence immediately stirred up a huge wave of waves. Kojisaki and Fushiguro Megami's mouths opened wide, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Shwetu on the side was even more shocked and speechless. Brother, what do you mean by this? Still recovering from his bad appearance the fastest, he asked immediately. Kojisaki and Fushiguro Megami also looked over with suspicion. At this moment, Itadori and Kojisaki suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground, with a layer of purple on their faces. Fushiguro Megami was shocked, and immediately rushed to the front of Sage and Itadori to resist. What method did you use to attack? There was a look of shock and anger on his face. But Zhang Xiang didn't speak. He took one look and immediately understood what was going on. Then he waved to his side, Shwetu, let's get rid of the poison quickly. Do you want to poison your brother to death? His brothers all obeyed the words of the inflationary phase unconditionally. Although everyone was full of doubts now, he still did as he was told. Soon, Itadori and Kojisaki woke up leisurely. Okay, now that you're awake, let me tell you the general story. After a long time, there was silence in the night, not even the sound of insects. This is our life experience. If you have an impression, you should be able to remember it. Zhang Xiang's face turned crimson, the brothers finally recognized each other, and he couldn't help but be excited. Itadori's eyes widened, as if he was still remembering. In his vague memory, his mother had a mark of silk stitches on her forehead. All of this confirmed that the man in front of him was not lying. Brother, brother! Itadori shouted cautiously. The people on the side were so excited that they almost flew up, and their big hands kept patting Itadori's shoulders. Ha ha ha! Okay, okay! We brothers finally recognize each other. He seemed to have imagined it in his mind, with the brothers sitting together and playing happily. I'm a little confused. There was a look of wisdom in Kujisaki's eyes. Although it's a bit unbelievable, according to what he said, he really didn't lie. Fushiguro Megami is much calmer. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and grabbed Itadori. Then according to your brother's words, the worst magician is still alive in this world and is preparing to target Mr. Gojo. We must tell him the news quickly. Oh yes. Itadori had a sudden flash of inspiration. The two of them looked for their phones and prepared to make a call to tell Gojo Satoru. After a few minutes, Fushiguro Megami hung up the phone. Teacher Gojo said he already knew it, so we just need to pay attention to our own safety. It should be the person named Liu Yun who told him. Do you know him? It is said that he is also a student in a technical college. Zhang Xiang seemed to think of the unreasonable man and said with a frown. What he just talked about was the relationship between himself and Itadori, and he didn't talk about this incident. Have you met Liu Yun? Fushiguro Megami and Kujisaki immediately came closer, seeming to be quite concerned about his news. Well, I did meet him. I learned a lot of information from him, but after the matter is over, I don't know if he has returned to the high school. Under questioning from Fushiguro Megami and the other two, he had no choice but to tell what happened 2 days ago. It turns out that he has come so far and knows so many things. Kujisaki murmured, with a somewhat lonely look in his eyes. That's why we have to work harder, otherwise we won't even be able to see his tail. Itadori smiled brightly and seemed to be in a very good mood. Fushiguro Megami and the two seemed to be moved by Itadori's smile, and their original gloomy mood gradually dissipated. Yes, we must also work hard to move forward. This is Itadori, he seems to have a magical power and an incomprehensible affinity that can gradually infect the people around him. Elder brother. Next to him, Shwetu murmured a little aggrievedly. At this moment, a big hand was placed on top of its head, with a bad look, and it noticed Shwetu's mood. It's okay. From now on, we are just 4 people, and you have become the elder brother. From now on, we must fulfill our responsibilities as elder brothers. Chapter 34. Nothing happened all night. It was just dawn in Tokyo. Liu Yun got up early this time and was already wandering around the streets. If not for anything else, just to figure out the terrain in advance. Prepare for possible changes that may occur. Is this Shibuya? Liu Yun stood on a tall building and looked far away, taking in everything around him. It's really a good place to set up a barrier. If something unexpected happens, this place will probably be occupied by someone with intentions. He came to the corner and buried the nails of the barrier in a hidden place. This was something he had prepared before, just in case. This busyness lasted for at least half a month, and he visited almost every corner of Shibuya. After touching the last place, Liu Yun stretched out a big hand. Although I don't know whether the location of the incident will change, it's always better to be cautious. Not to mention. Liu Yun narrowed her eyes slightly and stopped where she was. You've been following me for a long time, why don't you come out and have a chat? Silence. Tisk, you guys really can keep your composure. Seeing no one responded, Liu Yun kicked off her legs, jumped directly to the 4th floor window and punched it in. No, he found us. Damn it, sit down. Where are you going, you brats? Liu Yun laughed loudly and rushed forward. The fist in his hand was faster and the opponent couldn't avoid it. Bang! The peeper's head was smashed directly into the floor, and his legs remained intact and stopped moving. Brother, take care of yourself. When the other man saw his companion being subdued, he turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Listening to their accents, Liu Yun was a little confused. These two were not from the island country. The person selling his teammates in front stepped to the window in 2 steps, with a happy face. As long as he goes out from here, there will be a crowd outside. He is sure that Liu Yun will not do anything in public. Just when I was about to touch the longed exit, I suddenly felt that the world was reversed, and I fell unconscious in an instant. Wow! A basin of cold water was poured over directly. 2 blonde men were naked and tied to stools. The nodding technique was quite artistic, and I don't know where they learned it. Well. With a soft groan, the 2 of them gradually woke up, with a trace of confusion in their eyes. But soon, a bone-chilling chill spread throughout his body, and there were still traces of melted ice on his naked body. Suddenly he was shivering with coldness. As expected of a jujutsu master, his ability to withstand the cold is just different. If ordinary people were to do this once, they would not be able to bear it. I have poured it on you many times in a row. Lu Yun sat on the chair with her legs crossed and joked. Who are you? The short one among them seemed to be completely awake, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. Who I am? Lu Yun suddenly felt a little funny. You have been following me. Who do you think I am? I would like to ask who you are. Humph, I don't know you, why do you want to tie us up? The tall blonde man spoke an unfamiliar island language and looked like a pig who was not afraid of boiling water. Lu Yun raised his eyes and saw that this was the guy who just left his companions and ran away. Since you choose this way, then I understand. Lu Yun nodded calmly, took out a huge pair of scissors from behind, and slowly walked towards the 2 of them. You, what are you going to do? The tall man turned pale with horror and kept twisting his body, trying to get away. However, it was of no use. This was the unsolvable knot that Lu Yun had specially learned based on positive movies from the island country. How could he break free so easily? Give up, brother, you can't run away. Lu Yun smiled ferociously, clipping the scissors in his hand. Under the light, the huge shadow cast on his face was particularly frightening. I said. The short man on the side finally couldn't bear it any longer, and expressed with a sad face that he wanted to tell everything. You traitor! The tall man turned his head and cursed angrily, but his legs kept shaking and he seemed to be scared to death. It was probably that if it had been a little longer, he would have surrendered. What can I do? If this thing is cut with scissors, my future happiness will be gone. The tall man was pretending and seemed to want to say something, but Lu Yun directly punched him and sent him to see Duke Zhou. Then he squeezed his hand, looked at the short man and said calmly, You made the right choice. Please tell me the truth. Later, I learned from the short man that they were island folk magicians who had immigrated to country M. Their ancestors thought that they could open up a new world there, but unexpectedly they were bullied by the local magicians there and had no choice but to join an organization called the Destiny Society there. Year after year, their generation has been unable to escape control. This time, they were sent by the organization over there to help. They didn't know the specific situation very well. These 2 people can only be regarded as low-level personnel within the organization. They are mainly responsible for running errands, collecting information, and then uploading it. As a result, they happened to encounter Lu Yun making trouble here, and he was caught before they could report it. After listening to his story, Lu Yun also punched him and sent him to sleep. Lu Yun pinched her chin and fell into deep thought. Due to the limited level of these 2 people, not much is known, but there are still points that need attention, and that is their boss. Chapter 35. According to what they said, 3 cadres from the organization were sent to help this time, especially their leader, who was extremely powerful. He also asked clearly for the names of the cadres, 2 men and 1 woman, Loggins, Henry and Layman. It seems that these people should have been recruited by Kenjaku. After so many years, it is normal to know some people from abroad. Thinking of this, Lu Yun called Ijishi and asked him to call someone to deal with the matter here. Then he left. Internal meeting of the High Commissioner. What on earth do you think that kid is doing? He's been acting alone. I don't know, but as an exchange student, he knows too many things, and he doesn't know the purpose of helping us like this. However, we still need to send people to monitor, otherwise who knows what a person who is not from our country can do. I agree. It was now November and the weather was getting cooler. Basically, there were no riots in Tokyo. They were all trivial matters, and Lu Yun solved them easily. Looking at the clouds on the horizon, Lu frowned. This was beyond the time when the incident was supposed to happen. Just when he was sighing that today was another uneventful day, a sudden shock came. A black tent appeared out of thin air in Shibuya's central shopping mall. It was already night, and some ordinary humans who were shopping accidentally bumped into the tent, with inexplicable expressions on their faces. Is it finally here? Lu Yun stood up and looked at the tent rising not far away. This location is a little different. The subway is no longer the main gathering place, but a shopping mall. What happened here spread quickly, and after a while, Lu Yun received a call from Ejishi, asking him to check it out. When he came to the tent, Lu Yun touched it gently, but was unable to enter at all. It seems that it is still the same as before, the barrier that magicians are not allowed to enter. Lu Yun looked around and focused on a tall building. Call. He jumped up and glared, then took off on the spot and jumped far away. The huge noise caused by the contact with the ground made ordinary people nearby cover their ears with a look of panic on their faces. Lu Yun's goal was the tall building he had observed when he first came to Shibuya, where he could overlook all nearby places. Boom! Since he couldn't fly, he grabbed the edge of the building with both hands and flicked upwards, his whole body rushing up like a missile. Found it! Lu Yun's body passed directly over the top, fell from mid-air, and stepped on the roof of the building. What? Someone discovered it so quickly. There were 2 men and 1 woman standing on the roof, with surprise on their faces when they saw Lu Yun's arrival. A bald man with a mustache named Uesakajiro, dressed casually, but full of muscles, exuding explosive power. A thin young man lazily followed the old woman. The old woman and the young man were related by her mother-in-law and grandson. He couldn't be more familiar with these 3 people. You brat, how did you find this place? You have a very keen sense of smell. Have you always been around here? Uesaka asked with wide eyes and raised beard. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Yun grinned. Arrogant. Uesaka, if you can handle it, I won't take action. The shrine woman sat down on the ground without opening her eyes, seemingly not paying attention to Lu Yun at all. Leave it to me. At this moment, Lu Yun's body moved, and with lightning speed, he punched Uesaka directly in the face. The huge impact caused him to fly far away and hit the shrine woman. His body pulled out a long ditch on the ground. Hey, can you do it? You let a kid beat you up. Stop talking nonsense, I haven't made a move yet. Uesaka got up from the ground without any scratches on his face. Lu Yun looked at him, then at his fist, and murmured without any label. It's true. Although I've known about it for a long time, I still want to try it. Banso laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, little BD, your fist is very weak. Can you push harder? My skin was not even scratched by that punch just now. Silly cup. Lu Yun looked at him coldly and complained. Hearing this, the shrine woman opposite couldn't help but laugh. Hey, old man, you were scolded by a child. Uesaka was immediately irritated, the veins on his smooth forehead were exposed, his whole body's aura changed instantly, and huge pressure hit Lu Yun. Ah, it's such a strong wind, old man, is this your technique? Lu Yun felt the wind pressure as if nothing was wrong, and mocked. Boy, you are looking for death. Boom. The opponent's figure instantly appeared in front of Lu Yun and hit him on the head. Feeling the incoming attack, Lu Yun calmly dodged sideways, allowing the attack to miss. He already knew the opponent's technique. Reversal, a technique that can reverse the power you bear. In other words, if you attack him with all your strength like crazy, it will have the opposite effect and you will not be able to defeat him at all. On the contrary, that's all it takes. While thinking, Lu Yun dodged sideways for a moment, the magic power in his hand condensed, and he hit Awazaka's head with huge force. However, there was no trace of fear on the other party's face. On the contrary, he showed an excited smile. However, he soon stopped laughing. Chapter 36. The moment Lu Yun's fist was about to touch the opponent, the spell power on it disappeared instantly, and the huge pressure disappeared. The fist lightly hit Awazaka's face. Contrary to his attack, Awazaka seemed to have suffered a huge blow. His jaw tilted straight away, his teeth flew out, and blood splattered in the air. It wasn't over yet. Lu Yun's second attack followed closely, hitting him in the chest with the same light blow. Awazaka spurted out a mouthful of old blood, causing his chest to dent. Boom boom! Awazaka's body fell next to the shrine woman like a parabola, making a big hole. A gurgling stream of blood flowed out, his eyes turned white, and his weak breath was completely gone. The scene was completely silent. Ah! The shrine woman immediately stood up and hid, not wanting the blood to get on her body, and her face turned pale. How did you discover the effect of Awazaka's technique? There was a tremor in his voice, and there was a look of horror in Lu Yun's eyes. How can I find this? It's obvious just by looking at it. Lu Yun smiled. Besides, this is also his final destination. Letting me go is my fulfillment. He has harmed the weak and committed many evil deeds throughout his life, and he deserves to die. Grandson, get ready. The shrine woman did not hesitate and immediately issued the order, with anxiety on her pale face. It's over. Like a ghost, Lu Yun appeared silently beside the shrine woman, holding a stick-shaped cursed tool in her hand. He hit the shrine woman directly on the head. Bang! Like a ripe watermelon falling to the ground, it exploded immediately. After succeeding, Lu Yun quickly left the place to avoid being stained by blood. From killing the shrine maiden to retreating, it only took a split second, so that the young man on the side did not even react. He was about to say something, but found that he couldn't make a sound at all and only felt a chill on his neck. He clutched his throat in horror, blood spurted out from his mouth and between his fingers. His eyes suddenly lost their look and he fell to the ground helplessly. Call. Finish. Lu Yun took a long breath and took back the long stick cursed tool. On one end of the cursed tool, it was extremely sharp, with an astonishing cold light, and a drop of blood dripped from it. Lu Yun used it to slit the young man's neck. He looked at the dead shrine woman, and the slight vigilance in his eyes gradually dissipated. Lu Yun had already planned from the beginning. He must find an opportunity to kill this old woman with one strike. Because this guy has a magic technique similar to divination. And her precious grandson carries some body fragments of the heaven and tyrant Fuzz here. If the young man eats it, the shrine woman can summon Fuzz here to join the battle. This fierce man can kill the unawakened Gojo Satoru and Shibuya on his own. Although I am a little curious about Fushihaji's true combat power, at this time, it is better to have less trouble. Lu Yun touched the young man's body and took out a small glass tube with a piece of residual meat inside. There was also a sealing rune on the tube. It's pretty tight. Lu Yun smiled and put it into his pocket. Arriving at the edge of the building, Lu Yun looked down and saw that outside the tent, many auxiliary supervisors in suits had arrived. They cooperated with each other and evacuated all nearby residents who were still in shock and watching the excitement. The battle on the roof ended very quickly, and the ordinary people around him were almost evacuated before it attracted the attention of the people below. Now that everything is evacuated, it's my turn. Lu Yun put her fingers together, her eyes bright, and murmured. Born from darkness, darker than black. Filthy residuals, all of them are evil. Gurgling. In the sky, a black tent began to descend from a certain point as the center. The scope was so large that it actually enveloped everyone below. Such a big movement was immediately noticed by the auxiliary supervisors below, and panicked expressions flashed across their faces. Why is there another account? Who did it? Hurry up and inform those higher UPS. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. Bang! It fell straight to the ground, making a big crater. Who? The auxiliary supervisors immediately became vigilant and approached slowly in a posture. Don't be nervous, everyone, it's me. Lu Yun crawled out of the pit, with a thick layer of ash on his face and gravel on his head, looking a little embarrassed. There is no way, this building is really a bit high, if you want to hurry up, you have to jump down. Who are you? The auxiliary supervisor did not relax his vigilance. The man in front of him had a grey face, and it was impossible to tell who he was. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun hurriedly wiped it on his face, revealed himself, and explained. It's me, Lu Yun, a student from Tokyo campus, on the same level as Fushiguro Megami. Seeing his appearance, these auxiliary supervisors were relieved. After all, although these people have more curse power than ordinary people, when it comes to fighting, it is not much higher. There is only one way to die when encountering real danger. That is why they are responsible for logistics. However, auxiliary supervision is also an indispensable part. Chapter 37. A thin figure squeezed out from the auxiliary supervisor. He was an acquaintance. Mr. Ijishi, long time no see. Seeing the visitor, Lu Yun smiled and said hello to each other. Then the conversation changed. Let's stop chatting and get down to business. The tent that was just raised was set up by me. It will not prevent our own people from entering. Please don't worry. The auxiliary supervisors who were originally worried about this new barrier were immediately relieved. Ijishi nodded, but his brows were still furrowed. He looked behind him and said helplessly. We haven't found the setting point for this barrier, so we can't unlock it yet. After our testing, we found that this is a barrier that simply prohibits magicians from entering and ordinary people from coming out. Hearing this, Lu Yun waved his hand, saying not to worry, and then took out 3 nails wrapped with runes from his pocket. I have found and defeated the person who set up the barrier. This is the source of the barrier. As he spoke, he took out the cursed tool and smashed it to pieces with a stick directly in front of the auxiliary supervisors. The moment the nails wrapped around the talisman shattered, the barrier that originally blocked everyone slowly disappeared. That's great! Ijishi's face lit up with joy. Inside the barrier, the ordinary people were all stunned in place, as if they had not seen anything. It's okay now, everyone, come out quickly. Ijishi quickly called the auxiliary supervisor to come forward and prepare to evacuate the ordinary people trapped inside. However, they remained motionless at this time, with no sparkle in their eyes. Ma'am, I am a person sent by the government to organize the evacuation. It's okay now. Let's go out first. A female supervisor stepped forward and looked at these dull ordinary people with a trace of doubt on her face. At this time, this ordinary woman was holding a child of about 1 year old in her hands. This was the age when she was noisy, but she was unusually quiet at this time. This strange scene immediately made Lu Yun's face look ugly. Ma'am, what are you? Seeing that the other party did not move, the female supervisor stepped forward and grabbed the woman's arm, preparing to take her away in person. However, the other party's body seemed to be welded to the ground and she could not pull her away at all. No, leave quickly. Lu Yun seemed to have thought of something, his eyes widened, he immediately shouted and rushed out. Gugu. There was a strange noise coming from the woman's body, and her skin bulged directly, as if something was drilling everywhere in her body. The same goes for the baby in the woman's hand, which suddenly becomes swollen. Roar. With a strange roar, the baby's body twisted like a monster and jumped directly onto the female supervisor's face. Ah! This scene immediately frightened the female supervisor so much that her pretty face turned pale, and she grabbed the baby with both hands, trying to pull it away. However, the other party seemed to have completely turned into a monster, with great strength. It scratched the female supervisor's face. The mouth that was supposed to have no teeth was now filled with sharp teeth. It was grinned at an incredible angle and he bit it down. Phew! The moment it bit down, a crimson stick passed through its mouth, was picked up and thrown out. Blood spilled in the air, and the female supervisor had her face poured over. At this time, she was so frightened that her legs were weak and she could not move. The woman had completely mutated into an irregular and twisted monster, and her big hands grabbed directly at the female supervisor. Lu Yun looked gloomy and hit him directly with the stick. The mutated monster was torn apart instantly. "Let's go. What are you doing standing around?" Seeing that the female supervisor seemed to be stunned and motionless, Lu Yun hurriedly stepped forward, pulled her up, and threw her back. Ijishi, who had been following behind, caught it. Roar! All the ordinary humans nearby seemed to mutate and instantly turned into twisted monsters attacking all around. Some of the auxiliary supervisors who were unable to evade were bitten off in half by the monster, and some were torn apart by sharp claws. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and shouted to the sky. "Zhenmao, you are so damned!" Yes, this scene was too familiar. Except for the in-action transformation called Genren, he didn't expect the second technique to be able to do it. Lu Yun's eyes were blood red. He clearly remembered that he had killed it completely. Did the other party have any other means to save its life? The roar spread instantly. Somewhere in the mall, a humanoid creature with patches all over its body shuddered violently, and the murderous voice faintly reached here. It was the real person who had recovered his body. "Ouch, it's too scary, I need to get out of here quickly." A sinister smile appeared on the real man's face, he ducked into a store and quickly disappeared. Outside, Lu Yun was cleaning up the mutated ordinary people with a stick and a gloomy expression. His heart was as stone, and he showed no mercy at all just because he was a mutant of an ordinary person, and kept all his resentment bottled up. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Lu Yun's field of vision. He held a trumpet in his hand and had a curse mark painted on his mouth. Chapter 38. Dog Roll. Squash it! A circle of ripples spread out, and nearby mutated monsters were instantly crushed by the spirit-talking technique. "You are here!" A flash of joy flashed across Lu Yun's face. It was the second-year junior high school students who came. "My cursed tool is useful." Maki jumped out from the side, and the monster in front of him was split into two halves with his knife. Lu Yun nodded, and then said hurriedly, "I'll leave this to you first, I'll go in and take a look." With that said, without waiting for anyone else to say anything, he rushed forward and smashed all the monsters along the way. "Yun must have left in a hurry. I haven't seen you for so long and I still want to say something." The panda came out from behind, holding a monster in his hand. The monster kept struggling, and he crushed it with force with his claws. Maybe he really has something important to do. Ijishi adjusted his glasses and walked over. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Ijishi, there are some changes in this operation. I am responsible for protecting you this time." Maki carried the sword on her shoulder, looking very heroic. "Protect me? No, 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 you can just carry out your mission normally. We are in the rear and can command from a distance without getting involved. Arranging a dedicated combatant for protection is really overkill." Ijishi waved his hands hurriedly, a little flattered. "Mr. Ijishi, what you said is a bit strange. Although I don't know what's going on, protecting you is indeed one of the tasks this time. Protecting us is also part of the mission." Ijishi stared in disbelief. Although their auxiliary supervision is mainly responsible for logistical work, they have never been taken so seriously. "Yes, Gojo Satoru personally told me when I came here this time that I must protect you." Maki had a serious look on her face. Although she also wanted to go in and fight with her companions, since even Gojo Satoru had arranged it this way, she had to carry it out. Mr. Gojo. Ijishi's eyes instantly became moist. We will also be operating nearby. Call us anytime if there is any situation. Salmon. The panda waved to Inumaki and began to move forward to clean up the monsters. There were still some ordinary people inside who had not mutated and needed to be rescued. Okay, Mr. Ijishi, let's sit back and go about our duties. If anything happens, please contact us at any time. Maki pointed to the headset and said, don't forget it. The auxiliary supervisors nodded seriously and began to disperse to various areas, observing the situation in various places, and reporting the information to the combatants who had arrived or were about to arrive. At the same time, the other side of the account. Kenjaku had a gloomy look on his face. Originally, he was about to go in, but he didn't expect to be blocked outside. Ziyu, it seems that someone knows about you and has set up a barrier that doesn't allow you to enter. A bald man slowly walked in and walked out. It was obvious that this barrier was specifically targeted at him. Damn, it should be that guy. Lu Yun's appearance flashed in Kenjaku's mind. How could he know the location of my plan and even set up a barrier in advance? Is there a traitor? Kenjaku looked at the bald man and immediately made him a little unhappy. What do you mean, are you doubting me? Don't forget who begged me on the phone to come and help. Kenjaku smiled. The people under you shouldn't know about our affairs, right? I don't know. Except for the internal members who are with me, no one else knows the specific content. Okay, Loggins, in that case, you go in first and act according to the plan, and I will figure out a way. Kenjaku waved his hand, saying not to worry about him. The bald man named Loggins curled his lips, strode in, and disappeared into the barrier. This is not good, just play it by ear. Kenjaku scratched his head and actually opened the skull, revealing the brain inside. The strange thing was that there was a mouth on top of the brain. There are 2 layers of the barrier. The outer layer has been broken by Liu Yun, but there is no clue about the inner layer. At this time, Fushiguro Megami has reached the edge of the barrier inside. A group of ordinary people crowded near the barrier, shouting, "Let Gojo Satoru come, if he doesn't come we will all die." Watching this scene, Fushiguro Megami's face was gloomy. Sure enough, it is consistent with the information we received. This Kenjaku is really bold. Although he did not leak the location, the specific plan content was leaked. He dares to continue to do this. It is pure conspiracy. Itadori stared ahead, with no expression on his face. They did not touch this tent because they already knew from the news that this was a barrier that only Gojo Satoru was allowed to enter. The purpose is to use the lives of these ordinary people to force Gojo Satoru to show up alone to fight, and finally seal him. They knew everything. At this moment, a silver-haired young man fell from the sky, walked over and gently touched the barrier without any hindrance. Chapter 39. Teacher Gojo. Itadori's face lit up with joy. You go search elsewhere first and try to find a way to destroy this barrier. Gojo Satoru arranged with a deadpan expression. Even though he already knew the other party's conspiracy, he still had to come. Are you really going, Mr. Gojo? Itadori asked with concern. Liu Yun and my brother both said that this Shibuya incident was a trap set against you. That's why you guys have to hurry up. If you break the barrier early, I won't have to go in and play house with them in such a frustrating way. Gojo Satoru looked helpless, but his eyes were extremely cold. For him, the life and death of these ordinary people are completely disposable. However, this time, due to the pressure from the top management, it was not only targeted at him, but also at all the principals, teachers, and students in junior high schools. He was oppressed at the highest level of morality, which is why even though he knew it was a trap, he still jumped into it. Not for himself, not for the mortals in his eyes, but for the sake of these people he has known for many years, he took the risk. Thinking of this, he flew directly in, floating in the air in full view of everyone, patrolling around like a god overlooking all living beings. Teacher Gojo has entered, let's seize the time and quickly find the medium that sets up the barrier and destroy it. Itadori clenched his fists and ran in a certain direction. Fushiguro Megami and Kujisaki followed behind him, with the same determination on their faces. However, no one noticed that a strange eye and mouth appeared on Itadori's neck, and then disappeared quickly. It was so brief that even Itadori himself didn't notice it. At the same time, the auxiliary supervisors were closely observing the situation at the scene, unaware of the imminent danger. I found it. In the darkness, a figure slowly walked out. This person has a golden crooked ponytail, and there are 3 pink-purple triangular marks under each eye. Wearing black clothing that exposes her right shoulder. The steps were light and did not reveal the slightest movement. He quietly and quickly came behind the auxiliary supervisor in charge of this area. Seeing the auxiliary supervisor in front of him who was observing the scene attentively, he put his head directly up. "Hi, good evening." The sudden sound immediately startled the assistant supervisor. Before he could react, he felt a pain in his chest and a long knife passed through it. Pfft! A large mouthful of blood spurted out from the auxiliary supervisor's mouth, and the knife penetrated directly into his heart. "Oops, I'm speechless. You look in pain." The sneak attacker seemed to be a pervert and licked his lips lightly. "The task assigned to me is to kill you guys in suits. It is said that you are too weak, but I didn't expect it to be true." He muttered to himself, and the light in the assistant supervisor's eyes gradually dimmed. Enemy found. At the moment when the auxiliary supervisor died, sounds suddenly came from the receivers of Maki, the auxiliary supervisors in other places, and Panda. The receiver looks somewhat similar to Mokamaru's puppet, and it seems to be Mokamaru's handiwork. "In which direction?" "Maki, you are closest, 1 kilometer southwest." "Receive." "Panda, hurry up and support us. Fight with less and attack more, and we will solve it as quickly as possible." "Okay." All the auxiliary supervisors also received the news at this time and were on alert everywhere. Maki ran quickly in the direction shown. The dead auxiliary supervision office. "Harudajiman, stop playing around and get on with the next one." A tall blonde man stepped out of the shadows, a look of disgust on his face. "Don't be anxious, Mr. Henry, these people are very weak anyway, let's play slowly." The blonde young man named Harudashijman had a perverted smile on his face. The long knife in his hand kept fidgeting with the dead auxiliary supervisor. The body was bloody and bloody. "I say it again, next one." Henry's eyes showed unabashed murderous intent, and the huge pressure suddenly made Harudashijman's expression freeze. Okay, I'll listen to you, Mr. Henry." As if sensing something was wrong in the atmosphere, Harudashijman stood up with a warm smile on his face. The long knife in his hand still has a trace of the flesh and blood of the auxiliary supervisor. The handle of the knife he was holding turned out to be a purple-black hand. "Let's go, Mr. Henry." Harudashijman shook off the flesh and blood on the sword, and strode forward with a smile on his face, as if he was leading the way. Buzz! At this moment, the sound of a knife came, and the breath of the sharp blade hit him directly in the face. He quickly raised the long knife in his hand to resist. Clang! The weapons collided together and made a loud golden sound. It was Maki who arrived first. At this time, her face was filled with rage, and her eyes looking at Harudashijman were filled with murderous intent. She glanced at the corpse lying not far away, and her dead appearance was clearly visible. There were signs of tearing everywhere on the corpse. "You deserve to die." Maki kicked him, but Harudashijman couldn't avoid it, so he took the blow hard and fell not far away. Vomit! He held his stomach and retched, but there was still a weird smile on his face. "What's wrong, pretty sister, is that your friend?" Harudashijman stood up slowly, as if he didn't care about the attack just now. Chapter 40. His meat is not tender at all. When you cut it with a knife, the wrinkles on the skin are everywhere. Haruta Shichman was talking to himself. At this moment, he suddenly threw the long knife in his hand. The target is none other than Maki. But Maki has been wary of the other party's actions. Seeing the opponent's long knife being thrown over, she directly used the cursed tool in her hand to flick it away, and her body instantly leaned over. With lightning speed, he reached out to grab the opponent. However, Haruta Shichman's reaction was not slow either. He dodged slightly and raised his leg to kick Maki in the chin. Sensing the attack in front of her, Maki dodged directly at an incredible angle, her body becoming extremely soft. The long leg kicked directly upward, hitting the opponent's front door. With a snap, 2 of Chunman Haruta's teeth were kicked out. Puff! As if feeling the strength of his opponent, Haruta Shichman spit out a mouthful of blood and quickly distanced himself, but the perverted smile on his face did not change. Sister, you are so strong. Otherwise, if we don't fight, just let me go. While he was hiding, he kept shouting words of begging for mercy. If you want to leave, I'll see you off. Maki shouted angrily and slashed with the knife. At this moment, there was a sudden chill behind him. There was no other way, so Maki had no choice but to withdraw her hand and avoid it. However, she was still hit and a wisp of blood came out. Looking at what was attacking, Maki's eyes were full of shock. This turned out to be the opponent's cursed tool. The purple hand could actually move and control its own attacks. Under the control of the purple palm, the strange long knife quickly crawled towards Kumian Haruta, and it was naturally held in the opponent's hand. Seeing this, Maki suddenly felt a chill and felt sick in her stomach. Don't you like my knife, sister? As if he noticed the change in Maki's expression, Haruta Shikigami felt a little regretful for his sword. He gently stroked his palm, and it moved slightly, as if responding to him. This is a gift given to me by Tansei. I like it so much. He is a very obedient child. As Haruta Shichman's fingers stroked, the purple palm instantly tightened his hand. It's a pity that the tanning is no longer there. By the way, you should have caught him during the last sneak attack on the high school. I don't know if he is still alive. He showed a bright smile and seemed to have no regrets at all. He seemed to have brushed off the friend who gave him the gift. Maki looked at this pervert who was talking to himself and felt wary. His eyes drifted to the back of him, where stood a tall blonde man, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. This is the reason why she is deflated. She has been unable to devote herself to fighting this pervert, so she needs to devote part of her mind to paying attention to this blonde man. Judging from his appearance, he should be the pervert's companion. Haruta Shichman looked in Maki's direction with a bright smile on his face. I forgot to introduce you, this is my new friend, his name is Henry. The blonde man ignored him and stood there with his hands folded, showing no intention of replying. Mr. Henry, please say something. Haruta Shichman had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. This sister is very powerful, come and help me. There was silence in the air. Just when Haruta Changmian was almost unbearable with the embarrassment, he finally moved, but he leaned on the flower bed beside him. Go on, I won't disturb you, kill this person as you please. His words were cold and emotionless, and he didn't seem to pay attention to his important face Haruta at all. The other person's life and death seemed to have nothing to do with him. Good. After hearing this sentence, Maki no longer retained her strength, and the terrifying aura spread out. This is a completely different pressure from the release of spell power. It is the powerful physical power given to her by heavenly restriction. The strong man looked up and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Interesting. Oh, Brother Henry won't help me, then I won't stay here for long. Seeing this somewhat unequal strength, Haruta Shichman immediately ran away. Maki followed after him, faster than the opponent, and the distance between the two sides was quickly closing. I give up, beautiful sister, please let me go. Seeing that he couldn't run, Changmi and Haruta hurriedly begged for mercy while running. Go to hell and repent. Maki directly threw the cursed tool in his hand. The opponent seemed to have eyes behind his back and dodged sideways, but the airflow caused his body to stagger a little. In a hurry, he thrust the long knife into the ground and threw the stone behind him. While Maki was dodging, he immediately distanced himself again. Hee. I'm leaving. Kongmen Haruta happily ran into the distance. There was a corner ahead. His face lit up and he ran faster. Just as he was about to turn a corner, a furry body suddenly appeared, and he was so frightened that he jumped 3 feet high. Before he could react, a huge fist was stuffed into his face. 2 teeth were originally missing, but now most of them were knocked out and scattered in the air. Chapter 41. Who? Looks like I came at the right time. A black and white figure appeared. Bear, panda. Kongmen Haruta looked at this figure and was horrified. Well done, panda. Maki chased after him with a cruel smile on his face. Kumi and Haruta immediately stood up, raised his knife and prepared to fight back, when another figure appeared behind the panda. Don't move. The effect of the spirit spell is surprisingly good. Kumi and Haruta suddenly froze on the spot, unable to move. Panda punched him in the chest again. Yuck! A large mouthful of blood mixed with gastric juice spurted out. His body hit the flower stand nearby, and the hard granite was shattered into pieces. Please, spare me, I won't kill anyone again, I'll leave here right away, don't kill me. Vomit. Kongmen Haruta was spitting out blood, the look in his eyes gradually faded, and he begged for mercy intermittently. At this time, Maki has arrived, with murderous intent. Sister, Phew. Get out of here, who told you to call me that? Maki slashed him directly in the chest, blood spurted out, and the bones were visible. Maki. Panda looked at this unfamiliar figure and shouted unconsciously. Seemingly hearing the call, Maki came back to her senses, turned around and smiled, it's okay, let's go first. Panda knew she shouldn't ask any more questions at this time, so she answered and followed her. At this moment, a figure slowly walked over. Panda immediately became alert. Maki, this person is coming with bad intentions. I know. The figure slowly approached, and the muscles all over his body seemed to explode, and the clothes on his body couldn't cover him at all. He raised his hand and pulled gently, and the clothes on his body were torn to pieces. Is it my turn after you've finished dealing with it? Empty. At the same time, Lu Yun was looking for traces of the real person everywhere. This is an empty warehouse, connected to the upper passage at this end. Lu Yun walked over her slowly. There were mottled blood stains everywhere on the warehouse floor, scattered everywhere. Click click click. The familiar sound of chewing made Lu Yun frown. Bang bang bang. He raised the cursed tool in his hand and tapped it on the ground. The chewing stopped immediately. Cha-cha. A cutting sound sounded slowly and then passed away in an instant. Call. A gust of wind blew over, making the already chilly weather even more desolate. Wrong. Lu Yun immediately noticed something unusual. Seance. He directly summoned Qin Kaiang to stand in front of him. Boom. A gust of wind blew past, and the entire world instantly turned white, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. It has reached the point where dripping water turns into ice. It's the field. Lu Yun strode forward with the cursed tool in his hand. I want to see what the hell it is. The attitude is extremely arrogant. It's not surprising that he was like this. The main reason was that he was suddenly pulled into the realm, but couldn't see the real owner of this realm. He really had no choice but to seduce him physically. Really? The moment he appeared from behind Qin Kaiang, several ice spikes stretched out from the ground and pierced into Lu Yun's body. Bang! Those ice spikes flew everywhere and shattered. Lu Yun has become accustomed to these attacks, and can easily solve them by waving the cursed tool in his hand. As for the field effect, it doesn't matter if it's a sure hit. As long as it's not a sure kill, he has a reversal technique, which is totally true. Aren't you going to show up yet? Lu Yun was a little angry. Qin Kaiyang, smash it for me. After receiving the order, Qin Kaiyang directly held the gold mace and smashed it around the field at a very fast speed. During this period, there were also many attacks on him. However, it was like drizzle, not painful or itchy, and could only produce a small wound at most. Just when Qin Kaiyang was enjoying his destruction, a cold wind suddenly blew through. Lu Yun and Qin Kaiyang were instantly frozen into ice blocks and unable to move. Several ice edges appeared out of thin air and pierced them. In the ice, Lu Yun's eyes widened. Suddenly he grinned and his body suddenly moved. The ice cubes on his body shattered instantly, and the ice edge penetrated Lu Yun's body and passed through. Qin Kaiyang's abdomen was also hit with a big hole by the ice edge, which shows how powerful it is. However, Lu Yun didn't care at all and rushed towards somewhere, pointing at the target. Superior. Qin Kaiyang, who was originally stationary, appeared directly at the target as if teleporting, and smashed it down hard. Ice cubes flew everywhere. A snow-white figure emerged from the ground and floated in the air. Yukiana. Seeing its appearance, Lu Yun grinned. Finally waiting for you. I saw him holding the cursed tool and throwing it at the snow girl. Whoosh! A huge sound broke through the air. It didn't react until it was in front of him. Another cold wind blew by, and Lu Yun was instantly frozen. However, the cursed tool that flew out was blocked too slowly and was thrown with great power. Even though it was frozen, it still passed through its body. Phew! Silver-white blood dripped from the air, and huge ice edges hit Lu Yun like rain. However, it focused all its attacks on Lu Yun, but forgot about Qin Kaiyang. As if she felt that she was being looked down upon, Qin Kaiyang suddenly ducked behind Xuenu, forming a sharp contrast with her weak figure. But he didn't mean to pity her at all, he just hit her hard, and the snow girl's body was smashed to pieces. Chapter 42. The surrounding scene changed instantly and returned to the underground warehouse. In mid-air, Qin Kaiyang's big hand grabbed a small snow-white head and squeezed it gently. Click! Like ice cubes breaking apart, they fell down. The ice cubes on Lu Yun's body have been scattered all over the ground. Because of the battle just now, his clothes are in tatters, but there is no trace of scars on his body. Although the enemy in front of him had been killed, Lu Yun did not relax his vigilance. There was a fishy smell not far away. Click click click. The footsteps are getting closer. A 2-person tall insect-shaped cursed spirit came out. It was chewing a human leg in its mouth, with a human body hanging on its claws, and was slowly approaching Lu Yun. This is much bigger than imagined. Looking at this cursed spirit, Lu Yun thought about how it looked in his impression. It was at least twice as big. Woo! An enemy is coming. The insect-shaped cursed spirit swallowed the stump in its mouth and made a dull sound. The real person said that if you eat everyone who passes by here, you will be next. It raised its paw and pointed at Lu Yun, extremely arrogant. Looking at it, Lu Yun burst into laughter. A locust can show its teeth and claws in front of you. The world is changing so fast. Hey! You know me. Seeing that the name was guessed, Locust trembled and scratched his smooth head again and again with his claws, as if he couldn't believe it. Isn't this surprising? You look exactly like a locust. Lu Yun was amused by its appearance. It seems that you are a smart man, I have to take you seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the locust's momentum changed and he rushed directly towards Lu Yun. Seeing the other party's reaction, Lu Yun calmly ducked aside. Qin Kaiyang, who was behind him, sat up directly and smashed at the locust. Clang! Like the sound of gold and iron intertwining, Qin Kaiyang's golden mace collided with the locust's claws and sparks flew out. It can be seen that the opponent's claws are not generally hard. I'm very strong. The locust screamed and stretched out its 2 claws to grab Qin Kaiyang. At this time, Lu Yun moved. He teleported behind the locust and stabbed it in the chest. Bang! Lu Yun felt as if he had hit a mountain of fine iron. The hard feeling made him numb. Whoa! How dare you sneak up on me and take a hit from me? The locust waved its claws directly, and its sharp breath passed by Lu Yun's side, bringing out a streak of blood. This thing is much stronger than imagined. Lu Yun dodged the blow and jumped to the side. In my impression, this locust couldn't even defeat Itadori, who was trained later, and was directly crushed. However, in this situation, not only is the shape different from what was imagined, but it can actually withstand the attacks of Lu Yun and Qin Kaiyang with 1 against 2. In terms of strength, he is at least twice as strong as a real person in no other field. After calculating the opponent's strength, Lu Yun immediately made a decision. Bai Qi, it's your turn. Seance. Here he comes. An aura of bloody killing emanated from Lu Yun's body. The locust was already very keen. Now that it felt the change happening here, the spikes on its body stood up immediately. Roar! It tried its best to deflect Qin Kaiyang's attack with its claws, and hit aside. The wings on its back spread out, and it flew directly into the air. Call! The long stick cursed tool in Lu Yun's hand had disappeared at this time and turned into a long sword. Continue. Lu Yun grinned, waved his Changji, and a huge wind blade flew out. The locust hurriedly hid to the side, but Qin Kaiyang didn't do what it wanted and directly hit it with a golden mace. The huge force immediately caused the locust's body to bounce back like a missile. Phew! The wind blade scraped across its claws, creating a huge crack. Qin Kaiyang followed closely behind and knocked it down with a stick. The locust's claws suddenly broke and flew out, and green blood poured out. Hoo! It hurts! The locust roared, flapped its wings and quickly moved aside. Lu Yun followed closely. At this time, his speed was much faster than before, and he was in front of the locust in the blink of an eye. Ho! I'll kill you! The locust's huge claws plunged directly into Lu Yun's chest. Lu Yun was about to dodge sideways, but her body suddenly stopped in mid-air. Phew! At this moment of pause, the locust's sharp claws poked in very easily, and with a sudden pull, a huge incision was made. Lu Yun felt a sharp pain sweep into his mind, his eyes were blood red, he changed the direction of the long sword in his hand, and stabbed the locust in the lower abdomen. There was no leather armor covering it, and it was extremely soft. Changji was sent in very easily, and with a sharp tug, the opponent's internal organs were directly pulled out. Roar! The locust seemed to have been greatly hurt, and it held Lu Yun in its claws and threw it out. It hurts so much! The locust roared in pain. On the other hand, Lu Yun was also covered in blood, but at this moment, the wound that originally penetrated his body had recovered as before. Monster, why is your recovery power so strong? You are more like a cursed spirit than me. Chapter 43. The locust's claws scratched at the wound, and the claws that were originally broken had now grown out. However, the recovery of the abdomen was very slow. Lu Yun's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red light, but at this moment, he was scolding Bai Qi in his heart. When the locust's claws grabbed him just now, he could obviously dodge it, but the thing suddenly grabbed control, making it impossible for him to dodge, and he was disemboweled. Although it has terrifying resilience, the pain is real. He is not a masochist, so he certainly doesn't want to suffer attacks in vain if he can avoid them. Stop scolding me. It's obvious that I won't die, so why do I have to go to all the trouble to dodge the attack? Bai Qi's sharp voice rang in Lu Yun's mind. I'm not you, you're a pervert. It's impossible for any normal person to receive that claw. But after you let me possess you, your combat effectiveness can be temporarily increased when you are injured. Didn't you find that your physical ability was significantly improved? Lu Yun's face was gloomy. After feeling it for a while, he found that his abilities were indeed much stronger than before. Why didn't you tell me about this in the first place? Forget. Hearing Bai Qi answer, Lu Yun was speechless. But he quickly came to his senses. Now was not the time for an argument. He shook off the locust's entrails that were still hanging on Changji and focused his attention on the other party again. At this time, the locust grabbed the scattered things from its belly and kept stuffing them inside, and the healing speed of the wound was gradually accelerating. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun no longer hesitated and made a move with one hand. Qin Kaiyan behind him immediately understood the meaning. The two of them rushed over, one behind the other, forming a double team. You don't follow martial ethics. Locust roared and spat directly at Lu Yun. Corrosive gastric juice sprinkled on Lu Yun's body, causing thick white smoke to rise. However, he didn't care at this time, ignored the injuries on his body, and slashed directly at the locust's head with the changa in his hand. At the same time, Qin Kaiyan's golden mace also hit the locust. Such a powerful attack directly split it into three and scattered it from the air. Insect Plague Annihilation. Lu Yun put away the trance and wiped the dirt from his body. Lu Yun had a clear understanding of the strength of this locust. There is no doubt about its strength, but its shortcoming is its poor brain and lack of awakening field. If this guy awakens his realm, he should be very difficult to deal with. After doing this, Lu Yun began to search carefully around. No. After searching around, Lu Yun frowned and couldn't find the medium to place an account. He had no choice but to go further inside. At the end of the warehouse, the stairs lead directly to the upper floor, and dim lights flicker. Da-da-da. Lu Yun walked up gently. At this moment, his ears moved slightly, and a subtle sound came from not far away. Hearing the movement, Lu Yun tiptoed over and his voice gradually became clearer. Brother, I'm afraid, of you. The voice was small and soft, with slight sobs intermittent. Lu Yun stopped and frowned slightly. He didn't understand. It was so late and there were still children in a place like this. The wooden door not far away was slightly open, and through the gap you could faintly see a white figure shaking slightly. Brother, do you think someone will come to save us? I will. A slight sound gradually came out, and Lu Yun immediately stopped and did not move forward. But now he was not far away from the hut. So he reached over with the cursed tool and tapped lightly on the door. Squeak, a sound. The wooden door slowly opened. Inside, two figures were curled up and hugging each other. Both had long hair, and their faces could not be seen clearly. Kid! Lu Yun shouted softly, but still didn't come close. He sensed it and didn't notice the aura of cursed spirit, but the scene in front of him was too weird and he had to be cautious. Hearing Lu Yun's cry, the two figures huddled together stopped sobbing immediately. The little head slowly turned around. Seeing the other party's face, Lu Yun's pupils shrank sharply and he quickly stepped back. Ah! A frightening roar came straight into Lu Yun's mind, making Lu Yun's scalp numb. What kind of ordinary child is that? It turns out to be a conjoined, deformed boy and girl. There are no pupils in the eyes at all, the whites of the eyes are rolled up, and there are bloodshot streaks on the eyeballs. There were only 2 holes left in the nose, and the sharp teeth in the mouth were biting up and down. The mouth was full of blood, and the corners of the mouth were still stained with hairs from unknown sources. Ah! Brother, run away, he ran away, he won't save us. The smaller girl-like head opened its mouth and roared, and the small body stood up immediately. It's okay sister, he won't be afraid after eating it. A boy's voice came out. On the side, the roaring girl-like head coughed twice, and a human finger fell out of its mouth. It immediately fell to the ground and ate in again, chewing non-stop. Click click click. Faint sobbing came from its mouth again. Chapter 44. Special Level Cursed Spirit, Conjoined Twins. At this time, a strange aura came out from the twins. Even though Lu Yun was far away, he could still clearly feel the overwhelming smell of evil. At this time, Lu Yun frowned and finally saw clearly. Looking through the tiny bodies of the twins, in that room, the walls were covered with blood, and broken limbs were scattered aside. A piece of treasury-like clothing that was completely soaked in blood was just thrown aside. He finally understood that this cursed spirit could actually hide its own aura, and the person eaten by them must have been the warehouse manager in the warehouse below. I don't know what is going on with this cursed spirit. While it covers up its own cursed spirit aura, it can't even transmit the bloody aura nearby. Roar! The twins disappeared instantly, and when they appeared, they were already behind Lu Yun. The mouth full of sharp teeth bit towards his neck. Lu Yun's expression remained unchanged, and he stabbed the cursed tool backwards in his hand, passing through the twins' bodies easily. Ah! Brother, help me! The cry of pain was extremely sharp, and Lu Yun left the place instantly. And he pointed and clicked, dance. Qin Kaiang instantly appeared above the twins and stepped on them. Boom! The huge pressure made a big hole in the floor and he fell down. Puff puff! There was a weird noise, and the cursed spirit that was supposed to be crushed by Qin Kaiang actually split into 10 pieces and crawled up his thigh. He kept roaring and biting the thigh. But how could Qin Kaiang do as he wished? With a shake of his body, he shook them all off. Then he quickly returned to Lu Yun. Roar! The 10 twins let out sharp roars, and Lu Yun suddenly felt the scene change, appearing in a pool of blood. Field. The moment she noticed it, Lu Yun quickly jumped on Qin Kaiang's body, staying away from the disgusting blood. This special grade cursed spirit has never been seen before, and I don't know its specific abilities, so you must be careful. Just when Lu Yun was still thinking about how to respond to the enemy, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. A pale and grey hand stretched out from behind his back and grabbed at his neck. Tear! A piece of flesh and blood from Lu Yun's neck was instantly torn off. He immediately became alert, his big hand grabbed the little hand directly, and pulled hard. Phew! A sharp pain came from behind, and blood spurted out from behind. Lu Yun quickly threw her little hand out, and the moment it was thrown out, it disappeared instantly. Feeling the severe pain coming from behind, Lu Yun's scalp felt numb. He immediately understood what this twin was capable of. With the sure hit blessing of the domain, the opponent can actually make their body parts grow directly on the target to attack. And the growing part is really integrated with the target. If it is not cut off as soon as possible, it will be attacked by the growing part. If it is cut off, it is equivalent to hurting yourself. Such a weird technique. Hee hee hee. Not far away, the deformed conjoined twins poked their heads out of the pool of blood, opening and closing their mouths as if they were laughing at Lu Yun. Even Qin Kaiang's body was not immune. Compared with his huge body, he had big hands that matched his body and reached directly towards his waist. However, this time, there was a mistake. Qin Kaiang's body and armor were extremely hard and could not be broken through by ordinary flesh. Crunch! There was a sound of bone fractures, and the pale claws that grew out twisted into irregular shapes. He directly imitated Lu Yun and grabbed it with his big hands. Before Lu Yun could stop him, he just grabbed it and pulled it. Phew! Huge wounds appeared on Qin Kaiang's body, causing him to groan, but that was all. By this time, Lu Yun's wounds had already healed. His eyes rolled rapidly, he sighed, and made a quick decision. Bai Qi! Boom! A long sword appeared in his hand, and several huge wind blades were slashed out, causing the twins to keep dodging. At the same time, countless small hands sprouted from Lu Yun's body, tearing at his flesh. But when Bai Qi possessed him, he could completely ignore it. Even if his body is torn and bloody, he can recover instantly, even allowing Lu Yun's physical abilities to continue to improve. It's just too painful. However, Bai Qi was cheering in Lu Yun's mind at this moment. This is simply the battle of his dreams, and he can't wait to experience it all the time. However, Lu Yun didn't want to waste any more time. He stepped forward and roared. Hades! In an instant, the three people who were originally in a pool of blood appeared in a dark space. The twins were still in a pool of blood trying to avoid attacks, but now they are unable to avoid them. Wind Blade. In the moment when it was stunned, its body was instantly torn apart, but this could not kill it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the separated bodies grew rapidly and turned into identical twins. Seeing this situation, Lu Yun didn't hold back anymore and raised his big hand in the air. Swallow. Countless tentacles stretched out and entangled themselves with the twins' bodies. Chapter 45. Seeing that the twins were entangled and unable to break free, the cursed spirit aura on their bodies weakened momentarily, and then quickly disappeared. Let me go, brother, help me. It actually pretended to be pitiful and wanted to beg to be let go. However, this pleading expression seemed extremely inconsistent with its ferocious face. Seeing this, Lu Yun shook his head, sorry. As he spoke, Lu Yun let out a long sigh, and countless tentacles wrapped the twins, and a painful roar could be heard faintly from inside. Soon, the sound gradually disappeared. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly froze on the spot, and pictures seemed to flash before his eyes. It was a day of heavy rain. Brother, why doesn't Mom want us? Maybe it's because we look a little different from others. Brother, the way they look at me makes me so scared, woo. Don't be afraid, sister, I will protect you. The small body is covered with a tattered plastic bag, hiding from the humans who are shining with strange light. Soon, they found an overturned trash can. The boy seemed surprised. He quickly climbed over and rummaged in the trash can. After a while, a smile appeared on the boy's face, and he was still holding a moldy rice ball in his hand. He stretched out his hand and scratched at it, cleaning off the dirt on it. Sister, there is food, wake up. The boy let out a soft breath, and the girl's head on his shoulder slowly came to life. There was not a trace of extra flesh on the pale face, and the outline of the skull could be seen. Brother, don't you want to eat? The girl asked innocently with her white eyes wide open. It's okay, sister, we are one. If you eat it, it means I have eaten it. I'm not hungry. The boy smiled brightly. It was getting late, at the gate of a school. Smash him to death, monster, it's too scary. How could a child grow up like this? I feel like I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Several teenagers carrying school bags had frightened looks on their faces. They picked up stones from the roadside and kept throwing them at the twins. Bang bang! The stone hit their heads and bodies accurately. There are scars everywhere and blood is flowing from the wounds. Brother, it hurts me so much. The girl screamed in pain, with a miserable cry. Let's go, brother, take you out of here. The twins dragged their broken bodies towards the darkness. However, their injuries were too serious. Due to malnutrition and deformity, coupled with being exposed to wind and rain at such a young age, his body has long been in dilapidated condition. His skinny body could not withstand the damage caused by the stone. The deep wounds on his bones and the gurgling blood took away all his physical strength. Snapped. A stone accurately hit the girl on the back of the head, causing blood to overflow uncontrollably. The voice that was still sobbing disappeared instantly, and his head slowly lowered. Sister, how are you? Don't do it. With blood and tears in his eyes, the boy held the girl in his hands and cried bitterly. Why do you do this to us? The boy turned his head and looked at the teenagers who threw stones at them with ferocious faces. The originally deformed face, coupled with the blood flowing out, looked extremely terrifying. The young man who was about to continue throwing it suddenly froze in shock when he saw this scene. You deserve to die. The blood and tears in the boy's eyes couldn't stop overflowing, and his mouth, which had few teeth to begin with, was filled with blood. Let's go, it's terrible. A young man dropped the stone in his hand with a look of fear on his face. Ah, good. At this moment, a figure wearing cassock stood in front of him with a strange smile on his face. Kids, where are you going? The teenagers were immediately startled, and their voices suddenly rose, as if to embolden themselves. Who are you? We want to go home. My dad is nearby, don't mess around. Really, but I'm not the one who messed up. Look at the good things you have done. You are so vicious at such a young age. You do such a vicious thing to a child who has no power to restrain a chicken. They will almost be beaten to death by you. The man in cassock knelt down and spoke softly, which seemed very pleasant. His eyes were slightly narrowed, there were traces of fine stitches on his forehead, and the smile on his face remained unchanged. It was Kensuo who had taken over Xiaoju's body. They are monsters, not people. Cold sweat broke out on the boy's pale face and he didn't dare to look, but he still stubbornly retorted. Oh, really, that's it. As if he understood something, Kensuo stood up and walked towards the conjoined siblings. Seeing that no one was blocking the way, the teenagers immediately prepared to leave. Suddenly, a voice came. Don't leave, all of you, otherwise I can't guarantee that your bodies are still intact. The tone was still calm and he didn't even turn his head, but these teenagers didn't dare to move another step. Looking at the deformed conjoined brother with resentment in his eyes were filled with excitement. On their bodies, raging magic power surged. Have you seen, child, human nature is inherently evil? People in the world always unconsciously exclude those who are different from the general public, calling them aliens and monsters. They can't understand it, they can't control it, they can only keep hitting it until it completely disappears before their eyes. Kensuo stretched out his hand and gently stroked their little heads, with a hint of love in his eyes. Chapter 46. Look, what a lovely child, he died here like this. Do you hate it? Do you want revenge? Kensuo looked at the boy fiercely, with a strange light shining in his eyes. Think, I'm going to kill them all. The boy had fallen into madness, with only bloodthirsty and killing eyes in his eyes. Then I will make it happen for you. Kensuo pulled out a dagger, without even a trace of spell power coming out of it, and gently inserted it into his small body, seeming to be muttering something in his mouth. Seeing everything that happened, those teenagers were so frightened that their legs were weak. They pointed at the rope and said tremblingly. You killed him. Hearing the voice coming from behind, Kensuo slowly stood up, his eyes were cold and there was no longer the gentleness he had before. It wasn't me, it was you who killed him. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of malicious curse power surged out from behind him. A pale cursed spirit slowly floated in the air. Special grade. With excitement in his eyes, Kensuo stretched out his hand to grab the cursed spirit, crumpled it into a ball, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it down his throat. Those teenagers couldn't see this, they just felt a little strange. Just when they were wondering, they suddenly felt like the world was spinning. The last scene in his eyes was to see a pale object floating in the air. Their headless bodies just stood there, like wooden stakes, with bright red spewing out from the broken parts. Lu Yun shook his head and felt dizzy. He didn't know why, this time the domain actually forced part of the enemy's memory into his head. But these memories quickly fade as time goes by, and when I think about them again, there are only a few fragments. He looked gloomy and dispersed from the field. After knowing what happened to the twins, he sympathized deeply. But there is no way, they are enemies after all. Either you die or I die. He won't let this kind of thing shake his mind and stop him. After dispersing these thoughts, Lu Yun's eyes became firmer. He clenched the cursed tool in his hand and searched through it layer by layer. Meanwhile, on Maki's side, an extremely difficult battle is going on. Panda's body was torn in half and thrown aside like garbage. But if you look carefully, you can see that his eyes are still moving. None of the core in the body was broken, it was just that the body was damaged and unable to move. Bang! With a loud noise, Inumaki's body fell to the ground like a kite, and his arms were twisted in an extremely abnormal direction. Ahem! Inumaki coughed twice, spit out a mouthful of blood, turned pale, covered his arm and moved to the side. Gojo-un! Are you okay? Seeing Gojo-un approaching, Panda also moved her broken body and leaned closer. From the looks of it, you must have temporarily lost the ability to move. Inumaki nodded and said nothing. His spells are now overloaded and he is unable to communicate verbally. He frowned, seeming to have made up his mind. He grabbed the twisted arm with one hand and pulled hard. Kaka! Ah! Inumaki let out a scream and forcibly reattached the dislocated and broken arm. The huge pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Bang bang bang! Not far ahead, there was the sound of fighting, and two fighting figures kept moving. The speed was so fast that Panda and Inumaki were unable to keep up. This man is really strange. He is obviously an enemy, but he still spared our lives in the battle. Panda looked at Gojo-un, then looked at the strong blonde man in the battle, and murmured. Inumaki had a complicated expression and said nothing. Clang! Maki flicked the blonde man away with a knife, a look of exhaustion in her eyes. But she still didn't dare to let down her guard. What's wrong? Isn't this okay? Henry pressed his neck, fisted his hands together, and a spark suddenly flew out. If you look closely, you can see that he is wearing a glove made of unknown metal on his hand, with several spikes protruding from his fist, giving off a faint cold light. Seeing that the other party seemed to be unfinished, Maki gritted her teeth and asked sharply. Aren't we enemies? Why are you showing mercy everywhere? Yes, the man in front of you is too strong. In the previous battle, the opponent never showed their true strength to fight them. But even so, he still defeated Panda and Inumaki with 1 against 3, using only hand-to-hand combat. But he stopped at the critical moment and did not kill them. This puzzled Maki. Did you say this? Henry grinned as if he didn't care. Killing the weak is not my interest. Besides, I just followed the boss here to help. Although the task is to kill the enemy, I think it only needs to make you lose the ability to resist. There is no need to go so far. After all, we are not really enemies. Maki stared at him, the other person's eyes not wavering at all, as if these words were his true thoughts. Chapter 47. However, this merciful approach may be a gift to others. But for Maki, it was simply humiliating. Due to the heavenly restriction, her spell power is lower than that of ordinary people, so she cannot control the spell power like a normal magician. Without these glasses, I wouldn't even be able to see the cursed spirit. However, heavenly restriction gave her a stronger body than ordinary magicians. She has great confidence in her physical abilities and use of the cursed tool. But she didn't expect that here, it was the mercy of her opponent that gave her a chance to breathe. What is your true strength? Maki looked at the blonde man with a serious look on her face. Real strength, will kill people. Henry shook his head. Let's try it. I want to see the difference. Maki has already put up a posture, when a lion fights a rabbit, you must use all your strength. I haven't reached the limit yet. If you don't use all your strength, you won't be able to leave. Oh, is that so? Henry showed an excited look. If you say so, then I won't be polite. After saying this, he pulled at his waist, and a piece of belt was caught in his hand. Let go gently. Bang! It was like a very heavy object falling, making a big hole in the ground. Then, he bent down again, rolled up his trouser legs, and tied a lot of weights inside. He also tore it off and threw it out. Bang! A few more big pits. Seeing this scene, Maki's pupils shrank sharply. She didn't expect that the other party could be so strong with so much weight on his body. After losing the weight, Henry jumped slightly on the spot, jumping as high as he could, as if he was adapting. It took a while before he stopped. Seeing that Maki didn't act rashly, he said slowly. In your case, those like us who can use special abilities are called Jujutsu masters. Maki nodded, not knowing what the other person wanted to say. In us in the West, it's not called Jujutsu because it's imprinted from birth, so we call it a God-given power. Every God-given person has different abilities, and my ability is very simple. Having said this, he shook his body and his momentum quickly increased. Empty, empty, empty. Maki was shaken by the sudden pressure and gradually retreated. The shock in his eyes became more and more intense. Boom! He only felt the strong wind blowing against his face. Henry had appeared in front of Maki, the fist in his hand slowly approaching. Sensing the approaching danger, Maki immediately stepped back, blocking the sword in front of her. However, the strange thing is that the originally slow-moving fist suddenly hit Maki's sword. Clang! Maki felt like there was a huge force pressing down on her, and she couldn't hold it with her hands at all. The cursed tool in her hand shattered, and her body was directly knocked into the air by the force. However, Henry immediately stopped and did not continue to attack, waiting for Maki to fall from the sky. Snap! Feeling the severe pain in his hand, Maki's tiger's mouth had been shattered by the opponent's punch. I'll call it your way. This is my technique, fixed point movement. Henry slowly explained. I can set 2 fixed points within a certain distance, and when the technique is activated, any part of my body can move at close to the speed of sound. Is it easy to understand? But this technique requires a lot of physical ability, otherwise you will be torn apart by your own technique. Henry crossed his hands with a faint smile on his lips. Then this is considered a disclosure of the technique. Maki straightened up, her face gradually regained its calmness, and took out the Liu Yun from the cursed tool bag. Fushiguro Megami forced this cursed tool on her before she came, but she didn't expect to use it at this time. Since I am going all out, of course I will reveal my spells and add restraints to enhance the effects of my spells. Henry shook his shoulders, looked at the cursed tool in Maki's hand, and couldn't help but admire. The thing in your hand is very good. It should be regarded as a sacred weapon to us. By the way, what is your technique? Why don't you choose to make it public? I see that you have never used it. Henry reminded. I have no spells or spells, I'm just an ordinary person. Ah! Henry was stunned, his mouth opened wide. Real? Real? Not far away, Panda and Gowan looked confused. Although their lives were not in danger, they were still seriously injured. Their minds were buzzing and they couldn't hear what the 2 people across from them were saying. I only saw the 2 of them balking there for a long time, then punched each other and started balking again. The battle here is not over yet, Itadori is also facing a crisis. The Itadori trio were now stuck in another warehouse and were in a life-or-death crisis. Kojizaki, left. Receive. A nail instantly appeared in Kojisaki's hand, and he smashed it with a small hammer. At this moment, there was a sudden strange sound, and Kojisaki felt dizzy. Careful! There was an exclamation from behind, and Kojisaki bit the tip of his tongue suddenly, came to his senses, and raised his hands to cover his ears. Chapter 48. A stone hit her on the arm. Click! The huge force caused her arm to fracture instantly. However, she just frowned slightly and held on without saying a word. Without stopping, he directly knocked out the nail with one hand. The turbaned man in front had a gloomy expression and easily dodged to the side. Due to the haste of the attack, the accuracy was somewhat poor, but this created opportunities for Itadori and Fushiguro Megami. Take off the rabbit! A huge tide of rabbits appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the man. Itadori jumped up after the rabbit wave. No! A big monkey-faced bird stretched out its claws and grabbed Itadori's body and threw it at the target. Black flash! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Itadori immediately used his current special move. Behind him, huge thunder and lightning followed closely behind, slashing towards the target with Itadori. The face of the turbaned man changed drastically. He lost his calmness before. Several stones flashed in his hand and he threw them directly at Itadori. Facing the incoming attack, Itadori ignored it and stabbed it directly with a black light flashing in his hand. Bang! The stone hit Itadori's body, and there was a click sound, as if his ribs were broken. However, his attack also arrived, and at this critical moment, the strange sound sounded again. Itadori was spinning for a while, his eyes were blurred, and the black flash in his hand was directly poked. The target originally aimed at the enemy's heart, but now it was far away, passing by his waist and piercing through instantly. Ah! The turbaned man cried out in pain and quickly backed away, clutching his waist. He came to a tall woman with gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, Ramen." The woman said nothing and looked at the three people in front of her with solemn eyes. Itadori stood up, shook his dizzy head, and felt his stomach churn. Fushiguro Megami and Kujisaki rushed over quickly to protect him. "Itadori, are you okay?" Fushiguro Megami asked hurriedly. "It's okay, just a little disgusting." Itadori frowned and stood up, rubbing his aching chest. The three people's eyes met with the tall woman, and they all saw their respective fears. The woman named Ramen's methods were extremely weird. She can emit a sound wave that can interfere with the target at a fixed point, making the target dizzy in a short period of time and temporarily losing the ability to resist. Originally, when the three of them worked together, most people would really be unable to resist, but when they met this woman, they were really restrained. This ability to be unreasonable has put them in life and death crises several times. The gloomy hooded man next to her could accurately throw rocks to hit them every time they were attacked. Pooh! Itadori spat out a mouthful of blood and straightened up, seeming to temporarily relieve the pain in his body. That woman is too difficult to deal with. We have to create opportunities to get close to her, otherwise we will be wasted here. Fushiguro Megami nodded. Who among them had the strongest harassment ability? It was him. There are 10 kinds of shadow spells emerging one after another. They are all very fancy, but they consume some physical energy, so he is unwilling to use some of them. Hey, kid, do you have to go there? We're just targeting the guy named Gojo Satoru. Ramen shouted this way. She is not afraid of leaking the target this time, because according to internal information, the other party should have known about this operation for a long time. The person named Gojo Satoru you are talking about is our teacher. How could I let you succeed? Itadori shouted at the top of his lungs. As he said that, he immediately turned his head and said seriously, we can't waste any more time, let's solve it quickly. Superior. Take off the rabbit. A large group of rabbits appeared out of thin air and swarmed towards Ramen and the others. It's this trick again, so annoying. The shadowy hooded man cursed angrily. It's no wonder he's so angry. His attack method is to throw stones. There are so many rabbits, which one do you think he should throw? Even if his attacks can penetrate these Shikigami, their sight is blocked, so the hit rate is a bit unspeakable. He took a stance, with a flash of light in his eyes, and aimed a bullet at Itadori who was rushing forward. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the stone hit Itadori's face. At this critical moment, Kujisaki jumped out from behind Itadori and struck him with a hammer. The stone shattered in response. This wasn't over yet. Kujisaki took advantage of the moment he hit the stone, and the nails with magical power flew out. Phew! The man in the gloomy hood hurriedly ducked aside, but it was too late, there were too many nails, and he was hit by 2 of them. Buzz! Here we go again! That dizzy feeling! Immediately afterwards, several stones hit the 3 of them directly, and the sounds of various bones breaking were heard. Even the released Shikigami take Usagi was interrupted. Humph, I advise you to leave quickly. You are so ignorant. The Yinying man sneered coldly, as long as Ramen is here, you have no chance to get close. Yet. Kojisaki raised his head with a cruel smile on his face. At this time, her face was covered with blood, and there was a small hole on her forehead, which was hit by the stone just now. Why, you are already like this and still struggling needlessly. The Yinying man frowned, seeming very puzzled. Watch it, foreigners! Kojisaki grinned and shouted angrily. I saw a cruel smile on her face, took out a few nails and knocked them on her body. The Cult Soul Spell, Resonance. Chapter 49. Not good. The shadowy man seemed to have thought of something and looked at the mark on his body that had just been hit by a nail. Before he could make any other moves, his face instantly turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Your ability is the real curse. The Yinying man cursed secretly and fell down involuntarily. However, his will was very strong and he managed to hold on. Okay, then do it again. Kojisaki swung the hammer and drove another nail. The Yinying man felt the same way. This time he couldn't hold on any longer and fell down. Well done, Kojisaki! Itadori's face showed joy, and he jumped up and rushed towards Ramen. Jade dog / Hun! Roar! A huge black dog appeared in the sky, with sharp fangs and a cold light. Buzz! Here we go again! Fushiguro Megami covered his head with pain on his face. Itadori, who was originally rushing at the front, also froze for a moment, but he gritted his teeth and continued to rush forward. Ramen's expression changed slightly, but he did not panic. Fushiguro Megami's take rabbit has disappeared at this time, and only the black dog Hun is still in reality due to barely holding on, and follows Itadori to attack. Seeing the enemy right in front of him, Itadori's fist almost hit Ramen's face. Suddenly a whip appeared in Ramen's hand. Itadori's eyes widened and he had no time to dodge in mid-air. With a pop sound, he swallowed the blow forcefully. Itadori's whip spun several times in the air before landing. At the same time, the black dog's attack also followed. Ramen did not panic at all, and his body was extremely flexible to avoid the black dog's attack. With a flick of the whip in his hand, he caught the black dog and was thrown out unexpectedly. Hiss, it hurts. Itadori pressed his chest and frowned. The whip just hit his already injured chest, causing him unbearable pain. Since it was Fushiguro Megami and Itadori who just launched the attack, the other party's sonic interference mainly targeted them. Therefore, Kojisaki was the first to recover, and then he was blocked by the black dog's body and rushed out from the darkness. The distance had already been shortened, but this sudden attack actually brought Kojisaki closer. However, Ramen's expression remained unchanged and he kicked Kojisaki directly. Because he comes from the west, he is much taller in stature and body proportions, and his legs are also long. Kojisaki was kicked straight away. Feeling dizzy, Kojisaki grabbed forward, and his snow-white leg was immediately scratched, leaving a bloodstain. Snort! Ramen withdrew his attack and looked at the scars on his legs, feeling unhappy. At this time, Fushiguro Megami and the two had woken up, and the current position of the 3 of them happened to be in a fan-shaped encirclement. But the difference was that the surrounded Ramen showed no fear at all. On the contrary, the 3 Itadori who surrounded her looked serious and did not dare to attack at will. The woman in front of them was really beyond their expectations, because at first she only used her abilities to interfere with Itadori and the others. All of this was in coordination with Yinying man's attack, so he misjudged her strength. This woman named Ramen is much more powerful than that sinister man. Give up. You are no match for me. Besides, we are here to help under arrangements from above. There is no point in fighting each other to the death. Ramen waved his whip, slowly walked to the side, and distanced himself from the Itadori trio. You can wait here for the results. Can't do it. Itadori stood up. The person you are helping is our enemy. Even if there is no plan against Mr. Gojo, we will not let him go. It seemed like no one could change the determination in his eyes. Hey, since that's the case, there's nothing we can do about it. I originally came to Tokyo this time to try and catch some fish, but it seems I can't do that. Hearing Itadori's answer, Ramen also prepared to attack. Well, what are you doing? Just when her attention was focused on Itadori and Fushiguro Megami, a thin rustling sound suddenly came from not far away. When she heard the sound and looked around, her pupils suddenly shrank, and she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. What are you holding in your hand? He saw Kujisaki squatting on the ground, the blood overflowing from the wound had stained his clothes red, and he looked very miserable. However, there was a weird smile on her face, and she was holding a small rolled doll in her hand. When Ramen noticed it, he happened to see Kujisaki smearing the flesh and blood that had just been scraped from her leg on the doll. Not good. She reacted immediately, and the uneasiness in her heart became stronger. Without any hesitation, she rushed towards Kujisaki with a bright look in her eyes. Itadori and Fushiguro Megami also noticed each other's intentions, their expressions changed greatly, and they rushed towards Kujisaki. Kujisaki, be careful! Fushiguro Megami made a curse seal in his hand and pointed at Ramen. Orakai! With his roar, a giant python suddenly emerged from the wall. Boom! The moment it came out, the giant python opened its bloody mouth and bit Ramen. Chapter 50. Facing the attacking giant python, Ramen's face turned grim and he opened his mouth to roar. The three of them, Fushiguro Megami, felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their galloping bodies stumbled, fell directly to the ground, and rolled forward. The originally summoned snake was also stunned on the spot. Ramen jumped directly into the air and kicked it with his leg. The Shikigami's huge body was unable to stop him at all, and he was kicked straight away. Kujisaki is right in front of her, the whip in her hand has been waved out. Late. Kujisaki grinned, took the nail and hammered it directly into the doll. Phew! Ramen, who had been wielding the whip, suddenly felt a stinging pain in his chest, and his sprinting body stopped instantly. His face was pale and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. However, soon, Ramen gritted his teeth and stood up again, his eyes bloodshot, and rushed towards Kujisaki. He hasn't lost his fighting power yet. The other party's reaction surprised Kujisaki. But the movements of her hands were not slow, and 3 nails were driven directly into the doll. Aha! Ramen let out a scream, his body could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground. The huge impact lasted for a long time. At this time, Itadori and his 2 men also rushed over and protected Kujisaki. Ramen's body trembled, and he actually supported himself again, as if he was about to stand up. She's too strong, get rid of her quickly! Kujisaki shouted. You! Ramen gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand as if trying to catch something. Itadori didn't give her this chance and quickly stepped forward and punched her. Bang! With a loud noise, Ramen rolled his eyes and fainted, causing a cloud of smoke and dust. Itadori, you are too cruel! Kujisaki's hands were in the air, his eyes twitching. Because the other party never meant to kill them, they were always merciful. Then Kujisaki found an opportunity to fight back. He didn't expect Itadori to be so cruel. Didn't you say that she is too strong? I think that if she is too weak to be knocked out, she will have to punch a few more times. That will be more painful. It is better to get it right in one step. Itadori clenched his fists with a serious expression on his face. Itadori is right. Don't hold back on someone who can solve it quickly. Besides, the opponent is indeed very strong. Fushiguro Megami also agreed. Seeing that the two of them were so serious, Kujisaki didn't say anything else. She looked at Itadori and Fushiguro Megami, skillfully dragging the two fainted people aside, and suddenly her eyelids jumped. A sound of footsteps came over. Da-da-da. The three of them immediately got together and became alert. Soon, footsteps stopped at the door of the warehouse. Squeak. Not far away, the door slowly opened. The fight here in Shibuya was really hot and intense. In contrast, the interior of the college was silent. Because of the Shibuya incident, most of the teachers and students with combat capabilities were dispatched, so this place is currently considered empty of combat capabilities. Deep in the college, a black shadow like a big bird appeared silently in the sky, and two black shadows jumped out from above and fell straight down. Snap! The two were so light that they made only a little noise. Yet, I didn't expect to be back here after such a long time. An unexpected visitor appears. Elsewhere in the high school, the principal of Tokyo, Yagamasamichi, was still worried about the arrangements for Shibuya. Suddenly his expression changed and he looked deeper into the high school. Is there anything wrong? A figure slowly walked out of the darkness. There was a lazy look on his face, his hands were in his cuffs, his hair stood up and tied behind his head with a hairband. It is Itadori's good big brother, the bulging face. There's an invasion. Yagamasamichi looked serious and stood up immediately. Let me go, you can take charge here. Yagamasamichi shook his head. The intruder seems to be very familiar with the high school, and he went to a very secret place. Unless I take you there, you won't be able to find him. Then it's not too late, let's act quickly. Yagamasamichi waved and rushed forward first. Zhongxiang turned around, looked into the shadows, and said slowly. Bad appearance, bloody painting, this is our first battle as brothers for Itadori, so we have to do a good job. No problem, big brother. Woo. At the same time, not far from the warehouse where Itadori was located 1 kilometer away, two figures were advancing rapidly. Mokamaru, I didn't expect you to be at the Tokyo campus all this time. Well, because of the mistakes I made, I want to find opportunities to make up for it, but the upper echelons of Kyoto Prefecture are really too pedantic, so I made this choice out of necessity. Mokamaru ran quickly and looked over. His current style is completely different from the original exchange meeting. The overall look is more like the ultimate Mokamaru he drove when he fought with Liu Yun, but now this one is smaller. It's you, TD. This time the Kyoto Prefecture ordered that no one be allowed to participate in the Shibuya operation. I didn't expect you to secretly come to help. Humph, those old guys talk like farts. They are extremely pedantic. They are still fighting among themselves. I really can't understand them. TD Aoi tore off the clothes he was wearing and returned to his shirtless appearance, with a hint of excitement on his face. Such a hearty battle is what I want. As he spoke, he waved his arms and punched the mutated monsters rushing along the way, unable to stop them at all. By the way, where is the place you mentioned? It's not far, just ahead. Mokamaru's eyes glowed red, and he looked along, and a huge warehouse appeared in his field of vision. Chapter 51. Itadori and the others from Tokyo School should be inside, let's go help quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Mokamaru seemed to notice something, his body suddenly shook, and then his forward speed suddenly accelerated. The situation is not right, let's hurry up. Mokamaru yelled. Upon hearing this, TD Aoi also put away his joking expression and moved forward quickly. The entrance to the warehouse is right in front of you. At this moment, two figures appeared in sight, their speed was beyond normal. The two figures ignored TD Aoi and rushed towards the warehouse door. However, at this moment, a raging flame shot out directly from the warehouse door and shot straight into the sky. The originally dark night sky seemed to be illuminated by the flames. This sudden scene immediately stopped Tdao and stared ahead with solemn expressions. The power of the pillar of flames just now was so powerful that it was simply frightening. Whizzing! 2 figures descended from the sky and landed not far from Tdao. Nanami Kento and Zenin. After seeing the 2 figures clearly, Mokamaru recognized them immediately. Mr. Nanami, head of the Zenin family. After recognizing the other party, Mokamaru immediately greeted him. After all, in a dangerous place like this, the more companions, the better. Besides, that's the head of the Zenin family, who is known as the strongest first-level magician. Oh, it's you. The native pinched his long beard and looked over with squinted eyes. The 2 quickly moved closer. Tdao shrugged his nose, a little strange. Master Zenin, you didn't come here drunk, did you? Mokamaru was stunned and looked at him in surprise. No. Hiccup. He answered very simply, but the wine belch that followed betrayed him. Tdao was speechless for a moment, while Nanami Kento, on the other hand, remained silent, his body straightened, and he looked at the warehouse with a serious expression. Cheer up, I feel the extremely powerful cursed spirit. Nanami Kento reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, the top of the warehouse was penetrated by several towering fire pillars. 2 more figures appeared in mid-air. Itadori and Fushiguro Megami. Mokamaru's sharp eyes immediately spotted the 2 figures in the sky. At this time, Shibuya changed his lazy drunken look and disappeared in an instant. In Mokamaru's astonished eyes, he appeared in the air and directly caught the fallen Itadori and Fushiguro Megami. Snap! After catching it, he threw the 2 people over directly, and Mokamaru and Tdao rushed forward to catch it. Just when they were still wondering what was going on, a pillar of flames sprayed directly on the Shibuya people. Master Zenin. Nanami Kento immediately took action and rushed towards the warehouse, but before he could get close, he was sprayed out by a pillar of fire. Vaguely, he saw 3 figures lying in the warehouse, 2 of them he didn't recognize, and one of them was Kujisaki Nobara. Damn it! He cursed secretly and dodged the blow. Chi! With a sound breaking through the air, a shirtless figure appeared next to him. It was the direct person who had just been hit. At this time, he looked a little embarrassed, his robe was completely burned by the flames, and his originally handsome mustache was also burned away by the high temperature. Because the distance was still relatively far, he used magic to strengthen his body and barely resisted the attack. However, the skin was still burnt red, and the whole body exuded a burnt smell. Itadori, Fushiguro. Both of them had burn marks all over their bodies, and they slowly stood up under Mokamaru's shouts. Itadori looked around. At this time, a large piece of his face had been burned, revealing the flesh and blood inside, which looked quite terrifying. Megami, Kujisaki is still in there. I know, but to save her, we still have to pass this hurdle first. Fushiguro Megami's condition is not good either. The skin on his hands was burned off, and the severe pain caused by the burns continues to bother him. What's going on? What kind of enemy is this? Tdao walked up slowly, with a serious expression. Be careful, that's a special grade cursed spirit with intelligence. Fushiguro Megami shouted. Empty, empty, empty. A hot breath came out. There are a lot of bugs here today. Luahu slowly walked out with a cruel smile on his face. Crisis is everywhere, but Lu Yun's place is eerily quiet. He has been walking for a long time and has not seen a single person, not even cursed spirit. He immediately wondered if he was looking in the wrong place. Thin and rustling. A slight sound came over, Lu Yun's face suddenly lit up, and he quietly touched it. Woo! There was a cry, and Lu Yun was instantly alert. This weird sound made him extremely uncomfortable. The sound came from the front door, and Lu Yun ran directly in with the cursed tool. Bang! The door was knocked open instantly, and the scene inside suddenly came into view. It was a spacious swimming pool. In my impression, this swimming pool is located next to the shopping mall, which means that it is not far away from the boundary. All the spotlights in the swimming pool are turned on, illuminating the venue. Lu Yun followed the crying sound and saw a humanoid cursed spirit with tentacles stuffing living humans into its mouth. Chapter 52. Phew! Blood overflowed from its mouth, and the human was swallowed alive. Ocean disaster, Tuojen. Lu Yun recognized this cursed spirit. Judging from its current appearance, it could be seen that it had matured from a cursed fetus. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yun took action instantly, throwing the cursed tool in his hand directly into the opponent. The movement of BG on the door here has long been discovered, and the other party is already on guard. The moment cursed tool shot over, the tentacles on his neck rolled up and were thrown back. Lu Yun kicked cursed tool, turned around, held it, and jumped off the high platform. Wu human, you are the human who killed Hua Yu. Seeing Lu Yun, Tuojen seemed to have remembered something and suddenly fell into madness. White smoke was emitting from his already red body. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun suddenly felt bad. He couldn't adjust his body shape in mid-air, and a water column hit him directly. He only felt as if he had been hit by a kin truck, and his body immediately flew out. Wu, I want to avenge Hua Yu. Tuojen made a big move, and several water pillars rushed directly towards Lu Yun. After being rushed to the wall by the water column, Lu Yun finally found a foothold. He stepped directly on the wall and ran quickly. Point your hand toward Tuojen. Qin Kaiyang appeared instantly and hit it. Tuojen's body hit the ground like a sandbag, making a big hole. A surprise attack, despicable human being. Tuojen roared and summoned a wall of water to appear in front of him, just in time to block Qin Kaiyang's subsequent attack. Taking this opportunity, it immediately distanced itself. Lu Yun didn't say much. He greeted Qin Kaiyang and rushed forward. The two of them surrounded him, making it difficult for him to resist. When Lu Yun saw Tuojen being entangled by Qin Kaiyang, he jumped up from behind Qin Kaiyang, picked up the cursed tool in his hand and inserted it. With a bang, Tuojen's shoulder was instantly pierced by the cursed tool. Just when Lu Yun was about to continue the attack, the wall next to him was suddenly smashed by something. Bang! Because the distance was too close, Lu Yun had no choice but to put his hands in front of him. A huge cursed spirit crashed in from the next door and fell on Lu Yun and Qin Kaiyang. Qin Kaiyang reacted very quickly. With a wave of his golden mace, he easily split it in half. Purple blood spilled from the air, and Lu Yun frowned. This cursed spirit that suddenly came in made him feel something was wrong. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. His expression suddenly became sharp, and he quickly observed his surroundings. At this moment, among the cursed spirit residue scattered in the air, a bunch of inconspicuous meatballs suddenly spread out, stretched out a sharp thorn, and stabbed Lu Yun. Lu Yun had been on guard against this for a long time and dodged directly. Qin Kaiyang stood next to him and hit him hard. Bang! The opponent couldn't avoid it and was smashed in half by the huge pressure. However, the miraculous thing is that the pieces of meat that should have been scattered were quickly reorganized in the air, glued together, and soon returned to their original shape. Real person! Lu Yun was furious and had been looking for his target for a long time, but this time he finally appeared. Thank you, Masato. Tuojen hurriedly thanked him without concealing his gratitude. The real person recovered his body and gently landed next to it, saying that he didn't need to worry about it. Then it looked at Lu Yun curiously, with doubts in its eyes. Do you know me? Hearing this, Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. The other party probably used some special method to retain part of his soul to survive, but he lost another part of his memory. Thinking of this, he sneered, "Of course I know him. When you were looking for Mokamaru last time, I was at the scene." The other one was killed by me. Tuojen's body was shaken and he immediately added. Makoto, Hanayu was also killed by him. Liu told me about this man. At that time, he was stopped by Gojo Satoru on his way. Oh, it's you. The real person seemed to have thought about it, with an excited look on his face. But it was hesitating in place. Well, Xia, you just asked me to do my own thing, and I don't have to fight, but I'm so excited to see you. The real person showed a twisted smile. It's okay to kill you, as long as we solve it quickly. It seems that you have lost your memory and even your IQ has become lower. Lu Yun inserted the cursed tool on the ground with an endless coldness on his face. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Even if I can't kill you the second time, I will kill you 3 times. Until I get rid of you. Lu Yun's threat didn't seem to be noticed by the real person. It narrowed its eyes and backed away slowly. No roar. Waves of roars came from behind the shattered wall. Bang bang bang. Countless mutated monsters are coming. Qin Kaiang, come on. Following his order, Qin Kaiang crashed out like a moving mountain. There is no way to stop the monsters along the way. As long as they are touched by him, they will be smashed to pieces immediately. Makoto, I'm on board too. Tuojen couldn't hold himself back any longer, and with a move of his hands, a strange-looking giant-footed insect jumped out of his hands. Chapter 53. Immediately afterwards, a steady stream of sea insects emerged from its body, mixed among the monsters, and rushed out. This scene was seen by Liu Yun. Although these sea worms were small, their destructive power was not low. Many monsters along the way were directly knocked away by them. But none of this was noticed by Liu Yun. These rubbish can only slow down the progress of him and Qin Kaiang, but cannot hurt them. After thinking for a moment, Liu Yun directly summoned Bai Qi. But this time, instead of letting him possess him, he summoned his true body. The huge body landed in the middle of the group of monsters, instantly trampling them to pieces. He swung the changa in his hand, and a wind blade flew out, blowing up a piece of the body. The real person stood among the monsters and did not move, just watching everything coldly. For it, the life and death of these mutated monsters are just a cloud. I'm going, Masato. Just as it was thinking about its next step, Tuojen couldn't help it anymore, jumped up and rushed out. Tuojen, don't go. The real person hurriedly stopped, but it was too late. The Shen, who was still clumsily cleaning up the monsters, suddenly glowed red, and Jinmei and Chang Ji attacked at the same time. Tuojen didn't expect this at all, and in a hurry he could only raise a wall of water to block him. But this was no better than the initial attacks. The powerful force and sharp blade instantly penetrated its water wall and penetrated its body. Phew! Bai Qi raised the Chang Ji and pulled it, and Tuojen's body was cut in half by the waist. Only a little bit of skin and flesh remained connected, not completely broken. At this time Liu Yun moved and threw the cursed tool directly at Tuojen's head. Cursed tool shuttles and makes a sound of breaking through the air. Just as he was about to shoot it in the head, a white monster suddenly came in and hit the cursed tool. Naturally, its body couldn't stop it, and it was directly hit to pieces. But just like that, the aiming head deviated from its original position. Hide quickly, Tuojen! The real person shouted. It was the monster that was thrown over just now. Naturally, Tuojen would not miss this opportunity. He shot out 2 water columns with both hands and actually changed direction in the air. The cursed tool passed through its shoulder, revealing a big hole, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Bai Qi moved even faster and struck with the Chang Ji in his hand. Boom! With a loud noise, the scene suddenly flashed, and they suddenly appeared on a sunny beach, next to the sparkling sea. Domain expansion Dang Yun Ping Xian. It's the realm again, it's so annoying. Liu Yun cursed secretly and looked around. At this time, Tuojen's body had been connected, but the scars could still be seen, and he was slowly recovering. The army will swarm after death. There was no reaction at all. Lu Yun and his spirit were hit instantly. Countless Shikigami appeared out of thin air, tearing at their flesh and blood, but the Shikigami's body was quite hard and only caused some superficial wounds. But Lu Yun has no choice. He has a curse on his body and cannot be exempted from the hit limit like Fuhaisher. Therefore, every shoal of fish tore at his body. Seeing this scene, Bai Qi, who was originally in a bad mood, immediately shouted in Lu Yun's mind. "Let me possess you, my real body is too boring, I don't feel anything at all." Hearing his shouting, Lu Yun was speechless, but he was originally prepared to do so. I saw him facing his forehead. Bai Qi, who was still fighting outside, disappeared in an instant, and a strange aura rose up on Lu Yun's body. What a strange ability! Not far away, Tuozhen folded his hands and did not go into battle in person. The wound on his waist was almost healed. However, at this moment, it suddenly felt a chill in its chest. It looked up and saw that Lu Yun, who was being attacked, had appeared behind it. A long sword emerged from its chest. At this time, Lu Yun was still biting various marine Shikigami. Go! Tuozhen immediately flew away from his original position, and his chest was hit by Chang Ji again, making the wound deeper. With a move of its hand, a huge king-footed insect emerged from the sea, and its bloody mouth directly swallowed Lu Yun, who was unable to rely on his strength in the air. "Hu, is it solved?" Tuozhen clutched his chest and was about to get further away when a huge figure suddenly appeared behind him. State! The golden mace hit Tuozhen's body hard, knocking him away. His body, which was already seriously injured, was hit hard again at this moment. It quickly summoned the ocean god, rushed towards Qin Kaiang, and knocked him into the sea. However, before it could breathe a sigh of relief, several huge wind blades came out from the bottom of the sea and struck it. The limbs were cut off instantly. Aha! Tuozhen was in pain and spurted out a mouthful of purple blood. On the sea, a huge peduncle insect corpse floated up, and Lu Yun burst out of its body. "It's your turn." Lu Yun looked at Tuozhen, who had only his body and head left in the air, and grinned. He was carrying the internal organs and blood of a footworm, as if he had crawled out of the Nine Netherworld. Tuozhen immediately spread his wings behind him and prepared to leave. However, it was still a step too late. Lu Yun appeared in front of it with a light step and waved to its head. A smooth wound appeared on Tuozhen's neck. Puff! Blood spurted out from the seam, and the head fell off. The realm also disappeared, leaving only corpses on the ground. Disaster of the Sea. Tuozhen, eradicated. Chapter 54. Lu Yun shook off the remaining flesh and blood on Chang Ji and looked around. There were only a few scattered monsters left in the entire swimming pool, and the real person had disappeared. Damn it, you didn't even care about your companions, you ran so fast. Lu Yun cursed angrily. After the monsters around noticed Lu Yun's appearance, they immediately howled and rushed over. Without even saying hello, Qin Kaiang just hit them all to death with a stick. Then he disappeared. Call. Lu Yun found a relatively clean place to sit down among the corpses on the ground. After fighting so many times in a row, he was indeed a little tired and needed a rest. At this moment, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat, as if something bad had happened. He had no clue at all, but the faint feeling of oppression seemed to be grasping his heart, making him almost suffocated. Do. At this time, his cell phone rang at an inappropriate time, which made him feel a little strange. Who would call him at this time? Hello? Is it Mr. Lu Yun? I finally contacted you. Something big happened. At the same time, the receivers of combatants everywhere rang simultaneously, transmitting a shocking news. Lord Tianyuan's secret place was attacked. The attackers were Kenjaku and a bald man. The principal of Kyoto Prefecture, Rakuganji Yoshinobu. The principal of Tokyo Prefecture, Yamamasamichi received the news and went to support, but was killed in battle. Special level Jujutsu Master 99 Yuki was invited to return to the high school and encountered the two of them who were leaving Kenjuo. They started a battle and were eventually defeated. When he was about to die, he was rescued by a strong man who suddenly appeared. Lu Yun didn't speak when he heard the bad news on the phone. Mr. Lu Yun. It seemed that he didn't hear Lu Yun's movement, so he asked cautiously on the phone. I know, I will rush back as soon as possible. After a long silence, Lu Yun finally answered. After hanging up the phone, he sighed and turned his head to look outside. Beams of sunlight shone in from the damaged wall. It's daybreak. Lu Yun did not stay here anymore, turned around and walked out. He looked calm on the surface, but actually his heart was filled with huge waves, and he was thinking secretly. Although the development of the plot has changed significantly due to his intervention. But up to now, the established general direction has not changed at all, and has even been advanced. Originally, the attack on Tianyuan should have happened after the Shibuya incident. Unexpectedly, because Lu Yun used a barrier to block Kensuo from sealing Gojo Satoru, he quickly changed his strategy and ran to capture this old BD Tianyuan first. He didn't know how he knew Tianyuan's hiding place so quickly. Thinking of this, Lu Yun felt a little pity. This Yamamasamichi actually died, but this time he did not die in the hands of his own people, but died to protect Tianyuan. It is really a pity that such a cursed genius died here. If he doesn't die, he will definitely be rated as a special level Jujutsu Master and become the 5th special level Jujutsu Master. With his ultra-high technology that can mass-produce self-aware curses and act on their own without replenishing the curse power, there is no problem at all. Just as he was walking on the road muttering to himself, a white figure suddenly jumped out at the corner ahead. Because the incident happened suddenly, both of them were shocked. But after seeing the person clearly, Lu Yun's face darkened, and his momentum suddenly became high. Master, you gave me a good meal. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will fall into hell without any door. Lu Yun shouted, took out the cursed tool in his hand and stabbed it directly. Phew! Due to his extremely fast attack speed, the opponent could not dodge this blow and was directly stabbed through. However, this amount of damage naturally cannot really hurt it. Its body kept changing and quickly escaped Lu Yun's attack. No more fighting, I want to withdraw. As slippery as a loach, the real person dodged and mocked. But its movements were not slow, and it ran far away in a flash. Lu Yun followed closely behind, his eyes flashing, and he was constantly thinking in his mind. This real person can be said to be an extremely important part of the Kenjuo plan. Because its ability is the medium to start the killing game of death and migration. If we could get rid of it here, would it be possible to prevent this game from happening? Thinking of this, Lu Yun accelerated instantly, picked up the cursed tool in his hand and threw it away. Sensing the attack from behind, the real person's body transformed into an eagle and flew into the air. Where to go? Lu Yun shouted loudly and pointed his finger at it. Qin Kayang instantly appeared in the air and stepped on it. Domain expansion Hades. Without any hesitation, the moment the real person fell into the attack range, Lu Yun immediately opened the field and pulled it in. The scene changed instantly, and everyone appeared in the dark space. The moment he fell into the realm, the real person had a look of panic on his face and his body was trembling. This is a tremor coming from the soul, as if there is something here that it is extremely afraid of. However, it can't remember anything here at all. Chapter 55. You can't escape. Lu Yun made a move with both hands, and Bai Qi appeared instantly, and countless wind blades swept towards the real person. Its body could not withstand such an attack and was torn apart in an instant. Rise! Lu Yun raised his hand, and countless tentacles rolled towards the fragments of the real person's body. However, the real person did not give up the struggle at this time, and his torn body changed randomly with the changes of his soul. The hands that were chopped into pieces suddenly grew out of one of the pieces of meat. Not good. Lu Yun naturally saw this scene, his eyes narrowed. Qin Kaiang had a clear understanding, and he raised his hand to smash it. However, it was still a step too late. The regrown little hand instantly formed a handprint, and the space seemed to shake, and a squirming sound was heard. Domain expansion autistic Yuan Dunrap. A ripple spread out from the real person's body, and the fragments were instantly combined and reorganized. From it, a white space spread out. Two big hands appeared out of thin air and were photographed directly. However, the moment they came into contact with the tentacles, the big hands were directly wrapped in them and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the tentacles continued unabated and wrapped directly towards the real person. Damn it! The real person cursed angrily and pressed his hands to his side. Its territory shrank rapidly under control, tearing towards Lu Yun's territory. This collision of fields concentrated on one point actually made it carve out an exit as big as a little finger. This gap may not be helpful to ordinary magicians, but it is different for real people. It can change the soul. In Lu Yun's surprised gaze, it directly stretched itself into a thin thread. It slipped out of the torn gap with a swish sound. Good guy, I really belong to you. Seeing the other party escaping, Lu Yun unlocked the area and chased him out. At the same time, in the direction of initially unblocking the barrier. The place has turned into ruins, and a shirtless man is standing there with deep wounds all over his body and blood all over his body. However, his expression didn't change at all, and he didn't seem to notice these injuries at all. At this time, he put down the phone in his hand and looked aside. There, Maki was supported by Panda and Inumaki Tudge, leaning on the broken flower bed. The arm and one of the legs were extremely twisted and seemed to have been broken. You are very good. I had a great time fighting this battle. Henry looked at Maki with deep admiration in his eyes. As a woman, being able to have such a strong body and being able to fight with me to this extent is already very impressive. He put his phone in his pocket and continued. Panda and Inumaki Tudge stared at the man with vigilance in their eyes, fearing that he would suddenly attack. Seeing them like this, Henry chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I won't take action again. You should take her for treatment quickly, if it's still too late." Maki had fainted at this time. After hearing what Henry said, Panda and Inumaki Tudge immediately retreated with Maki. But they were still on guard against him, without relaxing at all. They didn't speed up and ran in a certain direction until he was out of sight. There is their temporary medical station, and the highly specialized healer Irishko is stationed there. Henry looked at the direction Panda and the others left, and then looked away for a long time, and then walked forward. The road went all the way to the end, and he stopped at the last flower bed. Because the battle site is still some distance away from here, it was not affected. Henry squinted his eyes and looked over, frowning. In front of the flower bed, there was a pool of coagulated blood, and a blood line extended out. In an alley about 2 streets away, a figure limped along, leaning on the wall. There were dots of blood behind him, all the way down to his body. At this moment, his blood that was still dripping suddenly stopped, and his body that was originally moving also stopped in place. His body suddenly shook, and he heard a joyful voice. "I am indeed a genius, I actually learned the reversal technique at a time like this." The golden crooked ponytail raised his head with a bright smile on his face. This is exactly the lifeless Haruta, and he actually escaped. It seems that my life should not be cut off. Although I don't understand my technique, it really saved my life many times. The smile on Chihuamian Haruta's face became more and more perverted. His spells are indeed magical. They seem to be able to store miracles and release them in times of crisis. After being seriously injured by Panda and Maki and dying, the spell passively released all the stored miracles, allowing him to barely survive his near death. Moreover, he learned the reversal technique while dragging his seriously injured body while escaping. Can he be said to be really lucky? He let go of the hand covering the wound. Although it looked bloody, the wound had gradually disappeared. Just when he was happy, there was a noise and scattered footsteps not far away. Chapter 56. Haruta Shichman looked up, and when he found the person coming, his face showed joy. "Hi! Master, I'm here. Are you ready to go back too? Let's go together." He greeted, completely unaware that the other party's expression was extremely strange. Just when he was approaching it, he realized that behind the real person, there was a man holding a cursed tool running after it. Seeing this scene, Changmian Haruta was so frightened that he ran away. He knew only too well the real person's strength, yet he could still be chased and beaten by that man. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to give him if he met him. However, when I was running, I discovered that although the injury was almost healed by the reversal technique, my physical strength had not recovered, and my body seemed to be filled with lead. Masato soon caught up with him, and Haruta Shichman shouted with a pleading look on his face, "Mahito, take me for a ride." As if hearing his plea, the real person actually stretched out his hand. Lu Yun chased after him, and when he saw another person coming, his face became even more gloomy. On the other hand, Chunmian Haruta stretched out his hand and grabbed it with joy. "Thank you, Zhenmao. I will definitely get some interesting toys for you when I go back." He was pulled by the real person and ran away, thanking him constantly. "It's okay, you're welcome, aren't we companions?" The real person looked at him with a harmless smile on his face. "You are such a good person, Haruta Shikigami still wanted to say something, but suddenly felt his hands loosen. His body suddenly flew up, and he was actually thrown out by the real person. "You!" He suddenly panicked and turned around to look behind him. The death-like figure had already arrived in front of him. Phew! Lu Yun's cursed tool penetrated directly into Haruta Kongmian's body. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and his body, which had not fully recovered, was hit hard again at this moment. Snap! Lu Yun directly picked it up and threw it to the ground. His head hit the ground and fell to the ground like garbage, erasing a very long blood mark. However, it was all like this, he was not dead yet, the key parts of his brain were not damaged, and the reversal technique could still be used. Lu Yun frowned as he watched Changmian Haruta gradually support his body. He knew this man, he was a pervert, and although he wanted to stop and give him a stabbing blow, he could still tell which was more serious than the one in front of him. Thinking of this, he continued to speed up and chase him. Haruta Shichman slowly supported his body and stood up unsteadily, with half of his face rubbed off. However, with the activation of the reversal technique, the injured area is gradually recovering. But his spell power is running out. "Damn real man, how dare you abandon me!" Kongmen Haruta kept cursing, and regardless of whether the other person had any family members, he greeted all 18 generations of his ancestors. Click! He pulled his broken arm back, and the huge pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Save a small life. Haruta Shichman looked around and found no other enemies, so he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he was about to leave here, he suddenly noticed something strange on his hands. The surface of the skin actually bulged, as if something was scurrying around inside. "No, I fell into his spell." He reacted immediately and his face turned pale. Like a chain reaction, one bulge led to the next, and soon all kinds of bulges took over his whole body. The whole body was immediately swollen and foaming. Because the inaction transformation acts on the soul, no matter how he uses the reversal technique, it will not help. But he is a magician, and his body and soul are different from ordinary people, much more powerful. With self-awareness, he endured great pain and watched his body swell and twist, eventually turning into a monster. This may be the retribution for his many evil deeds over the years. Ouch! It howled, the soul was twisted, and the pain in the body was like tearing, making him bump around. At this time, a figure wearing a turban appeared on the roof next to him, and everything just happened was seen by him. He pulled off a black mask and put it on his head, leaving only his eyes exposed for observation. Holding the seal in his hand, he heard a soft shout, "Spiritual spell! High Z!" A sharp horn appeared out of thin air, and under his command, it slammed into Haruta's mutated monster. A hole the size of a human head was instantly revealed, with pus and blood spurting out. Ho! It screamed, and its huge body crashed towards the direction of the attack. "Butano, solve it quickly, we have to go to Miss Iiri quickly." An uncle-looking man in a suit suddenly appeared in the air and shouted to the masked man. As he spoke, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and the long knife inserted in his waist was instantly swung out. The monster's body was cut in half like a piece of paper. However, even so, it still did not die. It kept howling and scratching its claws in the air. "Tisk, tisk, your vitality is really tenacious." Puff puff. Butano Takuma manipulated the sharp horns to drill directly into its body, until more than a dozen holes were revealed before it finally lost its breath. Chapter 57. Let's go, Mr. Kusakabe. Butano Takuma pulled down his mask, and after confirming that the monster was completely dead, he called the man in the suit and left. Things like this happen in various places in Shibuya. Even though it's dawn now, the battle is still not over. At this time, Lu Yun had already chased the real person far away, and naturally he didn't know what happened next. Seeing another corner ahead, Lu Yun made a sharp move, and Qin Kaiang threw out the golden mace in his hand. Bang! Wherever the golden mace passed, everything it touched was shattered. The huge power stirred up a wave of air, temporarily slowing down the real person's progress. With just such a moment of hesitation, Lu Yun's next attack arrived, and the wind blade directly passed through its waist, splitting it in two. But this kind of attack is of course useless to real people. Lu Yun didn't expect to hurt it, just to slow it down. The real purpose is to pull it into the field again and kill it in one fell swoop. "You forced me to do this." Seeing that he was about to be overtaken, the real person stopped immediately, with a sinister look on his face, and clapped his hands violently. Multiple soul hook technique. Multiple souls of the opposite S**X. An armored being emerged from his hand in an instant, and its huge body crashed directly into Lu Yun's body. Boom! With a loud sound, the multi-soul variant was stopped in place, as if it had been hit by a mountain, motionless. "Well done, Qin Kaiang." Lu Yun leaned against Qin Kaiang, raised his hand to grab the mutant's arm, and cut it directly with his Chongji. With a squeak, he was instantly cut off. But the mutant seemed to be desperate for its life, opened its big mouth, and actually bit it. However, Qin Kaiang would not give it this chance. He picked up the golden mace in his hand and smashed it down. The head covered by the inexplicable armor was shattered in response. Lu Yun raised her hand and stabbed it in with the Chongji, tearing it into pieces with just a little force. "It's your turn." Lu Yun didn't stop and rushed towards Genren. However, all this seemed to be destined, and the real person took this opportunity to complete his final transformation. Transformation without doing anything, killing all over is the spirit body. The real person stretched out his hands and tore at his body changing rapidly. A monster with no eyes and a ribbon floating on the back of its head appeared. Why did it still succeed? Seeing that the real person had completed his transformation and Lu Yun was no longer in a hurry to attack, he frowned in confusion. Is evolution so random? He looked at the real person and murmured. The appearance and aura of the real person at this time are completely different from before. Thank you so much for letting me find my true self. Looking at his current body, the real person smiled extremely brightly, as if this was the look he had dreamed of. Are you over happy? Lu Yun said coldly. The joys and sorrows between people are not the same, so the joy of the other person naturally makes him a little upset. Haha, I'm so happy. After running for so long, it's my turn to fight back this time. The real person smiled ferociously, appeared in front of Lu Yun in an instant, and blasted towards the door. State. Like a copper wall and an iron wall, Qin Kayang's golden mace was blocked in front of him at the right time, and he caught the punch steadily without moving at all. What? The real person exclaimed. This situation was somewhat beyond its expectations. Before it could react, it felt countless heavy blows hitting its body, making it unable to parry. Its body was knocked into the air, and the golden mace scratched a deep scar on its back. The real person turned around quickly, and a thunderclap sounded from his hand. Black flash. A black light flashed across the space and appeared in front of Lu Yun. However, he did not dodge and slapped the real person on the head with both hands. Black flash. Lu Yun also used this single target damage skill, hitting the real person on the head, and it shattered like tofu. Phew! Lu Yun's chest was also opened by the opponent's black flash, and it penetrated through. After receiving this injury, Lu Yun did not move away, but directly grabbed the opponent's arm and prevented him from leaving. Although Lu Yun's black flash just shattered the real person's head, it could only weaken it and could not cause real damage to it. Therefore, Lu Yun seized this opportunity to prevent it from breaking away, and was about to open the field to get rid of it. A wave of energy that seemed to penetrate the sky flashed before his eyes. Boom! The huge impact sent the real person flying out. Wogan! Lu Yun secretly yelled, "This man-made disaster is like a loach. If you let it escape, you don't know when you will be able to catch it next time." Just as he was looking around, another energy wave came from a distance and hit not far ahead. Boom! The huge destructive power directly raised the surrounding area to the ground instantly. This is Gojo Satoru's virtual style. Lu Yun squinted his eyes and recognized the source of the attack. So he immediately dodged and avoided this place. Although he is relatively confident in his own strength, currently he is not arrogant enough to compare with Gojo Satoru. But Lu Yun believes that as long as you give yourself a little more time, this won't be a problem. But the question now is, who made him use this trick? Chapter 58. Because the destructive power of the energy wave just shot was too strong, the nearby area has been reduced to ruins, and there is smoke and dust everywhere, making it impossible to see clearly. Is it a coral leak? Lu Yun secretly guessed, but soon he shook his head and denied this conclusion. Although Lekko is very powerful, it's not enough for Gojo Satoru to use twice. Then it looks like this, is it? His whole body was tense, as if he had thought of something. The smoke and dust floating everywhere seemed to be cut open by an inexplicable attack, and instantly dissipated under the huge impact. Sukuna. In the smoke, a figure slowly emerged, wearing a black coat, black spiked hair, and a ferocious smile on his face. It took over Fushiguro Megami's body so quickly. Lu Yun's pupils shrank sharply. This incident happened unexpectedly. Yes, the figure in the smoke is none other than Fushiguro Megami, the successor of the Jukage Jutsu. However, it can be seen from the mysterious tattoos on his face that he is now completely occupied by Sukuna. Buzz! A clear sound came from the distance, and Gojo Satoru flew over with a cold face. "Hey, Lu Yun! You're here too." Since the distance was not very far, he immediately spotted Lu Yun, who was alert not far away, with a hint of surprise on his face. Lu Yun nodded and then asked. "What's going on? Where's Itadori? Why did Sukuna end up on Fushiguro Megami?" Gojo Satoru looked gloomy and said coldly. "The cursed spirit holding the small volcano fed Itadori 10 fingers and forcibly awakened Sukuna. When I arrived, it had already been replaced by Fushiguro Megami." Although he had known about it for a long time, Lu Yun still felt that things were developing too fast. He clearly remembered that if he possessed Fushiguro Megami now, he would not be able to use his strength normally. But it did it anyway. Is it because of other reasons? At this time, Sukuna dusted himself off, spread his hands, and took a deep breath. Tisk, tisk, it feels so comfortable. It seemed that it didn't pay attention to Gojo Satoru and Lu Yun at all, and was observing its surroundings. At this moment, the stone next to it suddenly became loose. Snap! A huge boulder was lifted up and rolled down from the ruins. The sight of several people disappeared. The real man dragged his broken body out of the ruins. Ah, what's going on? It looked around, confused. Are you Kenchuo's subordinate? Sukuna stood behind it as if watching a bug. The real person felt as if he was being cut into pieces, and his body began to tremble unconsciously. It immediately lay down. Yes, I am Kenchuo's companion. This commotion in Shibuya was prepared to resurrect you. Because of the fear from top to bottom, the real person just opened his mouth and talked nonsense. What was supposed to be a plan to seal Gojo Satoru was changed into a plan to awaken Sukuna. Oh, is it so? Sukuna raised his eyebrows slightly, raised his foot and stepped on Misato's head. Well, that's all I said. Click. Before it could finish speaking, its head was crushed by Sukuna. Humph, I need your help? I'm so ungrateful. His words were filled with arrogance and violence. Seeing the real person who was supposed to be Sukuna's companion being trampled to pieces, Lu Yun's expression did not change at all. After all, he knew very well that with Sukuna's character, it wouldn't be surprising to do anything. It is pure evil, there is no room for change, no values can restrain it, you can do whatever you want, do whatever you want. At this time, Sukuna was about to say something. The real body that had his head crushed was instantly reorganized and turned into a complete body again on the side. Interesting. Looking at this scene, Sukuna showed a cruel expression. I remember we met once a long time ago, when you broke into my domain. Ah, yes. The real person's body kept retreating, and his mouth was hesitating. If its face wasn't originally pale, it would probably look dead now. In fact, the real person is not too afraid of Sukuna existing in Itadori's body, because it will be naturally suppressed by Itadori. It seems that Itadori exists as a container specially prepared for Sukuna, but not for his resurrection, but to seal it. But it's different now. Now that Sukuna has been transferred out of Itadori's body, although it may lose some of its strength due to the rejection of this new body, it is absolutely impossible to suppress it like Itadori did. You are very brave, but I don't have time to chat with you now, there are important things to deal with. Sukuna glanced at it and did not do anything again. Then he turned his attention to Gojo Satoru and Lu Yun, beating constantly. I remember you, I told you, I will come back. Sukuna grinned, showing his fangs, and his eyes stopped on Lu Yun, his eyes glowing red. The look he looked at Lu Yun was extremely strange, as if he had been marked as his property. Seeing the other party's unscrupulous look, Lu Yun sneered. Of course I remember, this is not about waiting. Why, your body is not enough and you still want mine. Lu Yun has noticed that the way Sukuna looks at him now is exactly the same as when he looked at Fushiguro Megami. It was obvious that his body was also being targeted by Sukuna. Chapter 59. Good boy, you have the guts. Sukuna's eyes became even redder, and he was about to take action, but was suddenly interrupted by Gojo Satoru. I said, you don't take me seriously. He folded his hands and hung his body in the air, his emerald pupils shining with a strange light. Looking at Sukuna condescendingly, it seems as if I am the only one in heaven and on earth as rumored. Aren't you afraid of spraining your feet when you stand so high? Sukuna teased. It moved its fingertips slightly, and struck Gojo Satoru with a huge slash. However, this attack only brought out a trace of blood, which was quickly restored by the reversal technique. Tisk. Sukuna frowned slightly, seeming a little unhappy. This Fushiguro Megami is really difficult to deal with. He can't even use 80% of his current strength. It's just 14 fingers, so what if I let you use all your strength? A trace of violence flashed across Gojo Satoru's face, and at this moment, he seemed to no longer suppress himself. Hearing this, Sukuna acted indifferently, but Lu Yun knew that Gojo Satoru was not lying. If Sukuna does not regain his true strength, the power of these dozen fingers will not be enough for Gojo Satoru. Then give it a try. Sukuna also took a stance and struck with a wave of his hand. An invisible slash struck him, but Gojo Satoru seemed to teleport and disappeared directly from the spot. The fist with magical power was stuffed directly into Sukuna's face, and the huge force made his face dent. Gojo Satoru showed no mercy because this is Fushiguro Megami's body. Another punch hit Sukuna's stomach, causing it to spurt out a large mouthful of blood. However, these injuries were minor problems, and they were recovered by the reversal technique in an instant. Snap! Sukuna grabbed the incoming fist with one hand and sealed it with one hand. Orakai! Boom! A giant python appeared instantly and bit Gojo Satoru's body, its sharp teeth piercing directly into his body. However, this blow did not make Gojo Satoru stop at all. He didn't care at all and punched Sukuna in the face one punch after another. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. The figure disappeared in a flash on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already behind Sukuna. Phew! Taking advantage of Sukuna's opportunity to resist Gojo Satoru, Lu Yun directly f'd Changji and penetrated Sukuna's body, and then pulled hard. Tear! Just one line is needed to split it in two. Lu Yun's sudden sneak attack surprised both Sukuna and Gojo Satoru, but Gojo Satoru reacted quickly and shouted, "Lu Yun, be careful! Guan Niu!" Bang! A huge black bowl directly hit Lu Yun's body and knocked him away. "Do not bother me!" Seeing Gojo Satoru looking over, Lu Yun immediately shouted. He held his waist, click! His waist, which was already somewhat twisted due to the impact, recovered instantly. Ha! Bang! Sukuna's body was bounced away as if being hit by a missile, and even his left arm was torn off. Wind blade! Lu Yun would not miss this opportunity and directly threw out several wind blades, hitting Sukuna. Huge wounds appeared on its body. But in just a moment, he was restored by the reversal technique. It's really troublesome to be able to reverse the spell. Lu Yun had a ruthless look in his eyes. Sukuna's spell power is too much. Even if he keeps using reversal spells to recover, it won't be reduced much. This is a war of attrition. However, because Sukuna's strength is not complete now, he is purely suppressed and beaten, and his body is beaten around in the air like a sandbag. If it weren't for the fact that he was Sukuna, he had tenacious vitality and huge spell power, so he could withstand it. If it were a normal special level, even if it could reverse the technique, it would probably be dead after just a few hits from Gojo Satoru. Snap! With a muffled sound, Sukuna's body was shattered by Gojo Satoru's arms, and just when he was about to step forward, a huge black shadow suddenly descended from the sky. The huge body directly trampled Sukuna into the ground. Then he struck Gojo Satoru directly with his sword. 8-grip sword and strange ring god General Maki. Feeling the strong pressure coming from him, Lu Yun did not act rashly. He recognized the sudden appearance of the monster. This guy is the strongest Shikigami among the 10 shadow spells, and has the ability to adapt to all characteristics. If you can't kill it instantly, as long as you give it time, it will be able to adapt to everything. It is simply a magic nemesis. Unfortunately, none of the successors of the 10 shadows in the past generations were able to tame it. But in the original work, this Shikigami was successfully subdued by Sukuna, who possessed Fushiguro Megami. Become the only person who holds the complete 10 types of shadow magic Shikigami. Gojo Satoru naturally recognized this monster, and he quickly pulled away. At this time, Maki chased after him and slashed at him with his sword. Cha! Huge scars extend from the shoulder to the waist, with blood splattering everywhere. 14 fingers. What Sukuna had not been able to do for so long was easily accomplished by the sudden appearance of Mahora. Chapter 60. After slashing Gojo Satoru, Mahito seemed to have lost his aim and shook his body. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun instantly understood that Sukuna had not yet tamed it. He simply summoned it and dragged Gojo Satoru into the taming ceremony. Snap! Sukuna jumped out of the pit, and his shattered arms were now back to normal. Terrifying recovery ability. The moment Sukuna jumped out, Mokamaru rushed over as if he had found his target, and the sword in his hand instantly appeared in front of Sukuna. The speed is so fast that there is no time to dodge. The dignified Sukuna was stabbed hard as soon as he crawled out of the pit. The huge wound almost cut off his waist, but he showed an evil smile. After slashing Sukuna, it instantly appeared in front of Gojo Satoru and chopped it down, as if the rain and dew were all wet, one chop at a time. Gojo Satoru naturally won't spoil it anymore. He just got slashed because he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he came back to his senses, he teleported directly behind Mokamaru and punched him. The huge force knocked it down. The commotion here was so loud that it spread quickly, and some magicians who were supposed to evacuate gradually came over. Among them are Butano Takuma and Kusake Batsushi who have left. Pat pat pat. A soft and a heavy voice came over, and Lu Yun looked up. It turned out to be Itadori and the others, but they looked extremely embarrassed. Kojisaki was carrying Nanami Kento on his back, his body was burnt and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. The broken Mokamaru was carrying Zenon, who had only one hand and one leg, and was limping along the road. Td Aoi's face was extremely ugly. His whole body was covered with burns and deep visible bone scars. One arm was only white bones, with bits of flesh and blood remaining on it, all burned to char. But even so, there was a worse person lying on his back. Itadori Yuji's skin and flesh have long been gone, and there are still scars left on his body from the slashes. His hands and feet are missing, and the neat gaps suggest that all of this should be Sukuna's fault. At this moment, he was leaning on TD's body and closing his eyes tightly, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. No one else but Sukuna and Sukuna could do such severe burns and slashing damage. Lu Yun. When Kojisaki saw an acquaintance, he forced a smile on his miserable face. Lu Yun rushed to greet her and took the Nanami Kento from her. You should take a rest. As if a heavy burden had been lifted off her body suddenly softened and she fell into Lu Yun's arms. At this time, Lu Yun finally saw that there was also a cut mark that was deep enough to the bone on Kojisaki's back. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Yun looked ugly. Butano and Kusakabe, who were not far away, had already rushed over and took over the wounded. From behind a building, Mokamaru's true form emerged, rushing towards it with an anxious look on his face. It can be seen from his pale expression that he has not stopped along the way. Moreover, his puppet is still here and has just experienced an extremely harsh battle. TD. Behind Mokamaru are Miwa Kazumi, Nishimiya Momo, and their teacher Yuta Him. When they arrived, they quickly saw a fierce battle ahead. Gojo Satoru, Sukuna, and Mahora are engaged in a melee, and just the aftermath of the battle makes their hair stand on end. Don't worry about their fighting. We can't interfere. Let's take the wounded first. Lu Yun shouted, causing them to snap back to attention and focus on what was happening in front of them. Why is it hurt so badly? Miwa Kazumi shed tears when she saw the miserable state of several people. Several people took the wounded from their bodies. Miwa Kazumi was about to pull Td Aoi, but she saw him shaking his head while waving his palms that were only white bones. Hurry, send them to Teacher Shiko quickly, there may be hope. He was out of breath, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. What are you talking about? Get out of here. Kusakabe grabbed Td Aoi and fought against him regardless of whether he wanted to or not. Without waiting for anyone to react, he turned around and left. What are you doing standing still? Let's go! Kusakabe shouted sharply. Lu Yun also handed the unconscious Kojisaki into the hands of Utime. Please. Utahim solemnly took Kojisaki and ran towards the medical station. After seeing them off, Lu Yun turned around and looked at the battlefield, his eyes cold and his body exuding a deep chill. In the distance, the real person was hiding behind a stone and watching the battle, ignoring what was happening here. It seems that it is now more interested in Sukuna and Gojo Satoru fighting than its favorite human experiment. Its eyes were shining brightly, as if it was absorbing the details of the battle and growing rapidly. This horrible way of learning is simply terrifying. Lu Yun also noticed the changes in the real person from a distance, and it seemed to be getting stronger. Can't stay. Thinking of this, he quickly changed his position and rushed towards the real person. He didn't want to worry about Gojo Satoru's battle. Anyway, the current Sukuna couldn't beat him even with Mokamaru. The top priority is to get rid of this man-made disaster first. Chapter 61. The huge aftermath of the battle is spreading in all directions. Taking this opportunity, Lu Yun quickly approached the real person. Because the opponent's attention was all focused on the battle in front of him, he didn't notice it at all. Break. The moment he entered the attack range, Lu Yun took action instantly and swung a wind blade past. The suddenness of this attack shocked the real person. It hurriedly raised its arms, its muscles kept squirming and expanding outwards, turning into a shield. Bang! However, this shield did not block the wind blade at all. The real person's arms blocking his body were cut off. Damn it! Only then did it finally react, and its body quickly retreated toward the back. However, it was too late. Lu Yun was extremely fast. During the pause in the attack, he had quickly closed the distance and appeared in front of the real person in the blink of an eye. Go to hell! Seeing Lu Yun appear, Genren's arms instantly transformed into a big knife and stabbed him. Facing the coming attack, Lu Yun's expression remained unchanged. With one hand, the domain instantly expanded, and the two of them were directly pulled into the dark Hades. Didn't you use the realm just now? How come you can still use it now? The real person's face was in disbelief and panic was evident. It really can't help but be afraid of it. Because the use of a domain requires a large amount of mana to maintain, under normal circumstances, after using domain expansion once, it is basically impossible to use it again within a day. Therefore, generally during battles, unless necessary, or there is only one enemy, the field is rarely opened as soon as it comes. Basically, when all kinds of methods have been exhausted and there is still no solution, the field will be used to fight the enemy at the end. However, today, it was beyond recognition. Can't you accept this? If the two fighting below open their fields one after another, wouldn't that scare you to death? Lu Yun snorted coldly, expressing disdain. Can Gojo Satoru and Sukuna turn it on all the time? No matter how surprised the real person was, Lu Yun rushed forward and struck directly at its body. Under the huge power, the real person's body was chopped into pieces easily like tofu. Seeing that the opponent's movements had been restricted, Lu Yun didn't hesitate at all. He shook his big hand and countless tentacles entangled him. No, I still have the possibility to move forward. I can't die yet. The real person screamed, it itself was a master of soul manipulation. At this moment, it can clearly feel that its soul is being swallowed up by the entanglement of those strange tentacles. Every soul lost is a heavy blow to it and can cause it great pain. Looking at the man-made disaster who kept struggling for mercy, Lu Yun's expression was cold, without any sympathy. However, at a time like this, the absence of surprises is itself a surprise. Just when the real person was about to be devoured, a loud noise suddenly came in. Lu Yun's field was shaking constantly, as if someone was attacking from outside. Boom boom! There were two more loud noises, and the domain shook even more violently, but there was no sign of the domain being broken. Lu Yun is not very worried about external attacks. Under normal circumstances, unless the strength exceeds the users by too much, it will be difficult to break through. As far as the current situation outside is concerned, only Gojo Satoru, Sukuna, and Mahoraga can pose a threat to him. But they themselves are so busy that they have no time to take care of this. Just when Lu Yun thought there was no problem, a problem arose. Due to attacks from outside, the devouring speed of the tentacles in the domain has decreased. After the real person noticed it, he struggled desperately, and he actually managed to partially escape the attack of the tentacles with his head. At the moment of escaping, two big hands instantly appeared on both sides of the ears of the real person's head, and they began to form seals directly in the air. Domain expansion. Wow! A strange sound sounded, and huge white hands suddenly appeared in the dark Hades, protecting the real person in the middle. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this man-made disaster actually broke through the limitations. In just one day, not only did he complete the sublimation and evolution of his body and soul, but he was also able to master the field and use it twice. Ha ha ha! I said that as long as you give me time, I can continue to improve. If the crisis I have experienced cannot kill me, it will only make me reborn and become stronger. The real person smiled crazily, and his body kept retreating under the envelope of the domain, widening the distance between him and Lu Yun. You did exceed my expectations, but that's it. For the real person who has evolved again, Lu Yun directly pressed his hand. Countless tentacles stretched out from the darkness, everywhere, directly surrounding it. When the real person was still glad to have escaped the disaster and was happy for making another progress, when he saw this scene, his already pale face suddenly showed a deathly grey look. With such a dense tentacle, it is impossible to avoid it, and there is no possibility of escape. Chapter 62. In order to prevent accidents, Lu Yun rushed over directly this time, slashing several wind blades in his hand at the opponent without giving it a chance to operate. Am I really going to die here today? The real person's body, which was still recovering, was chopped into pieces again, and there was a trace of despair in its eyes. However, at this moment, a huge energy impact directly penetrated Lu Yun's field and passed through the real person's body. The huge force instantly shattered the real person's body into pieces. This sudden change caught Lu Yun off guard, and his body was thrown away by the shock wave. The energy cannon that just penetrated the field was just an attack with magical power. To the real person, it was like rain from the sky, saving it from water and fire. The moment it was shattered, it floated away into the distance with the help of the shock wave, and its body quickly reorganized in mid-air, quickly returning to its original shape. But judging from the aura, it is much weaker. Real person. Leaky coral. A cursed spirit with a volcano on its head jumped out, caught the falling real person, and landed not far away. Lu Yun took advantage of the airflow that was thrown away and turned his body. After adjusting, he finally could see clearly below. Kenjaku. There was a hint of anger in his voice. He was almost able to get rid of the real person just now, but he didn't expect to be kicked in. At this time, from behind Luo Hu, a man wearing cassock slowly walked out. Behind him, there was a huge vortex swirling, with traces of magic power overflowing from it. You did a good job. Lu Yun landed firmly on the ground, facing the three super powerful enemies in front of him, without flinching at all. He didn't expect that Kenjaku would move so fast. He ran to the high school overnight to steal Tianyuan, and not long after that, he ran to Shibuya again. It seems that the opponent must have a cursed spirit that can move over long distances. At this time, Genren was already hiding behind Luo Hu, looking at Lu Yun mockingly with a treacherous expression on his face. I didn't expect it. My companion came first. You can't kill me. Seeing its ugly face, Lu Yun wanted to punch it in its mouth. Before he could say anything, Luo Hu walked up with thick smoke in his hands. Your domain is so powerful, it can actually withstand the combined power of me and Xiaoyu. There was a hint of vigilance in its words, and it seemed that it had a share in the destruction of the field just now. After hearing what Luo Hu said, Lu Yun understood immediately. The extremely destructive magical energy just now turned out to be Kenchuo's Ji no Ban, Whirlpool and Liu Hu's flame power. At this time, Kenchuo slowly walked up and greeted Lu Yun as if he were an old friend. "Hi, we meet again." His tone was calm, with a faint smile on his face. "It doesn't matter whether you see them or not, they are all enemies anyway." Lu Yun was not polite at all and replied coldly. "Xiaoyu, this guy's methods are really weird, you have to be careful." The real person reminded, although it still had the joy of surviving the disaster on its face, it still reminded its companions. "Thanks anyway." Although he was a little reluctant, the real person still thanked Kensuo. "It's okay, we are companions after all." Kensuo looked at the real person and smiled lightly, especially warm. Not far away, Lu Yun watched them chatting without saying anything, but when he heard what Kensuo said about his companions, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Why did this person come to the rescue for his companions? It was obviously for the next plan. Thinking of this, Lu Yun rushed towards them with determination on his face. The other party was also frightened by Lu Yun's sudden attack. They never expected that Lu Yun would dare to launch an attack when the enemy was outnumbered. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of wind blades struck at them. Sensing the power of the wind blades, several people looked solemn and tried their best to resist and dodge. However, Lu Yun's goal is very clear, that is, real people. When they were in a hurry due to the sudden attack, Lu Yun appeared in front of Genren in a flash. He tapped its head with his fingertips. Not good. The opponent is not a small fish or shrimp. Although his strength has declined, his combat experience is still there. It knew that there was no way to deal with Lu Yun's attack by itself, so its body reacted extremely quickly and ran directly towards the direction of the leak. "Liu Hu, save me!" It was obvious that Kenchuo was the closest to it, but it chose the furthest coral reef. It can be seen that even if they are in the same camp, Kenchuo is not trusted. He kept saying thank you and caring, but his actions at the critical moment were extremely real. At this time, Luo Hu finally dealt with the wind blade in front of him. His body was scraped bloody, and he looked extremely miserable. However, if you look closely, you can see that these are all skin injuries, and for cursed spirit, they are like scratching an itch. Boom! After Luo Hu dealt with the wind blade, he clapped his hands and a pillar of fire erupted directly from the ground and hit Lu Yun's body. The burning sensation spread throughout Lu Yun's nerves instantly, and the huge pain made him want to scream. But he still held back, waved the Changji in his hand, and struck Luo Hu directly on the body. Like a divine weapon, its body cannot resist it at all. Chapter 63. Aha! Purple blood spurted out from Liu Hu's chest. It screamed in pain and quickly pulled the real person back. On the way back, Luo Hu waved his hands, and 4 volcanic craters the size of wash basins appeared out of thin air, and scorching heat came from above. Lu Yun stopped immediately, and at that moment, 4 flames erupted from the crater. Seeing this scene, he waved the Changji directly in front of him, the huge wind blade struck out, and the scorching flames were directly split into 2. This dangerous attack was resolved just like that. After doing this, Lu Yun was about to step forward, but he felt a cool breeze coming from behind his head. His pupils shrank in shock and he lowered his head. Click! A long worm-like cursed spirit flew over Lu Yun's head, and its huge mouth bit into the air, making a crisp sound. Sneak attack on me! Lu Yun looked back and pointed her finger at him. Kenchuo, who had stepped forward, suddenly changed his expression and began to retreat quickly. Bang! A huge figure appeared where he was just now, and the golden mace smashed the ground into pieces. You really don't stop. You're like someone who fell into the chicken feed to repel insects. You run around. You run to the high school to finish your work and then rush back to Shibuya without stopping. Hearing the ridicule, Kangsuo frowned slightly and said nothing. But Lu Yun would not just let it go and looked around. Didn't I say that there is a bald man following you? Where are they? They are not hiding behind and preparing for a sneak attack like you, are they? Judging from the information received on the phone, the bald man has been following Kangsuo, but now they are fighting but still has no intention of showing up. This made Lu Yun vigilant. After hearing Lu Yun's question, Kangsuo spread his hands and seemed a little helpless. You should be talking about logins. Don't worry, he's not with me. We met an acquaintance on the road and had a fight. He was slightly injured and won't show up for a while. Oh, are you talking about 99 Yuki? Sensing that Liu was slowly approaching, Lu Yun immediately adjusted his body shape and withdrew from the encirclement of several people. It seems like news spreads pretty fast. Seeing his movements, Kangsuo did not stop him. Instead, he smiled brightly, but his eyes were unusually cold. Although 99 is a difficult woman to deal with, she won't make logins and I panic. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Yun and found that his expression did not change at all, so he continued. Anyway, you will know later, so it doesn't matter if I tell you. Juju was about to die in our hands, but Miguel suddenly appeared, fought with us, and rescued her. Miguel. Hearing this unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar name, Lu Yun thought for a while before finding out his information. It turns out it was him. A year ago, this man named Miguel was Xiaoyuji's companion and was responsible for delaying Gojo Satoru during the Hyaki Night Parade incident. He used a special rope-cursed tool to drag Gojo Satoru for almost 10 minutes. Although it is possible that Gojo Satoru did not use all his strength at that time, even this is not something that ordinary magicians can do. In this comparison, Miguel has definitely reached the special level in terms of strength. You seem to have just arrived at the high school not long ago, so it's normal that you don't know me. Kangsuo saw Lu Yun frowning and thinking, and thought he didn't know. You don't need to stress. It doesn't matter whether you know this person or not. It's you. Lu Yun's eyes were fixed on Kangsuo's chest. After the previous round of battles, your strength is probably only half of what it was in its heyday. Just like this, what are you going to do to fight me? There was no politeness in his words, and he looked at Luohu on the other side as he spoke. I don't know why the wounds on its body are only recovering now. It stands to reason that cursed spirit's recovery speed will not be so slow. You were seriously injured too, weren't you? Was it Sukuna? Or was it Gojo Satoru who hit you? Lu Yun teased. From the very beginning of the fight, he discovered that the strength of these two guys was much weaker than imagined, and they were actually quite able to fight against the enemy. You. Hearing this, Luohu seemed to have been stabbed in a sore spot, and his originally vigilant expression suddenly became furious. Sparks splashed out from its body, and even the air became thick and hot. There is really nothing that can be done about it. It has a bad temper. For the first time, in order to test its strength, it went to provoke Gojo Satoru in private. As a result, he was beaten violently by the opponent, leaving only one head left. If Huayu hadn't risked his life to save him, he would have been there. The second time, the high school infiltrated and was hit by Gojo Satoru from a distance, almost going straight to the sky. The third time, this time, was because he woke up Sukuna and was beaten violently by the opponent. Gojo Satoru caught up later and was beaten violently by the hybrid again. If it hadn't been lucky, he would have almost died on the spot. Therefore, Lu Yun's words directly hit its bottom line. You wanna die? It hit the ground directly, and the ground immediately split into pieces, and hot magma spurted out. Domain expansion Tai Coffin and Iron Mountain surrounding mountain. Chapter 64. Lu Yun instantly appeared in a field full of magma and volcanoes. The terrifying heat baked his skin. You are dead. Luohu stared at the huge eyeballs and shouted angrily. Before Lu Yun could react, the entire space was instantly enveloped in flames, as if he was about to be roasted to death. However, Lu Yun could barely resist the flames by just releasing the magic power. Besides, he was possessed by Bai Qi and his recovery ability was abnormal, so he didn't need to think too much about it. Fire Gravel Worm. 3 mosquito-like cursed spirits with slender mouth parts appeared in the air, and appeared in front of Lu Yun in an instant. The sharp mouth parts poked directly at his head. However, facing this sudden attack, Lu Yun did not avoid it at all, and directly grabbed it with his big hand. Click! He actually crushed the fire gravel insect directly with the grip of his palm. Bang! A boulder filled with magma appeared in the air and hit Lu Yun on the head. Not good. Sensing the scorching heat coming from above his head, he immediately waved the Chongji in his hand and struck it on the boulder, splitting it in two instantly. After doing this, he quickly touched his head. The strands of hair seemed to be dry and shriveled. With a gentle squeeze with his hand, they turned into ashes. You burned my hair. Lu Yun was angry. For the enemy's attacks, even if it is a few cuts on the body, it can be recovered at any time. But that's not the case with hair. We can only wait for it to grow slowly. If it is burned out, no hair will grow. The huge wind blade struck out as if it was life-threatening. Without being too verbose, he directly opened the field to the highest level. With a wave of his hand, 99 and 81 small volcanoes appeared out of thin air, and scorching flames spewed out. At the same time, its body was also hit by the wind blade, its arms were chopped off and half of its head was cut off. On Lu Yun's side, under the baking of so many volcanoes, a dark shadow slowly appeared. Click, click, click. A huge black ball appeared on the spot. The moment the flames disappeared, the black ball also disappeared. Lu Yun stood there unscathed. Lu Hu was dumbfounded. The spell it performed with a fatal attack did not cause any harm to Lu Yun. At this time, it looked extremely miserable, with wounds cut by wind blades everywhere on its body. The head that was once filled with sparks was now spurting purple blood. However, the moment it spurted out, it was instantly evaporated by the scorching heat. It was just about to prepare for the next step when it suddenly felt a darkness above its head. Bang! A black ball hit it directly. At the critical moment, it summoned a magma boulder and hit the black ball. It was slightly deflected, but it still received a huge impact. Puff! His body, which was already seriously injured, was now in a state of dilapidation. It raised its eyes and saw that the black ball that had just been knocked aside by the boulder slowly opened up and turned into a huge figure, holding a glittering golden mace in its hand, majestic and majestic. He had resisted the fire damage just now on Lu Yun's behalf. Everywhere on his body was burned to a crisp and there was thick white smoke. However, he seemed to have no feeling and stood there like a god. Qin Kaiang, come on! Lu Yun pointed at Liu Hu. In Luo Hu's respectful eyes, Qin Kaiang disappeared in an instant, and it immediately slapped him to the side. Flames spurted out from the remaining palm and poured on Qin Kaiang. However, these attacks did not make him move at all, as if a huge mountain hit Lu Hu's body directly. Luo Hu felt a surge inside her body, as if the inside had been turned into paste by the impact. If it were an ordinary human, it would probably be dead long ago, but it is a cursed spirit. Although it can feel pain, its self-healing ability has also been greatly reduced. But this seemingly fatal injury still did not make him die immediately. I'll fight you. Its huge eyeballs were covered with bloodshot eyes, and its remaining hand stretched into the air and pressed Lu Yun. Gaku no Fan Mei. A terrifying aura came from the air, and a huge meteorite hit Lu Yun's head directly. Boom boom boom. The area of the leaky coral disappeared instantly, the huge explosion directly flattened the area, and a huge crater appeared on the spot. Luo Hu propped up his broken body and looked around. There was nothing in the center of the meteorite. Except for the flames burning everywhere and the smell of burning, there was no smell of living things. It seemed that under this attack, Lu Yun was reduced to ashes. Ha 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 ha! Luohu laughed heartily, and seemed to be in an extremely happy mood at this moment. I asked you to pretend, do you think you are Gojo Satoru and Sukuna? Very satisfied with this result. Congratulations, you are indeed a leaker. You only used half of your strength to get rid of such a powerful enemy. Kenjaku clapped his hands and walked over slowly, with a bright smile on his face and no stingy words of praise. Humph, what's half the strength? The power of my Koku no Banya has nothing to do with my own state. As long as I activate it and hit the target, it will cause maximum damage. Luohu did not accept the flattery from Kangsuo. It understood that what it had achieved just now was all due to its desperate effort. Now that I have lost my battle goal, I am almost dying. It shook its body and suddenly staggered to its knees. At this moment, it completely reached its limit. Chapter 65. Can't you hold it anymore? Kenjaku asked curiously. What nonsense are you talking about? You don't know if I can do it or not. As the curse of the earth, I am much stronger than the ordinary cursed spirit. As long as I don't die immediately, I can slowly recover through rest. Liu Yun looked at Kenjaku angrily. Although it looked shaky now and was about to die, the powerful resilience of the cursed spirit was working quickly. Although his recovery speed has become very slow due to serious injuries, he will definitely not die. As it said, it looked around and suddenly became confused. Where's the real person? Why didn't I see it? It stared at the blood-red eyeballs and looked at Kenjaku doubtfully. You're talking about real people. Kenjaku paused, but only smiled for a moment. It has become a part of me. What's the meaning? Luohu stared blankly, as if he didn't understand. Looking at its appearance, Kenjaku laughed dumbly and pointed at the twisted vortex behind his head. Why are you so stupid, Luohu? The real person is much smarter than you. When you expanded your domain, it noticed my intention and launched a sneak attack on me, but I dodged it. The corners of Kangsuo's mouth were slightly raised, and he smiled lightly, as if what he said was extremely ordinary. Roar! In the vortex behind him, a twisted cursed spirit seemed to be struggling to escape, but there seemed to be a huge suction force on it, and it was sucked back directly. Real person! Luohu stared with blood-red eyes and shouted. The twisted cursed spirit just now, although it looks different, its breath is exactly the same as the real person. You actually absorbed the real person. Luohu understood immediately, and quickly retreated. His remaining palm pressed against the rope, and flames ignited from his body. However, only an inexplicable thing was seen burned to ashes, and Kenjaku disappeared. Where? Luohu broke into a cold sweat and glanced around. Suddenly it felt a heavy blow to its abdomen, and a huge force came from it. Its body was directly knocked into the air, like a kite with a broken string, and landed not far away, unable to move. The sound of the sound came from where Liu Yun was just now. Look at you, Luohu, what you have become now, you can't resist a casual blow from me. If you were in your heyday, I would indeed feel troublesome, but now, you are just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Kenjaku's figure slowly approached, with a sinister smile on his face. Treacherous and cunning humans cannot be trusted. Luohu gritted his sharp teeth and looked ferocious. If he had the strength now, he would definitely choose to tear apart the hypocritical man in front of him. Well, let's just consider me human. Kenjaku didn't care, squatted in front of Luohu, and said slowly. But if you want to say that I can't be trusted, you are really wronging me. Our goals are actually the same. Even if I absorb you, I will still eliminate all life here. Do you think this result is what you want? Is it the same? It seemed to be telling something extremely ordinary. At this moment, Kenjaku finally stopped pretending and stretched out his hand to press it on its head. Goodbye, Luohu. The soft voice was like a lullaby, and Luahu closed her eyes in despair. Just when Kenjaku was about to use the cursed spirit technique to absorb the leaky coral, he suddenly felt a chill. A breath that could threaten his life came from all directions. With no time to think about it, he immediately stopped and hid behind him. The moment Kenjaku left the place, Luahu's body was instantly cut into countless pieces. Among the pieces, the corners of its mouth seemed to be slightly raised, as if it had been relieved. The unparalleled power of the wind blade continued unabated and cut into Kongsuo's body, causing blood to splash everywhere. However, this was not his blood. A large piece of cursed spirit appeared on his body. It had been cut into several pieces and purple blood spurted out. Damn, it's so dangerous. Kenjaku cursed secretly in his heart, observing the direction of the attack and always being vigilant. However, just when his attention was focused on the front, the soil behind him stirred. Lu Yun broke out of the ground directly, and the Changji in his hand instantly penetrated Kongsuo's body. Aha! Kenjaku was immediately severely injured and spurted out a large mouthful of blood. However, his movements were not slow either. Just when Lu Yun was about to drag Changji and tear him in half, he suddenly stamped his foot. Gravity. An invisible gravitational force pressed on Lu Yun's body. Lu Yun suddenly felt as if his internal organs were penetrated by invisible force, and his body was directly pressed into the ground. Boom boom boom. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of bones being broken floated in the air, and Lu Yun's body seemed to be crushed directly by the force of gravity. A big pit was also pressed into the ground, and he fell directly into it. Kenjaku clutched his chest, frowned, and used reversal techniques to treat the injuries on his body. With a vigilant look, he walked forward slowly, came to the place where Lu Yun was pressed in by gravity, and observed carefully. Died. He looked at the dark hole with some hesitation. It was extremely deep inside and could not be seen clearly at all. Due to the emergency situation just now, Kenjaku used the maximum gravity that could be used now. He used this power to cooperate with Logans to severely injure Juju Yuji in an instant, otherwise it would have taken a lot of effort to deal with that woman. Therefore, under the current situation, he did not believe that Lu Yun could survive. Just when he repeatedly confirmed that there was no breath and was about to leave, an eerie chill chilled him from the solace of his feet to the top of his head. Click! Kenjaku felt a chill on his neck, and a line of blood flew out. Chapter 66. Roso's eyes revealed disbelief. A feeling of soaring into the air came into his mind, and the surrounding scenery instantly flipped. His body stood motionless, and blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. Beheading. Lu Yun put one hand on the edge of the pothole and climbed out. The joints of the body are weirdly twisted, the whole body is stained red with blood, and the eyes are flashing red, like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. The moment he came out, Lu Yun's twisted joints quickly reorganized and returned to their original shape. Then, he rushed directly to Roso's fallen head with a quick step, and with a cruel smile on his face, he struck down with the Changji in his hand. No. Roso's expression finally showed a fearful look, and the curse power poured out of his body and head as if he was desperate for his life. The original remnant body actually started to move like this. The body rushed towards Lu Yun, and the huge gravity pressed on Lu Yun again, causing him to stumble and almost lose his balance. But because of this stagger, the direction of the long arm was moved a little. Click! There was another sound, and half of Roso's remaining head was cut off directly from his left cheek. The skull was opened, and a brain with a mouth appeared in front of him. This is Roso's true form. However, a quarter of its body has been cut off by the attack just now. At this time, its mouth opened wide and it let out a shrill scream. Come again! Lu Yun stared with red eyes and struck again. At this critical moment, he suddenly felt a chill piercing his skin. Ice condensation spell. Freeze. Following an inexplicable sound, a wave of cold air swept over him, and Lu Yun felt stiff all over, as if he was about to be frozen. The Chongji in his hand moved downwards little by little, and the blade had already touched Roso's body, creating a wound. Ka. In the cold air, Lu Yun finally stopped moving and was frozen in place. Li Mei, quickly pick up my head and connect it to me. Feeling the pain of the sharp blade hanging on his body, and the breath that was infinitely close to death, Roso's voice was trembling. The mutilated body was scratching everywhere. Although they were not far apart, with such a small distance, Roso couldn't control the body with his remaining ability. Bang! A shot of ice hit the frozen Lu Yun directly and penetrated into the building nearby. It's really embarrassing, Roso, you've already fallen victim to this man twice. Li Mei, who looked like a white-haired boy, appeared in midair and landed gently next to Roso. The big hand roughly grabbed its head and threw it to the body. Snap! After catching the head with his body, he fumbled and connected it to the neck. Hey? Wrong viewing angle. Roso made a strange sound. If you pick it up backwards, turn it around. Li Mei's voice was cold and emotional. Oh, trouble. The body controlled the arms and turned the head back. The moment his head was straightened, a puff of smoke rose from his body, the reversal technique was activated, and the wounds on his body were rapidly recovering. But only the main part of the head only stopped the bleeding and could not be restored. Who save a life? There was still fear on Roso's face at this time. Although his body could not be recovered yet, it didn't matter anymore. It was a blessing from God that he could escape from such a certain death condition. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, a huge abnormal noise came from the smashed building not far away. Bang bang bang! In the astonished eyes of Roso and Li Mei, a huge stone flew out of the building and hit it. Boom! Giant! Roso quickly used the cursed spirit technique to summon 4 huge cursed spirits to stand in front of him. Li Mei on the side looked solemn. Due to the sudden incident, it was no longer possible to hide elsewhere. He raised his palm toward the front, and the huge icicle rose instantly and hit the boulder. But the huge pressure directly broke the icicle, and Roso's cursed spirit was also crushed. Unknown to him, he summoned a huge centipede in front of him. Li Mei slapped the ground, and huge ice edges rose up around him, extending outward. Boom boom boom! The two of them worked together to resist, and finally managed to hold on. The boulder could not withstand the pressure and broke into countless pieces. Empty, empty, empty. A figure slowly walked out from the scattered smoke. There was a look of shock on Li Mei's face, and he quickly retreated. Several wind blades struck the place where he was just now, creating a huge ravine. What kind of monster is this and why is it still alive like this? Li Mei only felt her whole body trembling and feeling cold. Lu Yun's body still has countless ice edges stuck in it that have not melted. What's more important is that a huge ice edge directly penetrated the head. The head and lower abdomen are the most important parts of a magician. One is responsible for manipulation and calculation, and the other is responsible for storing magic power. As long as one of them is seriously injured, he will basically bid farewell to his identity as a magician. Especially the brain, whether it is an ordinary person or a magician, is the Achilles heel. The seemingly ordinary person in front of him was able to act like an ordinary person after being penetrated through the brain. Lu Yun reached out and broke off the ice edge stuck on his head, revealing a huge hole. At the moment when the obstruction was lost, the body tissues were rapidly reorganized at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the head was restored to its original condition in less than 10 seconds. It's simply incomprehensible. For magicians, the brain is the calculation center for spell power. I have never heard of anyone being able to run reversal magic after their brain is destroyed. Raimei had a look of horror on his face. He could not imagine such a thing. Even his master, Sukuna, was not sure whether he could do it. Because until now, no one has been able to completely destroy Susu's head. Big trouble, Li Mei. This person's ability is so weird that it's a bit hard to resist. Roso also showed a rare expression of uncontrollable seriousness. He can handle everything he controls calmly, but the Lu Yun in front of him is completely beyond the scope of the plan. After thousands of years of planning and arrangements, he felt helpless for the first time. How can I kill him? As long as he is still a human being, I can kill him, but I can't find a way now. Li Mei glanced at Roso, as if wanting to know his opinion. Don't look at me, I don't have any tricks. Roso immediately waved his hand, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Have you finished discussing it? Lu Yun looked at the two people below coldly. He shook his arms, feeling his restored body and feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. The moment he was hit by Li Mei's ice cube, he accepted Qin Jing's possession. The body that was about to reach its limit recovered instantly at the moment of possession. He only feels that he has endless physical strength now, even if he faces thousands of troops, it will be no problem. Do it. Li Mei's eyes were fierce, and she made an instant decision. She flashed her body and rushed towards Lu Yun. In midair, he summoned countless ice edges and shot them out. Roso's movements were not slow either. He patted his body and a white dragon-shaped cursed spirit appeared instantly, hovering in the air. At this time, Li Mei was already fighting with Lu Yun. Bang bang bang! Countless ice edges hit Lu Yun's body, but it was different now. The huge force that can penetrate a person's body with one blow only scratches some shallow scars on his body, which can be recovered in an instant. Seeing that Bing Leng's attack was ineffective, Li Mei slapped Lu Yun on the body with a palm, and the cold air directly invaded the body. The other hand was covered with ice cubes and formed into a spike shape, and was thrust into his lower abdomen. Snapped! Lu Yun ignored it and slapped Li Mei on the face, and the opponent's ice edge instantly shattered under the slap. Then there was another punch, stuffed into Li Mei's chest. Puff! The sudden attack and huge force directly caused Li Mei to spit out blood, and her body was knocked away. Bang bang bang! The buildings along the way were instantly penetrated, and what he just did to Lu Yun now happened to him. Li Mei touched his disjointed chin and put it back in place. The slap just now made his face crooked. At this time, Roso's attack also arrived. The dragon-shaped cursed spirit hovers in the sky and becomes larger and larger, dark clouds condense in the sky, and the invisible power of heaven and earth permeates the air. Wow! Countless raindrops fell on Lu Yun's body, as if carrying corrosive liquid, and his body was riddled with holes. Lu Yun hid to the side, but the dark clouds above seemed to have locked onto him, following him above his head. Corrosive raindrops kept falling on him, splashing white smoke all over him. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Lu Yun immediately stopped and swung out the Changji in his hand, and a huge wind blade struck at the dragon-shaped cursed spirit. Roar! Cursed spirit roared, and an invisible wave of air spread outward from its body, turning into a tornado on the ground. The wind blade struck the tornado summoned by cursed spirit and was shattered into pieces. This scene immediately shocked Lu Yun. In his impression, except for Gojo Satoru, Sukuna, and Roso, ordinary magicians and cursed spirits basically only have one attribute ability to attack. But this strange dragon-shaped cursed spirit actually appears in two forms. The abilities that have been used now include summoning wind and summoning rain, which are two completely different magical abilities. It is really beyond common sense. Ha ha ha! Die, boy! Roso laughed. Now, Lu Yun is hiding in all directions, his recovery ability is constantly being eroded by the corrosive rain, and his wind knife is restrained by the tornado. These scenes were imprinted in Roso's eyes, which immediately boosted his confidence. Li Mei, don't wait any longer and take action quickly! Roso yelled at Li Mei, who was hesitating at the side, and rushed over. Li Mei, who was still thinking about something, had no choice but to follow behind and attack. As Lu Yun continued to dodge, sharp ice edges suddenly stabbed out of the ground, and there were also some harassing attacks outside. Seeing him in a hurry, Roso was even more delighted. He pointed his finger at Lu Yun, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Domain expansion. The fetus is hidden everywhere. Empty, empty, empty. Invisible gravity pressed on Lu Yun's body, making him unable to move. He was instantly pulled into Roso's domain. The pressure all around squeezed his body, making it difficult to move. Lu Yun frowned slightly as he felt the invisible squeeze from outside his body. This technique of controlling gravity seems to have been obtained by Roso possessing Itadori's mother. The field expanded by this technique is indeed a bit difficult. Squash it for me! Roso shouted loudly. The gravitational squeeze around Lu Yun instantly increased several times, and all the joints and bones of the body were squeezed loudly. Just when his body was about to be squeezed into a pile, Roso suddenly froze. Under his control, the gravity in the field was stronger than the previous maximum power, but it was actually held up by Lu Yun. Roso thought that even if he suffered this blow, he would probably have no chance of surviving. But now something unexpected happened. No matter how hard gravity pressed, it could only squeeze Lu Yun into a ball, unable to go any further. It hurts so much. Lu Yun curled up, resisting the gravity from all directions, stretched out her hand to move outward, and unexpectedly opened it. Impossible! Roso looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief, and slowly took a step back. Whoosh! A wind blade struck Luosuo's body with lightning speed. The surrounding gravity disappeared instantly, and Lu Yun also disappeared in place. Roso covered the wound and repaired it with a reversal technique. He looked around, trying to find Lu Yun's location. Over there! Li Mei shouted, and several huge ice edges flew out from behind him. Roso followed the attack and saw that Lu Yun had appeared in the dragon-shaped cursed spirit. His body is extremely small compared to cursed spirit. Break it for me! Lu Yun stabbed cursed spirit's body with the Changji in his hand. At the moment of contact, Lu Yun suddenly felt huge resistance. This surprised him a little. The defensive power of this cursed spirit was so strong that it couldn't penetrate it at once. At this time, Li Mei's ice edge had already flown over, and Lu Yun ran directly towards cursed spirit's head with Changji in hand. The ice edge directly hit cursed spirit's body hard, and the huge power immediately caused cursed spirit to feel pain, howl, and keep turning its body in the air. What are you doing, Raimei? Seeing that the dragon-shaped cursed spirit was hit by his own people, Roso suddenly felt a little heartbroken and roared at Li Mei. Can you blame me? He was obviously suppressed by you, but you accidentally let him escape. Why did I just watch if I didn't attack? Li Mei was also speechless and replied unceremoniously. Luosuo looked ugly, pointed at Li Hazao in the air, and the dragon-shaped cursed spirit kept flipping over, trying to throw off Lu Yun. However, at this time, he was like a dogskin plaster, clinging to cursed spirit's body, swinging the Changji and piercing into the opponent's body. Although the puncture was not very deep, there were many wounds. Soon, Lu Yun moved to the top of cursed spirit. Rise! Roso raised his hands, cursed spirit's head flipped over, and a tornado appeared out of thin air and hit Lu Yun. Lu Yun grinned and stabbed Changji directly into cursed spirit's eyes like a hoe, causing a huge wound. With the power of the tornado, Changji directly slashed cursed spirit's head. Wind blade. Taking this opportunity, Lu Yun immediately used Bai Qi ability, and the wind blade raged in the body of the dragon-shaped cursed spirit. In the blink of an eye, it exploded. Wow! Huge amounts of purple blood spilled from the air, and Roso's face became even more ugly. He spent a lot of money to get this dragon-shaped cursed spirit, and it can be regarded as one of the top cursed spirits he has ever absorbed. Unexpectedly, he was torn to pieces by the wind blade, which immediately made his chest hurt, as if his heart was bleeding. There is no other way, then it's my turn. Now that there was no harassment from the dragon-shaped cursed spirit, Lu Yun slashed a wind blade backwards from mid-air. Taking advantage of the recoil, his body rushed directly towards Roso like a missile. The speed was so fast that there was no time to react. In Roso's shocked eyes, Lu Yun appeared in front of him in an instant, waving the Chongji in his hand and striking at the opponent's head. Bang! Huge ice cubes exploded on Lu Yun's body, and Li Mei took action to block Lu Yun's attack. Only then did Roso react and quickly retreated, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead and a feeling of fear in his heart. Just when he was about to release his gravity to counterattack, a figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision, and his body directly hit Lu Yun's body and was knocked away. This sudden change made Roso a little dazed, and Li Mei also stayed in place. Chapter 67. Bang bang bang! Lu Yun felt as if he had been hit by a big mountain, forcing him into the ruins, and his stomach was churning. Bang! He kicked the figure in front of him and kicked him away. Then he crawled out of the rubble. Looking closely, the figure bumping into him turned out to be Sukuna. The battlefield on their side was far away from Sukuna and Gojo Satoru due to the battle just now, and he actually appeared here. Lu Yun looked up, and in the distance, a figure flew over quickly and appeared in mid-air. It was Gojo Satoru with a cold face. At this time, Makura is no longer visible, and he must have been eliminated by Gojo. Sorry, Lu Yun, I accidentally hit you just now. Gojo Satoru scratched his head and flew over, seeming a little embarrassed. Lu Yun understood immediately. It seemed that Sukuna bumped into him just now because he was knocked away by Gojo Satoru. I just didn't expect it to fly so far and hit me accurately. Lu Yun looked at him speechlessly, but he would not lose his temper at this time and called Gojo Satoru over. At this time, the situation on the battlefield changed instantly due to the intervention of Gojo Satoru and Sukuna. Gojo Satoru quickly glanced around, with a strange light shining in his eyes. Well done, Lu Yun, these two people are not weak, how can they be so embarrassed? He praised without hesitation. This was what he said from the bottom of his heart. He knew very well the strength of his former friend Xiaoyuja. However, because he had received the news a long time ago, he already knew that this person was actually Luosuo wearing a summer oil skin. But his strength cannot be underestimated at all, not to mention that there is a white-haired boy with strong strength next to him. Hey, I remember there are two cursed spirits here, where did they go? Gojo Satoru didn't seem to take these people seriously at all and asked without hesitation. They are all dead. The patched cursed spirit should have been absorbed by Roso, and the volcano head was hacked to death by me. Lu Yun moved his body and said slowly. Not bad. Gojo Satoru clapped his hands as if he heard something happy, and then turned to Sukuna's side. Like a god who is unrivaled in the world, his amber pupils seemed to be able to see through everyone. Opposite, except for Sukuna, the other two people took a step back unconsciously. Roso's face was extremely ugly, and Li Mei's body was trembling. Sukuna took a step forward, still with a violent expression on his face. You, the strongest person in the world, have something. You can actually suppress the strength of my 14 fingers. Looking at Gojo Satoru, Sukuna's eyes flashed with a murderous red light. But don't be complacent. When I get all my power back, I will definitely kill you. Ha ha ha. The laughter was extremely arrogant, and then Sukuna's eyes were fixed on Lu Yun, as if he wanted to see through. I said, why do you feel familiar? You have my fingers hidden on your body, right? As soon as these words came out, several people present suddenly had different expressions, all of which fell on Lu Yun. You're hiding a finger. Gojo Satoru looked at him curiously. Seeing that he was exposed, Lu Yun nodded and took out a rag from his pocket. Then the layers were opened, and what was wrapped in the rag was a sudden finger wrapped with runes. This finger was obtained by the special grade cursed spirit who single-handedly eliminated the juvenile hall. Because the breath emanating from his fingers would attract the cursed spirit, in order to avoid trouble, he made several layers of seals and pasted them on his fingers, thus barely covering up the breath emanating from his fingers. However, these concealments in front of the real owner Sukuna can only be regarded as deceiving others. Sure enough. It seems that we are really destined. Sukuna smiled cruelly. Lu Yun didn't care about their reaction, so he wrapped it in rags and put it back in his pocket under their strange looks. Didn't you hand this over to the high school? Gojo Satoru looked at Lu Yun meaningfully and asked. Regarding his questions, Lu Yun had nothing to hide. I got this thing a long time ago, but I wasn't worried about handing it over to the high school or letting Itadori eat it, so I kept it myself. After hearing Lu Yun's answer, Gojo Satoru did not ask any more questions, and then turned to look at the three people opposite. Let's go together, Lu Yun, it's time to end this farce. Lu Yun nodded. Lu Yun strongly agreed with Gojo Satoru's idea. If Sukuna is let go now, it will be really difficult for him to go back and eat the other fingers later. In that case, let's have a big fight. There was even the slightest step back, and the light in his eyes became brighter, and the aura of blood and killing instantly filled the air. At this moment, Lu Yun noticed something strange. Roso slowly changed his position, unknowingly thinking that he was looking for a suitable attack direction. But Lu Yun noticed that he was slowly approaching Sukuna. At this time, Li Mei also looked strange. No, stop Roso. Although he didn't know what the other party was planning, Lu Yun immediately reminded him. Gojo Satoru also reacted instantly. He shook Roso's hand, and a huge pressure instantly bounced him away. Even the arm was blown off directly. At this time, an evil aura came out, and among the exploded flesh and blood, 4 twisted and weird red fingers flew towards Sukuna. Sukuna finger. Beb. Lu Yun's pupils shrank, and with a wave of his long sword, several wind blades struck out. Gojo Satoru moved even faster, appeared in front of Sukuna in an instant, and punched out. At this time, Sukuna had already seen the opportunity and grabbed it with his fingers. He received a heavy blow to the face instantly and his body fell backwards. However, at this moment, Gojo Satoru directly reached out to grab the opponent, and with his hand turned into a knife, he cut Suksung's arm with his fingers. Lu Yun had also attacked in front of him, and Changji slashed Sukuna's hand. Blood splatters everywhere. The arm Sukuna was clenching was cut off directly. However, there was no expression of regret on its face, and it looked like its plan had succeeded. Not in this hand. Lu Yun quickly discovered the problem. When Gojo Satoru came to his senses, Sukuna's other hand was already stuffed into his mouth. With no other choice, Gojo Satoru punched it directly in the face, stuffed it into its mouth and his arm was instantly shattered. However, it was still a step too late. A bulge formed in Sukuna's throat and went down, and he swallowed it. Lu Yun didn't stop, and the Changji in his hand plunged directly into Sukuna's chest. Phew! Sukuna's chest was cut open directly, and huge ice edges hit Lu Yun and Gojo Satoru. Although the power could not cause any harm to them, the huge power immediately kept them away from Sukuna. Just a little bit. Lu Yun frowned and shook off the blood stains on Changji. The blow he just struck had penetrated Sukuna's chest. If Rime hadn't taken action, he would have disemboweled him by now. What a pity! You still can't stop me! At this time, the terrifying aura exuding from Sukuna's body seemed to have solidified. The pressure of the breath now is many times higher than the previous 14 fingers. Congratulations to the owner! Rime stood behind Sukuna and knelt down respectfully, speaking with deep admiration. Well done, Li Mei, you have done well enough. Hearing Sukuna's compliment, Rime's eyes suddenly shone with joy. For Rime, Sukuna has long since become everything to him, and it is already the greatest honor to be appreciated by his master. Step back, leave the rest to me. Including the fingers it just swallowed, Sukuna now has the strength of 18 fingers. Now it has great confidence that it can tear the 2 people in front of it. Sensing the change that happened to Sukuna, Gojo's expression became serious. Although he was very confident in his own strength, facing the strongest king of curses from 1,000 years ago, who had not yet fully recovered his strength and already had such terrifying strength, he felt a little unsure. For the first time, he felt that he had miscalculated in judging the enemy's strength. His strength has not been fully restored, not to mention that Fushiguro Megami has not given up resistance yet. Lu Yun reminded. Now Sukuna still has 2 fingers missing, one is his own, and the other is hidden somewhere. So there is still a chance to win. After hearing Lu Yun's words, Gojo Satoru also regained his original confidence. He had been slightly shaken just now, but it was only for a moment. As the strongest in the world, he has his own pride. You didn't even run away, you are very suitable to be my appetizer. Sukuna grinned with a cruel smile. He moved his body and quickly adapted to his current strength. Then let's get started. Before Sukuna could finish speaking, Gojo and Lu Yun appeared in front of it instantly. In its shocked eyes, 2 huge fists quickly enlarged and hit its arrogant face. The huge force directly dented its face, and its teeth flew out. It wasn't over yet. Lu Yun held the Changji in his other hand and slashed Sukuna's waist directly. The sharp blade tore out a huge wound, and blood spurted out as if lifeless. Chapter 68. Sukuna's body was knocked away due to the huge power, but just halfway through the flight, Gojo Satoru grabbed him from the air and the opponent's body was directly sucked towards him. In mid-air, Gojo Satoru directly hit Sukuna's body with a hack, and the torn wound on the opponent instantly expanded, revealing the bones inside. Owner. There was a look of shock on Li Mei's face, and she couldn't believe the scene in front of her. Because the attack was so sudden and unexpected, and everything was done in an instant, it was not noticed until the end. Boom boom boom. Sukuna's body was smashed down, leaving a big crater on the ground. With an anxious look on her face, Rime began to run towards Sukuna. No need to come over, Li Mei, I'm fine. Sukuna's voice came out slowly. Hearing this, Li Mei, who was originally running, suddenly stopped with a bright smile on his face. He smiled like a self-mockery, yes, I actually doubt the master's strength. Even with 18 fingers, it can still be invincible. Whoosh! With the sound of the sky breaking, Sukuna jumped out of the pit. Its face had now recovered as before, and the huge wounds on its body had also fully recovered. Playing sneak attacks? It's so fun. Sukuna didn't seem to care much about the attack he just received. I saw it pointing its hands together, pointing at Lu Yun and the 2, and the huge flames instantly enveloped them. The huge high temperature seems to burn the entire space. However, this kind of attack has no way to really threaten Gojo Satoru and Lu Yun. The 2 of them emerged directly from the flames. Sukuna pinched his handprints and glared at Lu Yun, inertia. Lu Yun felt as if he was locked by something. A black shadow in the distance instantly enlarged, and a giant black bull rushed over. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun did not shy away. He stood on the spot, with his legs inserted into the ground, and his body leaned forward slightly. His whole aura changed instantly, and a mysterious shadow condensed behind him. Boom! A huge impact sound spread throughout the space, and Guan Niu crashed into Lu Yun's body, causing a ripple with them as the center. However, a surprising scene appeared. Lu Yun was pressed against Guan Niu as if the 5 mountains were holding the mountain, motionless. Sukuna frowned suddenly, and before it could make the next move, Lu Yun raised his hand and knocked Sukuna away. The Changji swung in his hand and struck Guan Niu's body, instantly tearing it into pieces. At the same time, Gojo Satoru's attack also arrived in front of Sukuna, and the fist wrapped in magic hit its face again. The body was knocked out, but this time, it did not sit still and wait for death. It formed a seal in its hand and countless rabbit Shikigami spewed out, drowning Gojo Satoru. Sukuna immediately changed his body shape in midair and rushed towards Lu Yun. Looking at the opponent's approaching figure, Lu Yun immediately understood that Sutan had analyzed the strength of the two. It chose to harass Gojo Satoru, who seemed to be the strongest, and turned around to get rid of Lu Yun, who was much weaker. Sukuna slapped Lu Yun in the air, "Man Xiang." Lu Yun felt his body tremble as a huge weight pressed down on him like a meteorite. But Lu Yun is not so easy to bully at this time. After resisting Mang Xiang forcefully, he grabbed Mang Xiang directly with his big hand and threw Mang Xiang towards Sukuna. Mang Xiang's huge body blocked Sukuna's sight, and by the time it released the Shikigami, Lu Yun had already appeared in front of it. Phew! Lu Yun inserted one hand directly into Sukuna's chest and grabbed the opponent's heart. Such a heavy blow immediately shook Sukuna's body, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Snapped! When Lu Yun exerted force, the other party's heart was crushed to pieces. However, this did not stop Sukuna. With a swipe of his fingertips, the invisible blade instantly struck Lu Yun's body, with such huge power that his entire body was about to be torn into pieces. Orakai! The huge python fell from the sky and swallowed Lu Yun directly. Li! An energy beam shot out from a short distance and directly penetrated Sukuna's body, blasting a huge hole. The big snake that had swallowed Lu Yun's body was surging and there were bulges everywhere. Pu-chi! Chang-ji instantly penetrated the body of the giant python and opened it, and Lu Yun jumped out covered in blood. It was all his own blood, but the wounds on his body had long since healed. You can also reverse spells. Sukuna held his stomach and landed not far away, the excitement in his eyes became even brighter. Are you okay? Wu Fei arrived and was beside Lu Yun. After careful observation, he found that he was unharmed, and he immediately understood something. Don't worry about me, just use your full strength. Lu Yun grinned, I may not be good at other things, but I am quite confident in my recovery ability. Good. Seeing what Lu Yun said, Gojo Satoru turned his attention to Sukuna again. Sukuna also stopped joking and made a seal in his hand. Domain expansion. The demon subduing chef. Sukuna finally expanded his territory. Originally, it was planning to deal with Lu Yun first and then concentrate on dealing with Gojo Satoru, but now it discovered that this method was not feasible. The weak one in its eyes can now jump up and bite back, making it vigilant. Careful! Gojo Satoru warned aloud, with an indescribable vigilance in his eyes. Now both are drawn into Sukuna's realm. Not far away, Sukuna stood in front of a strange door. Countless skulls piled up into a mountain, and the smell of blood filled the entire space. Let you taste the taste of being cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. Sukuna smiled ferociously. In an instant, the entire space was covered by invisible slashes, and the bodies of Lu Yun and Gojo were straddled by countless slashes. Blood splattered everywhere. Stay away, Lu Yun! Gojo Satoru threw Lu Yun to the side, formed a seal in his hand, and had a strange light in his eyes. Domain expansion. Infinite space. Lu Yun sensed something was wrong and quickly moved away from Gojo Satoru's position in 2.4. The collision between the two fields is unfolding. One is Sukuna's no-dead angle slash, and the other is to pull the object in the field into the infinite inside and forcefully insert invalid information into the opponent's mind. At this time, both of them were stunned on the spot. The collision between two major fields could not quickly determine the outcome. But now, Lu Yun is free. He forced himself towards Sukuna with the invisible slash, looked at the right moment, and threw out a wind blade. Sukuna now has no time to take care of Lu Yun because he is fighting against Gojo Satoru. Phew! Sukuna's hand seal was instantly cut off by the wind blade. Another wind blade hit Sukuna directly on the head. The huge power made his body tremble, and he unconsciously turned his head to avoid it, but one side was still cut off. It was at this time that its territory was broken. Chapter 69. Gojo Satoru's infinite emptiness directly covers it completely. Sukuna suddenly felt as if his head was about to explode. All kinds of useless information was raging in his brain, making it unable to select effective information and unable to convey what it should do. It would be endless. Cha-cha. Lu Yun didn't get close, and struck Sukuna with a few more wind blades. He has no choice but to attack from a distance. If he breaks into Gojo Satoru's realm rashly now, he will probably become as stupid as Sukuna is now. Soon, Gojo Satoru's infinite space also ended. At this time, Sukuna was extremely miserable, with all his hands and feet cut off and turned into a human pig. Owner. Seeing this scene, Li Mei was horrified. In his eyes, when had the invincible Sutan been beaten so badly? But even so, it is still alive and not dead. At the moment of leaving the realm, the reversal technique was activated, and the mutilated body was quickly reborn visible to the naked eye. But Lu Yun would not stay there and rushed towards Sukuna. Ice condensation spell. Li Mei appeared on the battlefield, thrusting a huge ice edge towards Lu Yun. At this time, there was endless anger on his face, and he did not allow his master to suffer such harm. Therefore, he broke Sukuna's rules for the first time, broke into the battlefield without permission, and intervened in the battle. Facing the ice in the sky, Lu Yun frowned slightly, paused as he advanced, and wielded his changa to throw out countless wind blades and cut them on it. Ka-ka-ka. The ice edge was directly crushed by the wind blade and turned into broken ice and fell down. After doing this, Lu Yun was about to step forward. At this time, a figure was faster. It was Gojo Satoru who had recovered, and kicked Rime directly. The huge impact knocked him away instantly, penetrating through various ruins, and he didn't know where he landed. At this time, Sukuna next to him had already recovered, his eyes flashed red, and he reached out and touched Gojo Satoru's chest. Bang! A line of fire passed directly through his chest, and Gojo Yu's body flew out. Fire magic! Lu Yun could tell that this attack was the same as the original blazing flame. It's just that this time the flame was compressed and hit at one point, so it exploded with such power. You guys really surprised me. I haven't had such a hearty battle in a long time. Sukuna laughed. The wounds on its body had long since disappeared and it was back to normal. Just when it was laughing wildly, Gojo Satoru, who had already flown upside down, appeared behind it like a ghost. By the time it reacted, it was already too late. Gojo Satoru punched both sides of Sunan's head with both fists. A click. The head was instantly crushed by the huge pressure and collapsed toward the middle. Lu Yun also appeared in front of Sukuna at this time, stabbing the changa in his hand again, preparing to disembowel it yet to be completed. At this moment, the terrifying curse energy cannon shot at Gojo. As a last resort, Gojo Satoru had no choice but to wave his hand to resist. He looked back with murderous intent in his eyes. Gaku no Banuzumaki. The cursed spirit formed a circle behind Roso, who occupied the body of his only close friend, and the huge amount of cursed energy impacted Gojo Satoru's body. However, to him, this little damage was like saying it didn't matter, so he stretched out his hand and bounced away. Seeing this scene, Roso immediately retreated towards the back. The speed was unpredictable, as if he had already determined the route. You are such a little thief. Not only did you steal my best friend's body, but you also dared to attack me. Gojo Satoru was really angry at this moment, but he still knew which was more serious. After blocking Roso's attack, Gojo Satoru turned his fingers into claws and grabbed Sunan's head. Invisible slashes were everywhere around Gojo Satoru and Lu Yun, but they were unable to stop them at all. Seeing that Sukuna's head was about to be crushed, Lu Yun felt as if the heaven and earth were shaking, and his soul seemed to be trembling. Inaction changes. Whoosh whoosh. Countless light pillars rose in the distance, and there was also a light pillar rising into the sky where they were fighting. At the same time, a huge tent fell from the sky. Even Gojo Satoru was shocked, but just like that, an accident happened. Not good. When they reacted, Sukuna in front of them suddenly broke free from the restraints and moved outside instantly. The flattened head is also recovering quickly, and the disemboweled body is quickly healing under the reversal technique. How is this going? What the hell is going on with that kind of thing coming from the soul cellar? It's Roso. He extracted the real person's spell and launched a long-range inaction transformation. Lu Yun slowly surrounded Sukuna and continued. This inaction transformation can change the brain structure of ordinary people within a certain range and transform them into magicians. Moreover, it can also activate special cursed objects buried in the brains of ordinary people that have been arranged in advance, allowing them to undergo physical transformation. Liberate all kinds of magicians from hundreds of years ago or even thousands of years ago. So that's what happened. Then how did you know? Gojo Satoru was also a little surprised that there was such a magical technique, but Gojo Satoru was really confused about this issue. Before, Liu Yun seemed to know everything, telling him some confidential things and asking him to prepare in advance. This time, even this seemingly very secret thing was known. I asked someone to investigate and found out. This is the reason why I haven't returned to the college some time ago. In addition, it was only investigated because of 960, so I haven't had time to tell you yet. Seeing that Gojo Satoru was so strange, Liu Yun had no choice but to find some excuse to fool him. After hearing what Liu Yun said, Gojo Satoru wanted to ask something else. Sukuna on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, you guys look down on me too much, do you think I don't exist? At this time, Sukuna's expression was extremely ugly. Even if he had just been beaten, he was not so angry. But unexpectedly, these two people didn't pay any attention to the King of Curses from thousands of years ago, which made him furious. Gojo Satoru also came to his senses and surrounded Sukuna. At the same time, changes in other parts of the island country were also discovered by magicians from various places. High-level meeting. Hurry up and send someone to investigate. This is really bad day by day. Master Tianyuan is gone, and things in Shibuya are not over yet. These inexplicable and strange barriers have appeared again. Why are things concentrated in this area? 99. Do you want to go take a look? In the darkness, a man asked cautiously and tentatively. At the end of the long table, a woman with bandages all over her body sat motionless. Her entire face was covered with bandages, with only 2 eyes exposed. There was endless coldness in her eyes. Chapter 70. Somewhere outside the Shibuya battlefield, Loggins, who had been following Roso before, was sitting on the roof of the building, looking at the barrier that had been formed not far away. Behind him, there were several people standing. 3 of them were Henry, Ramen, and the shadowy man who had fought with Maki and Itadori before. In addition, there is a man wearing a cloak. His face is completely covered by the hat, and it is impossible to tell whether he is a man or a woman. However, judging from the body shape, he is much smaller than those few. Are you the only ones left? Loggins asked expressionlessly. Yes, boss, there are only 4 of us gathered now. Henry took a step forward and bowed, and because of his strength, he actually respected the bald man. Loggins didn't look at him, nodded to himself, and murmured, "This mission is relatively easy, and the main combat power has not been lost." He paused and continued, "I can go on the next mission alone. You don't need to participate. You should stay away from these barriers before I come back." "Why, boss, didn't we perform the mission together?" Ramen was a little curious. Loggins shook his head, "This mission is purely a favor owed by my ancestors. Besides, although there are no casualties now, there is no telling what will happen next. Just follow my arrangements." The scene of the battle between Gojo Satoru and Sukuna suddenly flashed through his mind, and a cold sweat broke out on his face. He was at the scene at the time, hiding in the distance and peeking, but even though he was so far away, he was still discovered by the other party. As a last resort, he had to retreat first. This terrifying observation ability and the battle scenes at that time made him feel faintly palpitated. He had only experienced this feeling with the most mysterious person in the organization. On the battlefield, Butano Takuma and Atsushi Kusake brushed back after sending the injured to the medical station without stopping. But the two of them had different ideas. Butano Takuma had a serious look on his face as he kept urging, "Mr. Kusake, if we hurry up, we will try our best to support them as soon as possible." On the other hand, Kusake had a bitter look on his face, and it seemed that he was very repelled by rushing to the center of the battlefield. Finally, after being urged again, he couldn't help it anymore. "I said, Butano, you really don't have to be in such a hurry. Didn't you see that Gojo Satoru was there when we were picking up the wounded? With him here, whatever else we need to do, he can do it all." After hearing his words, Butano turned around with a serious look on his face. "Although we may not be able to do anything, we can still transport the wounded, do odd jobs, etc. It can reduce some of their burdens and allow them to devote themselves to the battle in front of them. Doing this is enough. Besides, there is not only Mr. Gojo Satoru there, but there seems to be an exchange student who has just arrived. If he is injured and has some serious consequences due to the delay in transportation, that would not be good." After saying that, his speed increased a bit. Kusake's face became even more bitter, and he cursed secretly in his heart, but he still tried to dissuade him. "It's fine if we go to help, but didn't you notice who is fighting Gojo Satoru? The evil aura exuding from his body, if you guessed correctly, it should be Sukuna. If the battle between them is accidentally affected, it will be over." After saying this, Kusake couldn't help but shudder, as if he had appeared next to Sukuna. For a battle of this level, he really didn't want to get involved. After all, nothing was as important as his own life. Then it's even more important to go. Let's stay away and find the exchange student first. If he's injured, we'll find an opportunity to take him away. After hearing Butano's answer, Kusake felt helpless. But as a teacher in a high school, he couldn't leave just like that, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow him. At this moment, a strange cursed spirit-like thing suddenly appeared in front of us, silently and without any warning. Kusake was the first to notice, and without any hesitation, he drew out his katana and struck directly. Snapped! The little monster that just appeared was split into two halves, and its mutilated body was still trembling, making a strange sound. What happened? Butano finally noticed it, stopped immediately, and rushed to Kusake's side. What is this stuff? Step into the barrier. The little monster quickly died. Butano and Kusake were left stunned on the spot. At this time, in the center of the Tokyo battlefield, just when they were about to start their next battle, a cursed spirit with small wings suddenly appeared in mid-air. Everyone couldn't help but pause, and Lu Yun also stopped. He knew that little guy, who was responsible for recording and changing the rules during the Death and Destruction migration. Soon, it made a sound. "Hi, everyone, I am Xiaojin, the record manager of the special game Death and Migration. Since everyone present is already in the barrier, they are automatically marked as game participants swimmers. Next, I will explain to you the specific rules of the game." After a long time, this little thing was finally finished. "Haha, is that what happened? It's interesting." Sukuna narrowed his eyes slightly and crossed his hands, seeming to understand. Gojo Satoru also looked thoughtful, but seemed a little unclear. He turned to look at Liu Yun, as if he wanted to know something from him. After all, this exchange student had given him too many surprises. Sensing Gojo Satoru's gaze, Liu Yun leaned over and whispered in his ear. "The key to this game is fighting and the number of points obtained. Every 100 points can add rules, but this is not Roso's purpose. Didn't I just say that Roso has made deals with many people, and those who have been activated will automatically join the fighting game, but in the end thieves will find a way to end this game. Since Tian Yuan was absorbed by Roso, after the end game, he can make everyone in the country assimilate with Tian Yuan, thereby achieving his ultimate goal. As for whether he wants to confirm his conjecture or create a powerful creature, it doesn't matter. It's important, we just need to find a way to stop him. B. According to Liu Yun, Gojo Satoru instantly understood the key to this problem. But the problem at this time is that they can't get away for the time being. On the side, Sukuna looked at the two people with a half smile. Chapter 71. Although it was beaten badly just now, it was never completely defeated. We can't let him go. Liu Yun quietly conveyed her meaning to Gojo Satoru. The two of them knew each other well and surrounded Sukuna. Sukuna immediately noticed what the two of them meant, and calmly stepped back. At this time, Butano, Kusakabe, and the others had already arrived nearby. Even from a distance, they could feel Sukuna's evil aura. So they followed the breath and touched it. Look, it's Mr. Gojo. Butano's face was filled with joy, and then he saw Liu Yun next to Gojo Satoru. Is that the exchange student from Kyoto school? He's too brave. Kusakabe held his forehead, his face slightly pale. He was extremely aware of danger. Even though he was so far away, he was still very uneasy. Look, they're moving! Butano exclaimed. Kusakabe quickly looked up, and his jaw suddenly dropped and his eyes bulged out. He will never forget that scene for the rest of his life. Gojo Satoru took the lead and fought with Su. Liu Yun took this opportunity to sneak up from behind. He kicked Sukuna directly on the back of the head, crossed his legs, and rode 540 up. The big hand grabbed Sukuna's eyes directly and stabbed them in. Phew! Sukuna's eyeballs were pulled out directly. Seeing this scene, Kusakabe's face turned pale instantly. He didn't understand why a first-year exchange student was so brave to ride on that Sukuna's head and beat it. Liu Yun doesn't care about so many things. Now he can do whatever is convenient for him, and he can fight as he pleases. Sukuna's eyes were taken out by him and he was struggling in pain. Just when Liu Yun was preparing for the next step, Sukuna's head suddenly grew larger and turned at an incredible angle. The moment he turned around, Sukuna opened his mouth wide and bit down directly with all the sharp teeth in his mouth. Liu Yun was unable to escape and her arm was bitten off. Blood spilled in the air. I knew why Sukuna's shoulders were so easy to ride. Kusakabe's palms were cold, as if he had expected Liu Yun to be bitten. However, the next scene shocked him again. Liu Yun, who had an arm bitten off, did not change his expression at this moment. He shook the broken arm slightly, and it actually grew back. Beach. He can reverse the technique. Kusakabe looked at the battlefield intently, and finally confirmed that he was right. There was a huge wave of panic in my heart. Reversal of spells can be said to be a dividing line for magicians. Because there is a generally accepted rumor among them, it cannot be said that every master can reverse the technique, but relatively speaking, those who can reverse the technique must not be weak. After all, under the same strength, a magician who can reverse the spell is equivalent to having a trump card to turn the tide of the battle. The same is true with domain expansion. Of course, domain expansion is much better at reversing spells. At this time, in the battlefield, Liu Yun's heart trembled and he retreated towards the rear. But it was still a step too late. They are once again pulled into Sukuna's realm. The invisible slash hit Liu Yun's body, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The scene was so unbelievable that if anyone saw it, it would be unbearable to look at it. Similarly, Gojo Satoru was not much better, but he also expanded his field and fought against Sukuna. This certainly gave Liu Yun a chance. Using the same routine as last time, Liu Yun found a position where he could attack but would not be affected by Gojo Satoru's field, and launched an attack. At this moment, Sunan suddenly showed a strange smile. Liu Yun suddenly felt bad. In the sky, a black shadow fell, and above Sukuna's head, a wheel suddenly appeared. The big knife fell from the air and split Liu Yun's body instantly. Makulo. Lu Yun hurriedly struck out a wind blade and moved away from the previous position, while the other hand was still holding the half that had been split open. The body is repairing rapidly. He quickly recovered before Makulo's next attack arrived. What happened in the previous battle with Gojo Satoru that allowed Sokyoshin to succeed? Lu Yun moved around in a dodge, avoiding Mo Solo's attack, while looking at Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru showed a helpless expression, and he was also speechless. At that time, during the battle with Sukuna, in order not to get used to it, I got rid of Makara early. After Lu Yun left, he immediately used dodge to attack it. However, due to insufficient charge, the power was still a bit lacking, so I didn't kill it instantly. I asked Sukuna to make up for the last blow. In other words, this demon was subdued by Gojo Satoru. Hehe, thank you very much, otherwise I would have to spend a lot of effort to get it done. Sukuna teased with a weird smile on his face. The reason why it didn't summon Makulo just now was because it had just finished subduing it and needed to give Makulo some time to recover. If it is released now, although Makulo has not fully recovered, it will still be enough. At this time, Lu Yun was in Sukuna's territory and was chased around by Makulo. It's no wonder that he was caught off guard and his body was split open just now, and he hasn't fully recovered yet. Moreover, this thing cannot be resisted solely by magic, otherwise it will adapt to it, and after it adapts, it will be in trouble. Therefore, it must be solved with a big move that can kill in one hit. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Yun ran towards the outside of the domain while holding on to the slash from the demon subduing chef. The strongest one 1,000 years ago, its domain is different from the current domain. Sukuna's domain does not have a closed barrier. It is centered on it and spreads to a radius of 200 meters, moving with the movements of the caster. So now that Sukuna is controlled by Gojo Satoru, Lu Yun can completely escape. 200 meters was not far away, and soon, Lu Yun ran out with countless slashes. Behind him, Mo Solo also chased out with a slash. Sukuna's domain is to indiscriminately attack all living and non-living things with magical powers except it. Therefore, the summoned Makulo was naturally within the attack range. However, it can adapt. During this journey, although it was a little overwhelming at first, it still managed to pull over after a distance of 200 meters. Now, both of them have scars all over their bodies, but they are recovering quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. He's actually still alive. In the distance, Kusakabe exclaimed. Today, he was probably the most shocked in his life. Just when he saw Lu Yun being pulled into the field by Sukuna, he felt that he was dead. Unexpectedly, Lu Yun ran out just a moment later. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he was still alive. Chapter 72. But, what is that person following Lu Yun? Kusakabe's pupils shrank sharply, the huge creature made his hair stand on end. Lu Yun quickly stopped after leaving the scope of the domain. Makulo didn't stop, he waved the big sword in his hand and chopped it down. It was so powerful that it made a sound that broke through the air. Lu Yun dodged sideways, and the ground was inserted as easily as tofu. At the same time, Lu Yun also launched an attack, and the Chongji in his hand struck Makulo's leg, leaving a bloody mark. But it soon recovered on its own. Lu Yun was also secretly shocked by this kind of recovery ability. Although it is not as good as Bai-Ki self-healing technique, it is not inferior to the reversal technique performed by Gojo Satoru and Sukuna. But the difference is that Makulo's recovery is the body's own ability and does not need to be deliberately activated. Kaka. The ring above Makulo's head rotated slowly, as if he was adapting to Lu Yun's attack just now. After the attack failed, Makulo continued to attack while waving the demon exorcist's sword. Lu Yun relied on her body's flexibility to constantly dodge attacks, and cut Makulo's body from time to time. But he never used other means of attack, just like cutting flesh with a knife. Regarding Makulo's characteristics, Lu Yun really had a headache. Because he didn't have a truly powerful killing move, he would kill his enemies slowly, and he had never fought against such a rough-skinned and fleshy monster. Therefore, he has to accumulate strength. Lu Yun dodged, jumped behind Mo Solo, and struck down with the Changji in his hand. It hit the opponent in the back of the head, and the huge wound directly cut its back in half. However, Lu Yun quickly felt huge resistance under the opponent's terrifying defense. Feeling the pain coming from his back, Mokamaru roared, and stabbed directly behind him with the demon exorcist sword in his hand. But Lu Yun still easily dodged it. Now he is like an ant, and Mokamaru is like an elephant. A single attack cannot cause any effective damage to it. What kind of monster is that? In the distance, Butano looked at the opponent Lu Yun was fighting, and was a little dazed. It was so strong that he could feel suffocated even from such a distance. I've heard rumors about that monster. It should be the strongest Shikigami among the 10 shadow spells, Mokamaru. Has the characteristics to adapt to all attacks. Kusakabe explained solemnly. Then Lu Yun has no chance of defeating it. I don't know, because this Shikigami can gradually adapt, so if you want to defeat it, you can only kill it with one hit, otherwise if you wait until the end, you will just be worn to death. Kusakabe bit his fingers, feeling desolate in his heart. If I face this kind of monster, I will definitely die. I just don't know if Lu Yun has a powerful killing move. It seems that he has not used it after hiding for so long. If he doesn't, he is waiting for the opportunity. His guess was correct, Lu Yun was just waiting for the right opportunity. After evading Mokamaru's attack, Lu Yun struck Mokamaru with another long sword. But this time, it's not that easy. Su Luo has completely adapted to Lu Lao's attack methods and damage. This Changji's attack could not scratch its skin at all. Mokamaru stabbed him directly with his sword, and just as he was about to be hit, Lu Yun grabbed Mokamaru directly. The demon exorcist sword directly penetrated Lu Yun's body and stabbed himself hard. What? Kusakabe's face changed greatly. It seems that Lu Yun has no way to do anything to this Shikigami, and he was caught. We have to save him. Butano was so anxious that he seemed ready to rush out. But his body was tightly held down by Kusakabe. What do you want to do? Isn't it enough to die alone? Do you want to die? He shouted sternly, you also saw the battle just now. That Shikigami is simply beyond human resistance. He is hopeless. You can only die in vain if you go there now. We can't waste our lives in a place like this. After hearing Kusakabe's persuasion, the pig's teeth bled. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Facing a powerful enemy, he couldn't even help. Suddenly, the scene in front of him made his eyes widen. Kusakabe was also attracted, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Can this still happen? The two of them asked this question at the same time. At this time, Lu Yun was stabbed by Mokamaru, but Mokamaru's own body was also damaged with a huge wound by the demon exorcist sword. Lu Yun's face lit up with joy, and she stabbed it in with the Changji. The magic power in his hand was concentrated, he grabbed the wound, and pulled it outward, and the huge piece of flesh and blood was torn off. Please give me flowers. Mokamaru was in pain and grabbed Lu Yun with his big hand. But now, he will not let the other party get what he wants. The palm of his hand was pressed directly on Changji, and the rolling curse power was released, and a destructive force raged in Mokamaru's body. The huge mana output condensed the largest wind blade in Lu Yun's history. Bang! Huge power exploded directly in Mokamaru's body. Its body had not adapted to the wind blade and could not withstand such force. It was blown to pieces. Horrible! Butano and Kusakabe couldn't help but roll their heads back in admiration. The strongest Shikigami Mokamaru was just blown up to death. It's a pity, Megami, what if you come back later and find that there are only a few Shikigami left? Looking at his masterpiece, Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh. These Tokage Shikigami cannot be summoned again after being killed, but other Shikigami can inherit the power of the dead. Mokamaru has such a bug, he shouldn't be able to inherit it. But it doesn't matter. Whether he can accept it or not is not his concern. Not far away, the realm of Sukuna and Gojo Satoru has ended. At this time, Sukuna's body is covered with blood. It was as if he had stepped out of a pool of blood. At this time, the ring on his head had disappeared, and he was looking at Liu Yun not far away in shock. You killed Mokamaru. It's still a bit unbelievable. Although it already had a rough estimate of Liu Yun's strength, being able to get rid of this strongest Shikigami was still beyond its expectations. Well done. Gojo Satoru showed his big white teeth and gave Liu Yun a thumbs up. He was extremely worried just now. If Liu Yun was hacked to death by Mokamaru, he would probably blame himself. Now that I see that Liu Yun is not only doing well, but also solving a big trouble, I am naturally very happy. I still underestimate you. Sukuna shook off the blood stains on his body, as if it was in its heart, and now it is placed in the front position. There was no other intention before, they just made a simple assessment of their respective combat capabilities and responded to them. But now it seems that Sukuna has always been at a disadvantage. Chapter 73. Sukuna also realized this. Originally, it was disdainful of Gojo Satoru, but even if Liu Yun was added to it, it would be like that. But things are different now. Liu Yun's threat level has greatly increased. Moreover, based on the competition between these two battles, it gradually estimated the strength of both sides. Judging from the current situation, it is already quite difficult to fight against Gojo Satoru. In addition, Liu Yun, who suddenly bursts into anger, joins in with unexpected combat power, making him a little tired to deal with it. Although it still has a backup plan, it doesn't want to use it now. After some thought, it immediately made a decision. I saw it pressing against Gojo Satoru and the two. A flame that seemed to cover the sky swept down instantly, and the terrifying high temperature forced Gojo Satoru and Liu Yun to use their magic power to resist. Haha, you guys just take your time and play, I'm going to take the first step, see you later. Sukuna grinned and laughed, disappearing from the place in an instant. The next time the figure appeared, it had already appeared at the end of the field of vision. But soon his figure disappeared again, and this time, he could never be found again. Holy shit, you ran away. Seeing this scene, Liu Yun immediately rushed out carrying the flames. But the other party had already run far away and had long since disappeared from sight. No matter how hard he looked for it, he could not find it. This is a bit unexpected. The dignified Sukuna actually ran away. It's not like what he can do. Gojo Satoru teleported nearby, with a strange light shining in his eyes, but even he couldn't find where Sunan was. This situation is normal. There is no guarantee of a stable victory. It is normal people's thinking to retreat and wait for the opportunity to fight again. But because it is Sukuna, it can kill as it pleases, so we thought it would not retreat. That's why I didn't get this right. Liu Yun murmured. Indeed, this time they thought too well, thinking that Sukuna would fight them to the end after regaining most of his strength. Let's go back first and let the others discuss how to deal with it. Gojo Satoru waved and called Liu Yun to go back to discuss countermeasures. Liu Yun nodded and agreed. At this time, in the distance, two figures were approaching quickly. It was Butano and Kusakabe who were watching the battle. Mr. Gojo. Butano landed in front of them with excitement on his face. Kusakabe had not yet recovered from the shock. Sukuna escaped so fast just now that no one expected it. Now that I got closer, I realized that the two people in front of me had created a miracle and actually defeated the King of Curses from thousands of years ago. Although Kusakabe is very confident in Gojo Satoru, the legend of Sukuna is so terrifying that even if he compared Gojo Satoru with it, he would still put it down one level. Mr. Gojo, you are indeed the strongest. The excitement in Butano's eyes almost overflowed. Then he immediately held Lu Yun's hands, and you, Mr. Lu, you are also very powerful. You can actually cooperate with Mr. Gojo and fight together to the end. Feeling the huge force coming from his hand, Lu Yun smiled awkwardly. This was the situation he least liked to deal with. Gojo Satoru also noticed it, and quickly pulled Butano over and started bragging with him. Liu Yun and Kusakabe followed behind. At first, the two of them didn't speak because they were unfamiliar with each other, but later, Kusakabe couldn't help but turned around and asked. Mr. Lu, I still don't understand. Did Sukuna really run away? After hearing Kusakabe's words, Gojo Satoru also stopped, with a serious look on his face. To say that it was beaten away is correct and incorrect. It is not at its peak yet. It will come back after it regains its strength. Still coming? Isn't that its true strength? Hearing this, Kusakabe's face turned slightly pale, and he became more convinced of Sukuna's strength. Yes, but it can never regain its true strength. Liu Yun grinned brightly. Why? Butano and Kusakabe were a bit strange. Liu Yun and Gojo Satoru smiled at each other and walked back to the place without saying anything. Next to him, Butano was like brown candy, constantly asking for the reason, but Liu Yun wouldn't tell him. Just when he was a little frustrated and ready to give up, Liu Yun seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly grabbed Butano. When you came here, did you hear any reminders to complete your tasks or something? No. Hearing Liu Yun's words, Butano was a little strange. He thought for a while, but he really didn't know what Liu Yun was talking about. Kusakabe also showed a puzzled expression at this time. Liu Yun was also confused. Now they are still quite a while away from the edge of the barrier. In other words, Butano and Kusakabe have participated in the game of Death Exodus, but they have not received any news, which is simply unreasonable. Thinking of this, Liu Yun immediately described the appearance of the manager Xiaojin, and kept gesticulating with his hands, for fear that the two of them would not be clear. Are you talking about that strange cursed spirit that can fly? I saw it again. Butano seemed to remember. Yes, that's right. Didn't it tell you what you need to do after entering the barrier? Seeing that he could tell it, Liu Yun immediately knew that the two had met. It was stabbed by Mr. Kusakabe. Because it appeared so suddenly, Mr. Kusakabe reacted quickly and solved it with one stab. Butano said calmly, as if he still didn't understand. Liu Yun was speechless looking at Kusakabe's innocent look. This game of death and migration is compulsory to join. As long as you enter the barrier, you will be marked as a swimmer, that is, a game participant. Each swimmer must make his or her points change within the specified time. The only way to gain points is by looting. The number of points for an average human being is 1. The magician's points are 5. Once you have collected 100 points, you can ask the administrator to add a rule, as long as the new 2.8 rule does not conflict with the original rule. Therefore, if there is no administrator, then they are just blind and confused. While a few people were chatting, they had reached the edge of the barrier, but Liu Yun suddenly froze on the spot and did not move forward. What's wrong, Liu Yun? Don't you leave here? Butano walked towards the barrier with curiosity on his face. Can't get out. Liu Yun said slowly. Butano's hand that was about to touch the barrier stopped in mid-air. What do you mean, you can't get out of the barrier? Kusakabe was a little panicked. This place was simply not a place for ordinary people to stay. He had wanted to leave for a long time. As he spoke, he walked to the barrier and punched it with his fist. Just listen to a click sound. His hand was broken directly. Chapter 74. Ah! Kusakabe screamed while covering his hands. But fortunately, he didn't use all his strength, otherwise the hand would have been useless. He endured the severe pain and forced it back. Gojo Satoru also put away his joking expression and reached out to touch the barrier. A powerful airflow spread out from him. This is Gojo Satoru trying to attack the barrier by activating the technique. But the barrier's strength was beyond imagination, and it didn't budge at all under Gojo Satoru's attack. It's over, I can't get out now. Kusakabe suddenly lost his energy and leaned on the gravel beside him with a grimace on his face. So that's it. Gojo Satoru understood it instantly after testing it. Although there are no restrictions on entry and exit in the rules of the game, the results still have their own rules. Lu Yun nodded. Yes, that is to say, the current barrier can only be entered but not exited. If you want to get out, the easiest way is to use unrivaled power to break the barrier, or collect 100 points and increase the number of swimmers allowed. Rules for being able to come and go freely. Butano 580 quickly recognized the current situation and asked questions. According to the plunder mentioned in this rule, don't we now have to collect points by killing groups everywhere in this barrier? Yes, but we can also wait for the opportunity, find someone with 100 points to defeat him, and force him to use his points to add rules to us. In that case, you don't have to kill anyone, and you can also fulfill the conditions for adding rules. It seems that he understands what Lu Yun said, and Butano is full of energy. You understand correctly, but the problem is that the 100 points obtained by others were obtained by killing at least 20 magicians. This means that even if we don't do anything, 20 people will still die at the hands of others. Here, we are just latecomers, watching them die, and finally taking action, in the name of avenging them and plundering their seeds. Kusakabe discovered the key point. As a teacher at Jujutsu High School, he really couldn't do it if he was asked to kill others at will and watch innocent people die. Lu Yun sighed, walked over and patted Kusakabe's shoulder, comforting him. There is no way. The rules are like that. If the points do not change within the specified time, you will be deprived of qualifications. The consequence of deprivation of qualifications is very likely to be death. Also, now that we are all here, if we want everyone's points to be used reasonably in the future, we need to arrange for one person to collect 100 points as soon as possible, and add rules that allow swimmers to transfer points. In this way, it can be done at any time. Get the other party's points on the premise of killing the other party. It seems like this is all. Kusakabe put away his depressed mood and stood up again. Although he seems a little timid and fearful, when he really needs to make a choice, he will still move forward without hesitation. He looked at Lu Yun and admired sincerely, I didn't expect you to think of this step not long after this strange game started. It's really amazing. Lu Yun waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. This is not because he is so good, he just followed the original arrangement in his mind. Besides, it's not just Lu Yun and the others who are sealed in this barrier, but also that Gaisu. Based on its character, if it wants to get out, it will definitely kill it to 100 points. The question he thought of, Gojo Satoru naturally thought of it too. Heavy problems weighed on them again. But soon, Lu Yun clapped his hands. Don't be nervous, everyone. The barrier has only been opened now. A large increase in magicians should appear in 3 to 5 days. Ordinary people also need to consume the current information to make their own choices. So during this period, we need to take a good rest and prepare for the subsequent battle. In addition, we also need to be careful about the tortured ancient magicians arranged by Roso. They are not as easy to talk to as us. They may be when we meet, it's a big fight. Lu Yun took this opportunity to say everything that needed to be said, and the group of people walked away and quickly disappeared near Jigui. They really need a good rest. Lu Yun and the others took a short break. There were flowers blooming outside the barrier. 3 days later, the internal conference hall of the High College work. The hall was pitch dark, with no light coming through. Snap, snap, snap. A sound of treading water came from the darkness. 99 Yuki slowly walked out with bandages all over his body. There was an inexplicable liquid on his feet, leaving clear marks on the ground. The thick smell of blood wafted out from inside. In her hand, she was holding a head with grey hair and a wrinkled face. "Where is the person I asked you to contact?" 99's cold voice came out, without any emotion. "The information has been sent out. It will arrive in the next 2 days." In the darkness, an old and trembling voice came out. "That's fine. As long as you follow the arrangements I told you, there won't be any wait." Juju threw the head in his hand without even looking, causing a burst of panicked exclamations. It seemed like there was more than one person sitting inside. "Hey, thanks to me, if Gojo Satoru is here, none of you can escape. This is the fate of traitors, just take care of it." After leaving these words, Juju left without looking back. Outside, a black man wearing a white suit and a white hat came up to him. Wearing super cool sunglasses and 2 huge gold earrings hanging from her ears. "It looks like it's been resolved." He looked at the bloodstains on 99 Yuki's hands and understood what happened inside. He's just a pedantic old man. Just deal with the key people in front of them. Juju did not stop and continued walking forward. "Besides, I've already asked, Okotsu will be here in these 2 days, let's get ready, Vogel." "Why? This black man is the fierce man who saved 99 Yuki. He may seem a little unreliable, but his strength cannot be underestimated." After hearing the arrangement of 99, Miguel grinned, gave a thumbs up, and showed his white teeth. "It's a trivial matter." He followed Yuki Kyuju and sighed, "Speaking of it, it's been a long time since I saw Okotsu. It should have been a month, right? This guy is really good, it's his fault. Come on, hasn't he been following you on missions in Africa this year? What he said is so disgusting." Hearing Miguel's words, Juju jumped to the side as if he had encountered a ghost, crossed his arms and shivered.